Prologue. Dragon Mount. The chapter begins in the ruin of a grand palace, a place still trembling with the aftershocks of a catastrophic event. The scene is one of complete devastation, where walls are rent open and broad scorch marks smear once beautiful murals. The very stone of the palace seems to have melted and flowed before solidifying again. Throughout the corridors lie the dead, men, women, and children caught in the chaos, some struck down by magical forces, and others seemingly absorbed into the warped architecture. Amidst this destruction, certain objects like tapestries and ornate furniture remain eerily untouched, suggesting the attack was precise and personal, aimed at life itself rather than material possessions. Wandering through this macabre landscape is Luz Theron Telemon, a man whose regal clothing is now tattered and filthy. He appears completely disconnected from the horrific reality surrounding him, calling out for his wife, Ileana. In his madness, he steps over the body of a beautiful golden-haired woman without recognizing her, his mind shielding him from the truth of her fate. He catches his reflection and laughs with a strange wonder at his own aged and strained appearance, a clear sign of his shattered sanity. His delusional state is interrupted by the arrival of a second man, who materializes from thin air. Dressed impeccably in black, this newcomer moves with a disdainful care, avoiding contact with the dead. He addresses Luz Theron by his title, Lord of the Morning, but Luz Theron perceives him merely as a guest for a singing. The man in black, whose name is revealed to be Elan Morin Tedronai, quickly grasps the depth of Luz Theron's madness. A flicker of memory sparks in Luz Theron when he hears the name Shaitan, and when he instinctively calls Elan Morin the betrayer of hope. However, he cannot hold on to these moments of lucidity. The betrayer, determined to make his old rival comprehend the totality of his defeat, declares that Luz Theron will be known as Kinslayer. To shatter his protective insanity, the betrayer uses a cruel form of power to inflict a healing that is pure agony, forcing Luz Theron back to a state of awareness. The excruciating pain recedes, and with his sanity brutally restored, Luz Theron's eyes fall upon the golden-haired woman. He screams in utter horror and grief, finally recognizing her as his beloved Ileana. As he cradles her lifeless body, the betrayer delivers his final, soul-crushing blow. He reveals that it was not he who killed her, but Luz Theron himself. Driven mad by the Dark One's counterstroke, which tainted the male half of the true source, Luz Theron had slaughtered everyone he loved, including his own children. Completely broken by this unbearable truth, Luz Theron uses the one power to flee the palace, transporting himself to a desolate, empty land. Though physically alone, he is tormented by the memories of his family. Overwhelmed by guilt, he cries out for forgiveness from the light, and then proceeds to draw a cataclysmic amount of the tainted male power, Saiden, into himself. In a final, desperate act, he unleashes it all. A brilliant bolt of power connects the heavens and the earth, obliterating him and raising a massive, fiery mountain from the flat plain. The geological upheaval even forces a nearby river to curve, forming an island. The betrayer appears on this new island, staring at the mountain with contempt and vowing that their eternal conflict is not over. The narrative concludes by framing this event within the larger history, explaining that this act began the breaking of the world, and that Luz Theron Telemon would forever be known by the name Dragon. Chapter 1. An Empty Road. The narrative opens with a philosophical reflection on the nature of time as a cyclical wheel, before focusing on a wind blowing through the mountains of mist during what is known as the Third Age. This wind, carrying an unseasonable chill for a spring that should have already begun, sweeps down into the two rivers and buffets two travelers, Rand al'Thor and his father Tam. They are walking beside a cart pulled by a mare named Bella along the quarry road, headed for the village of Emond's Field. The cold is palpable, and Rand finds himself wishing for warmer clothing as he struggles to keep his cloak wrapped around himself, his efforts complicated by the quiver on his back and the bow he holds ready in his hand with an arrow nocked. The atmosphere is unnervingly quiet, devoid of the usual sounds of birds or squirrels, a silence that amplifies the creaking of their cart's axle. The landscape reflects the harsh winter, with only evergreen trees showing any colour and the ground still dotted with patches of snow. The sunlight itself feels weak and cold, contributing to a sense of unease. This tension is heightened by the recent troubles in the region. The severe winter has driven an unusual number of wolves and even bears down from the mountains, making travel after dark a dangerous prospect for humans and livestock alike. While Rand is on high alert, his father Tam, a broad and solid man, walks with a steady, impassive stride, using his spear as a staff. Tam's calm demeanour suggests a man accustomed to hardship, determined to deliver his cargo of apple brandy and cider to the Winespring Inn for the upcoming Beltane festival, regardless of the cold or the predators. Rand, despite his father's reassuring presence, feels a growing sense that he is being watched. He initially tries to dismiss it as a product of the gloomy morning, but the feeling intensifies until the hairs on his arms prickle. Glancing back down the road, he is startled to see a figure on horseback. Both rider and mount are stark, ungleaming black. The rider's cloak is pulled low, shrouding his face in shadow, but Rand feels an intense, soul-chilling hatred directed specifically at him. As he stares, transfixed, he stumbles and breaks his gaze. When he looks again, the rider has vanished without a trace. Shaken, Rand tells his father about the rider, but when they look, the road is empty. Tam, ever practical, suggests looking for hoofprints, but Rand, unnerved by a detail he now recalls, that the rider's black cloak remained perfectly still despite the strong wind, declares it was likely just his imagination. He is too afraid to explain the unnatural stillness of the cloak, and he urges his father to press on toward the village. Tam, sensing his son's fear, offers a piece of his unique wisdom, telling Rand to remember the flame and the void, a meditative technique for controlling one's emotions that Tam uses to win the local archery contests. As they continue, Rand is unable to shake the image of the horseman and the feeling of malevolence, finding the familiar Westwood forest suddenly alien and threatening. Upon arriving in Emmons Field, the oppressive mood begins to lift. The village is bustling with activity in preparation for Beltane. Children, freed from the fear that kept them indoors, play in the streets, and the adults are engaged in vigorous spring cleaning. Tam pauses to speak with other men, and the conversations are grim, filled with talk of the harsh winter's damage, but underscored by the characteristic resilience of the Two Rivers folk. Their journey is briefly halted by Wit Conga, a notorious complainer who voices his dissatisfaction with Nynaeve Almayara, the village wisdom, for her failed predictions about the winter. The confrontation is cut short by Wit's formidable wife, Daisy, who scolds him for meddling in the business of the women's circle. They proceed to the village green, the centre of the upcoming festivities, where mounds of wood are stacked for the Beltane bonfires, and women are erecting the ceremonial spring pole. At the Winespring Inn, they are greeted warmly by the proprietor and mayor, Brandlewyn Alvear. They are soon joined by Ken Bui, the elderly and cynical Thatcher, who echoes the general pessimism about the lingering winter and also criticises the wisdom. As the older men argue, Rand is pulled aside by his friend, Matt Cawthon. After some initial talk of a prank involving a badger, the conversation takes a serious turn. Rand asks Matt if he has seen a man in a black cloak, and to his shock, Matt reveals that he saw the exact same figure just outside the village 3 days prior. Matt confesses to being terrified by the rider, who simply stared at him before vanishing, and he admits to a fleeting, frightening thought that it could have been the Dark One himself. Rand counters with the traditional teaching that the Dark One is bound, but he shares Matt's deep-seated fear. They agree not to tell anyone else, realizing their story would be dismissed, especially coming from a known prankster like Matt. Their secretive conversation is interrupted by Tam and Bran, who reveal that a gleeman has arrived at the inn, a rare and exciting event for the isolated community. The news is a joyful surprise, and Matt immediately asks if the gleeman wears a black cloak. Bran laughs, dispelling the tension by describing the man's cloak as a colourful patchwork, typical of a gleeman. The mayor explains he kept the Gleeman's arrival a secret to avoid disappointment if he failed to appear, just as he has tried to keep the rumoured Beltane fireworks a secret. The chapter concludes with Tam and Bran going inside, leaving Rand and Mat to begin the task of unloading the cider barrels. Mat teases Rand about seeing Egwene, the mayor's daughter, pulling Rand's thoughts from mysterious, terrifying riders back to his more mundane, personal anxieties. Chapter 2. Strangers. As Rand and Mat delivered the initial barrels of brandy to the Winespring Inn, they found the common room occupied by a sombre gathering. Bran Al'Vere, the innkeeper and mayor, was already serving ale to the entire village council, who were seated silently before the large stone fireplace, their pipes creating a haze of smoke. Rand's father, Tam, stood by the hearth, preparing his own pipe. The mood was one of quiet concern, with the men so absorbed in their thoughts that only two of them, the burly blacksmith Harold Luhan and the miller John Thane, acknowledged the boy's presence. Master Luhan's acknowledgement was a distinct, disapproving frown, which prompted Mat to kick Rand's ankle as a signal to hurry through the room without delay. Once in the back hall, Rand learned the reason for the blacksmith's displeasure. Mat confessed to having played a prank by telling younger boys about fictional ghost hounds, and then covering Master Luhan's own dogs in flour to frighten them. The prank had backfired when the dogs ran inside the Luhan's house, making a terrible mess and earning Mat the ire of both the blacksmith and his formidable wife Alsbet. Their work in the cellar was interrupted by the breathless arrival of a younger boy, Ewan Fingar, who brought astonishing news. 2 actual strangers were in Eamon's Field. This was a highly unusual event for the isolated village, and the news immediately seized the attention of Rand and Mat, who connected it to the dark rider Rand had seen earlier. Ewan described a beautiful, high-born lady in elegant clothing and a man with a cloak that seemed to shift in colour, blending into his surroundings. Mat confirmed the story, having seen the pair arrive the previous evening on magnificent horses. He described the woman, Lady Moiraine, as someone from a Gleeman's Tale, and the man, Lan, as a warrior who wore his sword as if it were a part of him. Ewan added that there was already tension, as Moiraine had unintentionally offended Nynaeve, the village wisdom, by calling her a child, though she had apologised upon learning Nynaeve's position. Back outside on the village green, Rand once again felt the unnerving sensation of being watched. His eyes were drawn to a large raven perched on the inn's roof, staring down at him with an unnerving intensity. When Mat joined him, they both threw rocks at the bird, which sidestepped the projectiles with an unnatural ease. Their confrontation with the bird was ended by a melodious woman's voice decrying the raven as a vile creature. The bird immediately launched into the air and flew west. The speaker was the Lady Moiraine herself. Rand was captivated by her ageless beauty and her attire, which included a sky-blue velvet cloak, a gold serpent ring, and a delicate blue stone on her forehead. She engaged the 3 boys in conversation, offering them future employment and sealing the arrangement by pressing a silver coin into each of their hands, stating that a bond now existed between them. When Rand hesitantly asked why she had come to such a remote place, Moraine's demeanour became more serious. She explained that she was a student of history and a collector of old stories, and that the 2 rivers held a particular interest for her. She spoke cryptically about the turning of the wheel of time, how places and men wear many names across the ages, and the unknowable nature of the great pattern. As she departed, her companion Lan followed, a tall wolf-like man whose cold, grey-blue eyes seemed to weigh and measure the boys as he passed. The boys were left to marvel at their encounter and the coins they had received. Rand and Mat recognised their coins as being exceptionally valuable, enough to purchase a horse, and they both instinctively decided not to spend them. The chapter concludes with the festive arrival of the peddler's wagon, reinforcing the boys' belief that, with a Gleeman and mysterious strangers now present, it was going to be the most memorable Beltane festival ever. Chapter 3. The Peddler. The chapter begins with the noisy arrival of the peddler, Padden Fane, whose wagon creates a cacophony of clattering pots as it crosses the wagon bridge into Eamon's Field. The village is already bustling for the Beltane festival, and a large, excited crowd immediately swarms the peddler's impressive wagon, which is drawn to a halt before the inn. Fane himself is depicted as a peculiar figure, a pale and lanky man with a remarkably large nose, perpetually wearing a smile, as if he is privy to a secret joke. The village council, with Master Alvear and Tam Althor at its head, emerges from the inn to formally greet him. The villagers, however, are far less formal, shouting out requests for goods, but more importantly, clamouring for news from the world beyond the two rivers. Fane, a natural showman, savours the attention, deliberately delaying his report to build suspense among the townsfolk. Rand, accompanied by Matt, pushes through the throng to get a better view, and they are soon joined by their friend Perrin Ibarra, the brawny blacksmith's apprentice. After a moment of dramatic posturing, Fane finally begins his tale. He starts by acknowledging the villagers' hardships, the prolonged winter and the unusually aggressive wolves, but quickly dismisses them as minor compared to the troubles plaguing the rest of the world. He then delivers his shocking news. A war has broken out in the nation of Gayaldan. The cause, he reveals with a dramatic whisper, is that a man has proclaimed himself to be the dragon. This revelation sends a wave of terror and disbelief through the crowd. The villagers cry out, referencing old stories of the dragon who broke the world and caused the time of madness. While some, like the blacksmith Haral Luhan, insist it must be another false dragon, the fear is palpable. The contentious Thatcher, Sen Bai, stokes the flames of panic, demanding Fane clarify if this man is truly the dragon reborn, connecting the claim to their own blighted crops and unnatural weather. Fane adds a chilling detail that silences the crowd. This man, unlike previous pretenders, can genuinely channel the One Power. He speaks of the ground splitting open and lightning striking at the man's command. This revelation confirms the immense danger, as men who channel are destined to go mad and cause destruction. The situation escalates further when Fane announces that the Aes Sedai from Tar Valon are already involved, as only they can confront another channeler. Recognizing the gravity of the news and the rising panic, Mayor Alvear decides the matter is too serious for a public spectacle. He formally invites Fane inside the inn for a private meeting with the village council, shutting the door on the protesting villagers. Left outside, Rand, Matt, and Perrin discuss the monumental news. Matt is filled with a reckless excitement at the prospect of living through such world-altering events, while Perrin is deeply worried about the possibility of war and Aes Sedai coming to the two rivers. Their conversation is interrupted by the village wisdom, Nynaeve Almeara, who arrives with Egwene. Nynaeve scolds the boys, particularly Matt, for their careless talk about the Dark One and related matters. She then enters the inn to ensure the council asks the proper questions of the peddler. Alone with Rand, Egwene reveals that she is now of marriageable age, indicated by her newly braided hair, and confesses that she has been training with Nynaeve to become a wisdom herself, a path that might lead her to leave the two rivers entirely. This possibility visibly unsettles Rand. Their tense conversation is cut short when Perrin reveals to the group that he too has seen the mysterious black-cloaked rider that Rand and Matt encountered, confirming the figure is not a figment of their imagination. Egwene dismisses their fears as childish stories, but the shared experience solidifies a sense of a tangible, immediate threat in the minds of the three young men. Chapter 4. The Gleeman. The chapter commences with the dramatic exit of a white-haired man from the inn, who turns to glare at the door that has just slammed behind him. This man, though lean and stooped, moves with a surprising agility that belies his age. His most striking feature is a thick cloak adorned with 100 colourful patches of various shapes and sizes, which flutter with his every movement. Egwene excitedly identifies him as the Gleeman. The man, whose name is later revealed to be Tom Merrilin, immediately confronts Rand and his companions. In a deep, resonant voice that seems to fill the air even outdoors, he launches into a tirade of complaints. He bemoans the poor directions he received, the chilly reception from the innkeeper, who failed to identify himself as the mayor, the suspicious stares from the men in the common room, and most recently, the confrontation with a girl child, Nynaeve, who threatened him with a club. Rand, grinning despite the man's temper, tries to explain that the woman was their village wisdom, an explanation that only prompts Marilyn to exclaim that a girl so young should be flirting rather than practicing her craft. This comment causes discomfort among the boys, who know Nynaeve's formidable temper. When Rand further explains that the village council was distracted by news of a war in Gayalden and a false dragon, the Gleeman dismissively calls it old news and expresses his scorn for the peddler, Padden Fane, whom he likens to a raven for his habit of carrying bad news. Egwene defends Fane, and in response, Tom Merrilin's demeanour changes. He flatters her, calling her a lovely lass and inviting her to be his assistant during his performance, an offer she accepts, much to the amusement of Mat and Perrin. Merrilin then formally introduces himself with a grand, flourishing bow, declaring that while he was once a court bard, he now glories in the simple title of Gleeman. Despite Mat's eager questions about the war and the Aes Sedai, Tom deflects, stating that he is an artist, not a newsmonger, and that it is much safer to know nothing about Aes Sedai. He then turns his attention to the boys, remarking on Rand's unusual height and Perrin's broad shoulders, proposing a challenge for later where they will be unable to lift him. When the boys mention their limited travels, Tom seems to be subtly mocking them, prompting Egwene to come to their defense. Seeing that a crowd has gathered, the Gleeman decides to offer a small sample of his talents. With a surprising leap, he somersaults atop an old stone foundation and begins juggling 3 coloured balls, which soon become 6. He launches into a grand recitation, promising tales of heroes like Arthur Hawkwing, of mythical creatures, and of ages past and future. His list of stories notably includes the end of the Age of Legends, the dragon, and the time of madness, when Aes Sedai shattered the world. This powerful recitation comes to an abrupt halt when Tom notices Moiraine and Lan have joined the audience. His entire demeanour shifts to one of wariness and caution. He snatches the balls from the air, makes them disappear, and offers Moiraine a deep, formal bow. Their subsequent exchange is tense and filled with subtext. Moiraine states that she is a stranger far from home, and Tom assures her that none of his stories will displease her, his tone indicating he is deeply unsettled by her presence. After she and Lan depart, a visibly displeased Tom ignores the crowd's calls for more entertainment and retreats into the inn. The village council then emerges, leading to a heated argument between Mayor Alvear and Nynaeve over their respective handling of the day's events and Moiraine's presence. The mayor, showing a rare flash of temper, silences Sen Bui and stomps back inside. Tam informs Rand and his friends that the council has decided the immediate threat is low, but they will establish patrols along the borders of the 2 rivers after the Beltane festival. He explains the mayor's public discussion of the threat was a calculated move to manage the villagers' fear before it could grow into panic. In a surprising turn, Tam then tells Rand they must return to their farm immediately. As they prepare to leave, Rand, Mat, and Perrin agree to find other witnesses who have seen the black-cloaked rider before they approach the mayor, fearing they will not be believed. On the journey home, as Rand walks nervously beside the cart with a nocked arrow, his father finally reveals a crucial piece of information. Tam now believes Rand's story about the Dark Rider, not just because of Perrin, but because the sons of Jon Thane and Samwell Craw have also seen the same menacing figure. He explains that the council is already aware and is quietly spreading the word among the adults to be vigilant. This revelation washes over Rand with immense relief, erasing his feeling of isolation. The knowledge that others believe him, and that the whole community is silently uniting against the threat, lifts a great weight from his shoulders. Chapter 5. Winter Night. The afternoon sun was already descending as the cart carrying Rand and his father Tam finally reached their farm. Situated in the secluded Westwood, The house was a modest, single-story rectangular dwelling. Unlike the larger, multi-generational homes, more common in the eastern parts of the two rivers. Although the winter storms had worn away its whitewash, the structure remained in good repair, a testament to diligent upkeep. The farmyard, arranged in a triangle between the house, barn, and stone sheep pen, was quiet, with only a few chickens scratching at the frozen ground. The farm's dual reliance on wool and tabac was evident from the nearby shearing shed and the tall, conical curing shed for the tabac leaves. Upon inspecting the sheep pen, Rand noted the flock's placid demeanour and concluded that the mysterious black-cloaked rider had not visited their property, reasoning that the animals would have been spooked. Tam, however, remained deeply unsettled. Wielding his spear, he conducted a methodical and tense search of the entire farmstead, examining the ground around the house, barn, and outbuildings with intense scrutiny. He even went so far as to draw water from the well, sniffing it and tasting it with extreme caution, before finally allowing himself a brief, barking laugh of relief, acknowledging that his fear of the unseen rider was making him overly suspicious. Despite this, he insisted on preparing for the evening and catching up on chores, a prospect Rand met with a grimace, though he understood the unending nature of farm work. Significantly, Rand chose to keep his bow and quiver close by, unwilling to be caught defenseless. After stabling and tending to their mare, Bella, and checking on the other livestock, Rand turned his attention to the neglected vegetable garden. The prolonged winter had severely stunted the growth of their crops, a worrying sign for their future food supply. As Rand hoed the barren ground, Tam sat nearby mending harness, his spear propped beside him, creating a silent tableau of shared vigilance. The feeling of unease persisted as Rand moved to the task of splitting firewood. The rhythm of the axe, chopping pine and oak, provided a temporary distraction, but the unusually large wood piles stacked against the house served as a stark reminder of the unnaturally long and cold season. As twilight faded into a cold, moonlit night, Tam called Rand inside for supper. The main room of their home was a warm and comforting space, illuminated by numerous candles and a crackling fire. It was a lived-in room, filled with personal effects like Tam's books, his pipe rack, and various items awaiting repair, creating an atmosphere that felt safe from the chilling threats outside. It was in this momentary sanctuary that the evening took a startling turn. After locking the front door, an act Rand had never witnessed before, Tam retrieved a long-hidden chest from his bedroom. He returned to the main room wearing a sword belt, from which hung a sword of remarkable quality. The weapon featured a bronze heron emblem on both its hilt and scabbard, and another etched into the fine steel of its slightly curved, single-edged blade. Rand, whose only experience with swords was the crude blades of merchants' guards, was mesmerized. Tam explained that he had acquired it long ago and far away, for a price he considered too high, and that Rand's mother had always disapproved of it. He spoke of the weapon with a weary resignation, viewing it as useless for a farmer, but acknowledging that if his dark premonitions were true, they might soon be glad he had kept it. The fragile piece was shattered when a heavy blow struck the front door, followed by the door itself bursting inward. A monstrous figure, larger than any man, filled the doorway. It was clad in black chainmail with cruel spikes at its joints, and its head was a nightmarish blend of human and animal, crowned with the curled horns of a ram and featuring a hairy muzzle instead of a mouth and nose. In a single reflexive motion of pure terror, Rand hurled the kettle of boiling tea water he was holding at the creature. The beast roared in pain as Tam's heron-marked sword flashed out. With two swift, skilled strikes, Tam dispatched the first attacker and a second one that tried to force its way past the first. Shouting for Rand to flee into the woods, Tam heaved their massive oak table over to barricade the doorway against the press of more creatures. Consumed by fear, but filled with shame at leaving his father, Rand raced to the back of the house. Finding the back door also locked, he threw open a window and slipped out into the moon-dappled farmyard. From outside, He could hear the splintering of wood and guttural, inhuman voices from within. In a desperate attempt to help, he yelled out a warning, pretending they were escaping from the back to draw the attackers' attention. He then sprinted for the cover of the woods, dropping into the shadows of the barn to hide. He watched in horror as more of the monstrous things poured from the house. He saw his father leap through a shattered front window and deliberately run toward the back of the house, away from the woods, still trying to draw the pursuit away from where he believed his son to be hiding. Understanding his father's sacrifice, Rand yelled out his true position, prompting Tam to change direction and lead the pack of monsters away at an angle, giving Rand a chance to escape. Unwilling to abandon his father, Rand, armed only with a hoe handle he had stumbled upon, began to stalk the creatures through the forest. Deeper in the woods, the terrifying howls faded, replaced by a silence that was equally menacing. As Rand crept through the shifting moon shadows, a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth. It was Tam, who had managed to evade his pursuers and circle back. Tam identified their attackers as Trollocs, creatures Rand had only known from frightening stories. He explained that Trollocs serve the Dark One, possess senses superior to humans in the dark, and kill for pleasure. He then revealed he was wounded. Rand discovered his father was burning with fever. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rand knew he had to get his father to Emmonsfield and the care of the village, Wisdom, Nynaeve. Leaving the increasingly weak Tam hidden, Rand took the heron-marked sword and resolved to return to the farmhouse for supplies and their cart. Creeping back to the edge of the woods, he saw light still spilling from the house. He crawled cautiously across the farmyard, discovering to his horror that the Trollocs had slaughtered his entire flock of sheep before they left. Inside the house, the scene was one of utter destruction. Furniture was hacked to pieces, cabinets were smashed, and the bodies of 4 dead Trollocs were tangled in the wreckage. As he searched for supplies, he was gripped by terror as one of the Trollocs, a creature with a wolf's muzzle, stirred and rose to its feet. The Trolloc, which called itself Nag, spoke in a distorted, guttural voice, claiming it had stayed behind because it was smart. It tried to coax Rand into putting down the sword, revealing that a Myrddraal, a Fade, one of the most dreaded creatures from the darkest legends, wanted to speak with him. When Rand feigned compliance, the Trolloc lunged. In the ensuing struggle, Rand was slammed against a wall and pinned beneath the creature's immense weight, but he managed to thrust the sword upward, impaling and killing his attacker. Shaken, but alive, and aware that the other Trollocs in the Fade could return at any moment, Rand hastily gathered what he could: blankets, cloaks, a water bag, and a clean shirt to replace his own, which was now smeared with the Trolloc's blood. His search revealed that his own bow had been snapped in 2. In the barn, he found more devastation. Bella and the cow were gone, and the cart was smashed. Despair threatened to overwhelm him until he devised a new plan. Using the impossibly sharp sword, he hacked the one undamaged shaft from the ruined cart and then retrieved the other broken one, intending to build a makeshift litter. He carried his awkward burdens back into the forest to his father, who was now delirious with fever and mumbling about the past. After tending to the wound as best he could, Rand constructed the travois. Placing his father upon it, he began the long, desperate journey through the night toward Emmonsfield, clinging to the hope that safety and healing awaited them there. Chapter 6. The Westwood. In the dim moonlight of the Westwood, Rand examines his father's condition, discovering that a seemingly minor gash along Tam's ribs is the source of a dangerously high fever. The flesh around the wound is burning hot, indicating a grave infection. Paralyzed by the terror of the pursuing Trollocs and the even more frightening Fade, Rand knows they will not give up their hunt, and that hiding is his only option. He forces himself into action, constructing a crude litter from cart shafts and blankets. His resolve is tested by Tam's delirium, as his father murmurs to Carrie, Rand's mother who has been dead for 15 years, deepening Rand's fear for his father's life and the severity of his condition. He takes Tam's sword, the weight of the weapon feeling alien and burdensome, a grim reality far removed from his adventurous daydreams. The journey toward Emmons Field through the dark woods is an exhausting ordeal, with every root and shadow posing a threat. His constant vigilance is rewarded with terror when he witnesses the Fade leading a column of 20 Trollocs along the nearby road. Rand freezes in hiding, watching the nightmare procession pass. He is further horrified when the Dark Rider returns alone, its silent horse stopping as the hooded figure scans the darkness, its malevolent gaze sweeping directly over their hiding spot before it finally gallops away. As the grueling trek continues, Tam's fever dreams intensify, culminating in a devastating recollection. He speaks of a battle fought in the snow on a mountain, where he found a newborn baby beside its mother who had died from her wounds. Tam describes taking the infant, who should have perished in the cold, and bringing him home to his wife, Carrie, because they had no children of their own. He concludes the memory by stating that they gave the child a good name, Rand. This story shatters Rand's world, causing him to collapse under the weight of the revelation. Though he tries to dismiss it as a mere fever dream, he is left grappling with a profound identity crisis as he forces himself to continue, haunted by the question of who he truly is. Now write a very long summary for this chapter I will read on YouTube. Start with chapter number and name, if there is any in the original script. If there isn't, do not include this. Remember to write chapter number, name, and to add a period at the end, e.g. Chapter 1. The Sierra Nevada Watchers. Add a lot of details and analysis and shit to avoid copyright issues. Follow the original script strictly. Write entirely in words, no symbols. You can rewrite sentences using your own words, but never plagiarize because I don't want copyright issues. Do not write irrelevant thing, like here is a detailed summary. Crucial. The result should be around 1/7 the total amount of words of the chapter. Actually fucking count because you fuck this up very often. Do not fucking cross me. Chapter 7. Out of the Woods. Grey first light came while Rand still trudged through the forest. At first he did not really see. When he finally did, he stared at the fading darkness in surprise. No matter what his eyes told him, he could hardly believe he had spent all night trying to travel the distance from the farm to Emmons Field. Of course, the quarry road by day, rocks and all, was a far cry from the woods by night. On the other hand, it seemed days since he had seen the black-cloaked rider on the road, weeks since he and Tam had gone in for their supper. He no longer felt the strip of cloth digging into his shoulders, but then he felt nothing in his shoulders except numbness, nor in his feet for that matter. In between, it was another matter. His breath came in laboured pants that had long since set his throat and lungs to burning, and hunger twisted his stomach into queasy sickness. Tam had fallen silent some time before. Rand was not sure how long it had been since the murmurs ceased, but he did not dare halt now to check on Tam. If he stopped, he would never be able to force himself to start out again. Anyway, whatever Tam's condition, he could do nothing beyond what he was doing. The only hope lay ahead, in the village. He tried wearily to increase his pace, but his wooden legs continued their slow plod. He barely even noticed the cold, or the wind. Vaguely, he caught the smell of wood smoke. At least he was almost there if he could smell the village chimneys. A tired smile had only begun on his face, though, when it turned to a frown. Smoke lay heavy in the air, too heavy. With the weather, a fire might well be blazing on every hearth in the village, but the smoke was still too strong. In his mind, he saw again the Trollocs on the road. Trollocs coming from the east, from the direction of Emmons Field. He peered ahead, trying to make out the first houses, and ready to shout for help at the first sight of anyone. Even Sen Bai, or one of the Coplins. A small voice in the back of his head told him to hope someone there could still give help. Suddenly a house became visible through the last bare-branched trees, and it was all he could do to keep his feet moving. Hope turning to sharp despair, he staggered into the village. Charred piles of rubble stood in the places of half the houses of Emmons Field. Soot-coated brick chimneys thrust like dirty fingers from heaps of blackened timbers. Thin wisps of smoke still rose from the ruins. Grimy-faced villagers, some yet in their nightclothes, poked through the ashes, here pulling free a cookpot, there simply prodding forlornly at the wreckage with a stick. What little had been rescued from the flames dotted the streets. Tall mirrors and polished sideboards and high chests stood in the dust among chairs and tables, buried under bedding, cooking utensils, and meagre piles of clothing and personal belongings. The destruction seemed scattered at random through the village. 5 houses marched untouched in one row, while in another place a lone survivor stood surrounded by desolation. On the far side of the wine-spring water, the 3 huge bell-tine bonfires roared, tended by a cluster of men. Thick columns of black smoke bent northward with the wind, flecked by careless sparks. One of Master Alvira's Duran stallions was dragging something Rand could not make out over the ground toward the wagon bridge and the flames. Before he was well out of the trees, a sooty-faced Harald Luhan hurried to him, clutching a woodsman's axe in one thick-fingered hand. The burly blacksmith's ash-smeared nightshirt hung to his boots, the angry red welt of a burn across his chest showing through a ragged tear. He dropped to one knee beside the litter. Tam's eyes were closed, and his breathing came low and hard. "Trollocs, boy?" Master Luhan asked in a smoke-hoarse voice. Here too. Well, we may have been luckier than anyone has a right to be, if you can credit it. He needs the wisdom. Now where in the light is she? Egwene! Egwene, running by with her arms full of bedsheets torn into bandages, looked around at them without slowing. Her eyes stared at something in the far distance. Dark circles made them appear even larger than they actually were. Then she saw Rand and stopped, drawing a shuddering breath. "Oh no, Rand, not your father. Is he—" "Come, I'll take you to Nynaeve." Rand was too tired, too stunned to speak. All through the night, Eamon's Field had been a haven where he and Tam would be safe. Now all he could seem to do was stare in dismay at her smoke-stained dress. He noticed odd details as if they were very important. The buttons down the back of her dress were done up crookedly, and her hands were clean. He wondered why her hands were clean when smudges of soot marked her cheeks. Master Luhan seemed to understand what had come over him. Laying his axe across the shafts, the blacksmith picked up the rear of the litter and gave it a gentle push, prodding him to follow Egwene. He stumbled after her, as if walking in his sleep. Briefly, he wondered how Master Luhan knew the creatures were Trollocs, but it was a fleeting thought. If Tam could recognize them, there was no reason why Harald Luhan could not. "All the stories are real," he muttered. "So it seems, lad," the blacksmith said. "So it seems." Rand only half heard. He was concentrating on following Egwene's slender shape. He had pulled himself together just enough to wish she would hurry, though in truth she was keeping her pace to what the 2 men could manage with their burden. She led them halfway down the green, to the Calder house. Char blackened the edges of its thatch, and smut stained the whitewashed walls. Of the houses on either side, only the foundation stones were left, and 2 piles of ash and burned timbers. One had been the house of Berin Thane, one of the miller's brothers. The other had been Abel Cawthon's, Matt's father. Even the chimneys had toppled. "Wait here," Egwene said, and gave them a look as if expecting an answer. When they only stood there, she muttered something under her breath, then dashed inside. "Matt," Rand said. "Is he—" "He's alive," the blacksmith said. He set down his end of the litter and straightened slowly. "I saw him a little while ago. It's a wonder any of us are alive. The way they came after my house and the forge, you'd have thought I had gold and jewels in there. Alsbet cracked one's skull with a frying pan. She took one look at the ashes of our house this morning and set out hunting around the village with the biggest hammer she could dig out of what's left of the forge, just in case any of them hid instead of running away. I could almost pity the thing if she finds one." He nodded to the Calder house. Mistress Calder and a few others took in some of those who were hurt, the ones with no home of their own still standing. "When the Wisdom's seen Tam, we'll find him a bed," The inn, maybe. The mayor offered it already, but Nynaeve said the hurt folk would heal better if there weren't so many of them together. Rand sank to his knees. Shrugging out of his blanket harness, he wearily busied himself with checking Tam's covers. Tam never moved or made a sound, even when Rand's wooden hands jostled him. But he was still breathing, at least. My father. The other was just the fever talking. "What if they come back?" he said dully. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills," Master Luhan said uneasily. "If they come back... Well, they're gone now, so we pick up the pieces, build up what's been torn down." He sighed, his face going slack as he knuckled the small of his back. For the first time, Rand realized that the heavy-set man was as tired as he was himself, if not more so. The blacksmith looked at the village, shaking his head. "I don't suppose today will be much of a Beltane, but we'll make it through. We always have." Abruptly he took up his axe, and his face firmed. "There's work waiting for me. Don't you worry, lad. The wisdom will take good care of him, and the light will take care of us all. And if the light doesn't, well, we'll just take care of ourselves. Remember, we're two rivers folk." Still on his knees, Rand looked at the village as the blacksmith walked away. Really looked for the first time. Master Luhan was right, he thought, and was surprised that he was not surprised by what he saw. People still dug in the ruins of their homes, but even in the short time he had been there, more of them had begun to move with a sense of purpose. He could almost feel the growing determination. But he wondered. They had seen Trollocs. Had they seen the black-cloaked rider? Had they felt his hatred? Nynaeve and Egwene appeared from the Calder house, and he sprang to his feet. Or rather, he tried to spring to his feet. It was more of a stumbling lurch that almost put him on his face in the dust. The wisdom dropped to her knees beside the litter, without giving him so much as a glance. Her face and dress were even dirtier than Egwene's, and the same dark circles lined her eyes, though her hands too were clean. She felt Tam's face, and thumbed open his eyelids. With a frown, she pulled down the coverings and eased the bandage aside to look at the wound. Before Rand could see what lay underneath, she had replaced the wadded cloth. Sighing, she smoothed the blanket and cloak back up to Tam's neck with a gentle touch, as if tucking a child in for the night. "There's nothing I can do," she said. She had to put her hands on her knees to straighten up. "I'm sorry, Rand." For a moment he stood, not understanding, as she started back to the house. Then he scrambled after her and pulled her around to face him. "He's dying," he cried. "I know," she said simply, and he sagged with the matter-of-factness of it. "You have to do something. You have to. You're the wisdom." Pain twisted her face, but only for an instant. Then she was all hollow-eyed resolve again, her voice emotionless and firm. "Yes, I am. I know what I can do with my medicines, and I know when it's too late. Don't you think I would do something if I could? But I can't. I can't, Rand. And there are others who need me. People I can help." "I brought him to you as quickly as I could," he mumbled. Even with the village in ruins, there had been the wisdom for hope. With that gone, he was empty. "I know you did," she said gently. She touched his cheek with her hand. "It isn't your fault. You did the best anyone could. I am sorry, Rand, but I have others to tend to. Our troubles are just beginning, I'm afraid." Vacantly, he stared after her, until the door of the house closed behind her. He could not make any thought come, except that she would not help. Suddenly, he was knocked back a step, as Egwene cannoned into him, throwing her arms around him. Her hug was hard enough to bring a grunt from him any other time. Now he only looked silently at the door behind which his hopes had vanished. "I'm so sorry, Rand," she said against his chest. "Light, I wish there was something I could do." Numbly, he put his arms around her. "I know. I have to do something, Egwene. I don't know what, but I can't just let him." His voice broke, and she hugged him harder. "Egwene." At Nynaeve's shout from the house, Egwene jumped. "Egwene, I need you. And wash your hands again." She pushed herself free from Rand's arms. "She needs my help, Rand." "Egwene." He thought he heard a sob as she spun away from him. Then she was gone, and he was left alone beside the litter. For a moment, he looked down at Tam, feeling nothing but hollow helplessness. Suddenly, his face hardened. "The mayor will know what to do," he said, lifting the shafts once more. "The mayor will know." Bran Al'Vir always knew what to do. With weary obstinacy, he set out for the Wine Spring Inn. Another of the Duran stallions passed him, its harness straps tied around the ankles of a big shape draped with a dirty blanket. Arms covered with coarse hair dragged in the dirt behind the blanket, and one corner was pushed up to reveal a goat's horn. The Two Rivers was no place for stories to become horribly real. If Trollocs belonged anywhere, it was in the world outside, for places where they had Aes Sedai and false dragons and the light alone knew what else come to life out of the tales of Gleeman, not the Two Rivers, not Eamon's Field. As he made his way down the green, people called to him, some from the ruins of their homes, asking if they could help. He heard them only as murmurs in the background, even when they walked alongside him for a distance as they spoke. Without really thinking about it, he managed words that said he needed no help, that everything was being taken care of. When they left him, with worried looks, and sometimes a comment about sending Nynaeve to him, he noticed that just as little. All he let himself be aware of was the purpose he had fixed in his head. Bran Al'Vir could do something to help Tam. What that could be, he tried not to dwell on, but the mayor would be able to do something, to think of something. The inn had almost completely escaped the destruction that had taken half the village. A few scorch marks marred its walls, but the red roof tiles glittered in the sunlight as brightly as ever. All that was left of the peddler's wagon, though, were blackened iron wheel rims leaning against the charred wagon box, now on the ground. The big round hoops that had held up the canvas cover slanted crazily, each at a different angle. Tom Merrilin sat cross-legged on the old foundation stones, carefully snipping singed edges from the patches on his cloak with a pair of small scissors. He set down cloak and scissors when Rand drew near. Without asking if Rand needed or wanted help, he hopped down and picked up the back of the litter. "Inside?" Of course. "Don't you worry, boy. Your wisdom will take care of him. I've watched her work since last night, and she has a deft touch and a sure skill. It could be a lot worse. Some died last night. Not many, perhaps, but any at all are too many for me. Old Fane just disappeared, and that's the worst of all. Trollocs will eat anything. You should thank the light your father's still here and alive for the wisdom to heal." Rand blotted out the words, "He is my father," reducing the voice to meaningless sound that he noticed no more than a fly's buzzing. He could not bear any more sympathy, any more attempts to boost his spirits. Not now. Not until Bran Al'Vir told him how to help Tam. Suddenly he found himself facing something scrawled on the inn door, a curving line scratched with a charred stick, a charcoal teardrop balanced on its point. So much had happened that it hardly surprised him to find the dragon's fang marked on the door of the Wine Spring Inn. Why anyone would want to accuse the innkeeper or his family of evil or bring the inn bad luck was beyond him, but the night had convinced him of one thing. Anything was possible, anything at all. At a push from the Gleeman, he lifted the latch and went in. The common room was empty except for Bran Al'Vir, and cold too, for no one had found time to lay a fire. The mayor sat at one of the tables, dipping his pen in an inkwell with a frown of concentration on his face, and his grey fringed head bent over a sheet of parchment. Nightshirt tucked hastily into his trousers and bagging around his considerable waist, he absently scratched at one bare foot with the toes of the other. His feet were dirty, as if he had been outside more than once without bothering about boots, despite the cold. "What's your trouble?" he demanded without looking up. "Be quick with it. I have 24 things to do right this minute, and more that should have been done an hour ago, so I have little time or patience." "Well, out with it." "Master Al'Vir," Rand said, It's my father. The mayor's head jerked up. Rand! Tam! He threw down the pen and knocked over his chair as he leaped up. Perhaps the light hasn't abandoned us altogether. I was afraid you were both dead. Baylor galloped into the village an hour after the Trollocs left, lathered and blowing as if she'd run all the way from the farm, and I thought, no time for that now. We'll take him upstairs. He seized the rear of the litter, shouldering the gleeman out of the way. You go get the wisdom, Master Merrilin, and tell her I said hurry, or I'll know the reason why. Rest easy, Tam. We'll soon have you in a good soft bed. Go, Gleeman, go. Tom Merrilin vanished through the doorway before Rand could speak. Nynaeve wouldn't do anything. She said she couldn't help him. I knew. I hoped you'd think of something. Master Alvear looked at Tam more sharply, then shook his head. We will see, boy. We will see. But he no longer sounded confident. Let's get him into a bed. He can rest easy at least. Rand let himself be prodded toward the stairs at the back of the common room. He tried hard to keep his certainty that somehow Tam would be all right. But it had been thin to begin with, he realized. And the sudden doubt in the mayor's voice shook him. On the second floor of the inn, at the front, were half a dozen snug, well-appointed rooms with windows overlooking the green. Mostly they were used by the peddlers, or people down from Watch Hill or up from Devonride, but the merchants who came each year were often surprised to find such comfortable rooms. 3 of them were taken now, and the mayor hurried Rand to one of the unused ones. Quickly, the down comforter and blankets were stripped back on the wide bed, and Tam was transferred to the thick feather mattress, with goose-down pillows tucked under his head. He made no sound beyond hoarse breathing as he was moved, not even a groan, but the mayor brushed away Rand's concern, telling him to set a fire to take the chill off the room. While Rand dug wood and kindling from the woodbox next to the fireplace, Bran threw back the curtains on the window, letting in the morning light, then began to gently wash Tam's face. By the time the gleeman returned, the blaze on the hearth was warming the room. She will not come, Tom Merrilin announced as he stalked into the room. He glared at Rand, his bushy white brows drawing down sharply. You didn't tell me she had seen him already. She almost took my head off. I thought... I don't know. Maybe the mayor could do something, could make her see. Hands clenched in anxious fists, Rand turned from the fireplace to Bran. Master Alvear, what can I do? The rotund man shook his head helplessly. He laid a freshly dampened cloth on Tam's forehead and avoided meeting Rand's eye. I can't just watch him die, Master Alvear. I have to do something. The gleeman shifted as if to speak. Rand rounded on him eagerly. Do you have an idea? I'll try anything. I was just wondering, Tom said, tamping his long-stemmed pipe with his thumb, if the mayor knew who scrawled the dragon's fang on his door. He peered into the bowl, then looked at Tam and replaced the unlit pipe between his teeth with a sigh. Someone seems not to like him anymore. Or maybe it's his guests they don't like. Rand gave him a disgusted look and turned away to stare into the fire. His thoughts danced like the flames, and like the flames they concentrated fixedly on one thing. He would not give up. He could not just stand there and watch Tam die. My father, he thought fiercely. My father. Once the fever was gone, that could be cleared up as well. But the fever first. Only how? Bran Alvear's mouth tightened as he looked at Rand's back, and the glare he directed at the gleeman would have given a bare pause. But Tom just waited expectantly, as if he had not noticed it. It's probably the work of one of the Congars, or a Coplin, the mayor said finally, though the light alone knows which. They're a large brood, and if there's ill to be said of someone, or even if there isn't, they'll say it. They make Ken Bui sound honey-tongued. That wagon load who came in just before dawn? The gleeman asked. They hadn't so much as smelled a Trolloc, and all they wanted to know was when festival was going to start, as if they couldn't see half the village in ashes. Master Alvear nodded grimly. One branch of the family, but none of them are very different. That fool Darl Coplin spent half the night demanding I put Mistress Moiraine and Master Lan out of the inn, out of the village, as if there would be any village at all left without them. Rand had only half listened to the conversation, but this last tugged him to speak. What did they do? Why, she called ball lightning out of a clear night sky, Master Alvear replied. Sent it darting straight at the Trollocs. You've seen trees shattered by it. The Trollocs stood it no better. Moiraine, Rand said incredulously, and the mayor nodded. Mistress Moiraine, and Master Lan was a whirlwind with that sword of his. His sword! The man himself is a weapon, and in 10 places at once, or so it seemed. Burn me, but I still wouldn't believe it if I couldn't step outside and see. He rubbed a hand over his bald head. Winter night visits just beginning, our hands full of presents and honey cakes and our heads full of wine, then the dogs snarling, and suddenly the two of them burst out of the inn, running through the village, shouting about Trollocs. I thought they'd had too much wine. After all, Trollocs. Then, before anyone knew what was happening, those things were right in the streets with us, slashing at people with their swords, torching houses, howling to freeze a man's blood. He made a sound of disgust in his throat. We just ran like chickens with a fox in the henyard till Master Lan put some backbone into us. No need to be so hard, Tom said. You did as well as anyone could. Not every Trolloc lying out there fell to the two of them. Yes. Well, Master Alvear gave himself a shake. It's still almost too much to believe. An Aes Sedai in Emond's Field, and Master Lan is a warder. An Aes Sedai? Rand whispered. She can't be. I talked to her. She isn't. She doesn't. Did you think they wore signs? The mayor said wryly. Aes Sedai painted across their backs and maybe, danger, stay away. Suddenly he slapped his forehead. Aes Sedai, I'm an old fool and losing my wits. There's a chance, Rand, if you're willing to take it. I can't tell you to do it, and I don't know if I'd have the nerve if it were me. A chance, Rand said. I'll take any chance if it'll help. Aes Sedai can heal, Rand. Burn me, lad, you've heard the stories. They can cure where medicines fail. Gleeman, you should have remembered that better than I. Gleeman's tales are full of Aes Sedai. Why didn't you speak up, instead of letting me flail around? I'm a stranger here, Tom said, looking longingly at his unlit pipe. And Goodman Coplin isn't the only one who wants nothing to do with Aes Sedai. Best the idea came from you. An Aes Sedai, Rand muttered, trying to make the woman who had smiled at him fit the stories. Help from an Aes Sedai was sometimes worse than no help at all, so the stories said. Like poison in a pie, and their gifts always had a hook in them, like fish bait. Suddenly the coin in his pocket, the coin Moiraine had given him, seemed like a burning coal. It was all he could do not to rip it out of his coat and throw it out the window. Nobody wants to get involved with Aes Sedai, lad, the mayor said slowly. It is the only chance I can see, but it's still no small decision. I cannot make it for you, but I have seen nothing but good from Mistress Moiraine. Moiraine Sedai, I should call her, I suppose. Sometimes, he gave a meaningful look at Tam. You have to take a chance, even if it's a poor one. Some of the stories are exaggerated in a way, Tom added, as if the words were being dragged from him. Some of them. Besides, boy, what choice do you have? None, Rand sighed. Tam still had not moved a muscle. His eyes were sunken as if he had been sick a week. I'll go find her. The other side of the bridges, the Gleeman said, where they are, disposing of the dead Trollocs. But be careful, boy. Aes Sedai do what they do for reasons of their own, and they aren't always the reasons others think. The last was a shout that followed Rand through the door. He had to hold on to the sword hilt to keep the scabbard from tangling in his legs as he ran, but he would not take the time to remove it. He clattered down the stairs and dashed out of the inn, tiredness forgotten for the moment. A chance for Tam, however small, was enough to overcome a night without sleep, for a time at least. That the chance came from an Aes Sedai, or what the price of it might be, he did not want to consider. And as for actually facing an Aes Sedai, he took a deep breath and tried to move faster. The bonfires stood well beyond the last houses to the north, on the westward side of the road to Watch Hill. The wind still carried the oily black columns of smoke away from the village, but even so, a sickly sweet stink filled the air, like a roast left hours too long on the spit. Rand gagged at the smell, then swallowed hard when he realized its source. A fine thing to do with Beltane fires. The men tending the fires had cloths tied over their noses and mouths, but their grimaces made it plain the vinegar dampening the cloths was not enough. Even if it did kill the stench, they still knew the stench was there, and they still knew what they were doing. Two of the men were untying the harness straps of one of the big Durans from a Trollocs ankles. Lan, squatting beside the body, had tossed back the blanket enough to reveal the Trollocs' shoulders and goat-snouted head. As Rand trotted up, the warder unfastened a metal badge, a blood-red enamelled trident, from one spiked shoulder of the Trolloc shirt of black mail. "Kobol," he announced. He bounced the badge on his palm and snatched it out of the air with a growl. "That makes 7 bands so far." Moiraine, seated cross-legged on the ground a short distance off, shook her head tiredly. A walking staff, covered from end to end in carved vines and flowers, lay across her knees, and her dress had the rumpled look of having been worn too long. 7 bands. 7! That many have not acted together since the Trolloc Wars. Bad news piles on bad news. I am afraid, Lan. I thought we had gained a march, but we may be further behind than ever. Rand stared at her, unable to speak. An Aes Sedai. He had been trying to convince himself that she would not look any different now that he knew what he was looking at, and to his surprise she did not. She was no longer quite so pristine, not with wisps of her hair sticking out in all directions and a faint streak of soot across her nose, yet not really different either. Surely there must be something about an Aes Sedai to mark her for what she was. On the other hand, if outward appearance reflected what was inside, and if the stories were true, then she should look closer to a Trolloc than to a more than handsome woman whose dignity was not dented by sitting in the dirt. And she could help Tam. Whatever the cost, there was that before anything else. He took a deep breath. Mistress Moiraine Sedai. Both turned to look at him, and he froze under her gaze. Not the calm, smiling gaze he remembered from the green. Her face was tired, but her dark eyes were a hawk's eyes. Aes Sedai, breakers of the world, puppeteers who pulled strings and made thrones and nations dance in designs only the women from Tar Valon knew. A little more light in the darkness, the Aes Sedai murmured. She raised her voice. How are your dreams, Rand al'Thor? He stared at her. My dreams. A night like that can give a man bad dreams, Rand. If you have nightmares, you must tell me of it. I can help with bad dreams sometimes. There's nothing wrong with It's my father. He's hurt. It's not much more than a scratch, but the fever is burning him up. The wisdom won't help. She says she can't. But the stories... She raised an eyebrow, and he stopped and swallowed hard. Light. Is there a story with an Aes Sedai where she isn't a villain? He looked at the warder, but Lan appeared more interested in the dead Trolloc than in anything Rand might say. Fumbling his way under her eyes, he went on. It said Aes Sedai can heal. If you can help him, anything you can do for him, whatever the cost. He took a deep breath and finished up in a rush. I'll pay any price in my power if you help him. Anything. Any price, Moiraine mused, half to herself. We will speak of prices later, Rand, if at all. I can make no promises. Your wisdom knows what she is about. I will do what I can, but it is beyond my power to stop the wheel from turning. Death comes sooner or later to everyone, the warder said grimly, unless they serve the Dark One, and only fools are willing to pay that price. Moiraine made a clucking sound. Do not be so gloomy, Lan. We have some reason to celebrate. A small one, but a reason. She used the staff to pull herself to her feet. Take me to your father, Rand. I will help him as much as I am able. Too many here have refused to let me help at all. They have heard the stories too, she added dryly. He's at the inn, Rand said. This way, and thank you. Thank you. They followed, but his pace took him quickly ahead. He slowed impatiently for them to catch up, then darted ahead again and had to wait again. Please hurry, he urged, so caught up in actually getting help for Tam that he never considered the temerity of prodding an Aes Sedai. The fever is burning him up. Lan glared at him. Can't you see she's tired? Even with an angriel, what she did last night was like running around the village with a sack of stones on her back. I don't know that you are worth it, sheepherder, no matter what she says. Rand blinked and held his tongue. Gently, my friend, Moiraine said. Without slowing her pace, she reached up to pat the warder's shoulder. He towered over her protectively, as if he could give her strength just by being close. You think only of taking care of me. Why should he not think the same of his father? Lan scowled, but fell silent. I am coming as quickly as I can, Rand. I promise you. The fierceness of her eyes, or the calm of her voice, not gentle, exactly, more firmly in command, Rand did not know which to believe, or perhaps they did go together. Aes Sedai. He was committed now. He matched his stride to theirs, and tried not to think of what the price might be that they would talk about later. Chapter 8. A place of safety. Upon entering the room, Rand's immediate and sole focus was on his father, Tam, who remained unconscious and breathing with great difficulty. The gleeman, Tom Merrilin, abruptly ended a conversation with Mayor Alver to cast a nervous glance at Moiraine before making a swift exit, muttering about needing to smoke and protect his belongings. Lan, the warder, openly expressed his distrust for the gleeman, noting his absence during the previous night's battle. Moiraine, however, ignored everyone but Tam, her gaze intensely focused on the injured man. When the mayor tried to usher Rand out of the room, Rand pleaded with the Aes Sedai to stay, insisting fiercely that he would remain quiet and out of the way. Moiraine impatiently agreed, also instructing Lan to sit with him before dismissing the mayor so she could begin her work undisturbed. Left alone with the Aes Sedai and her warder, Rand watched as Moiraine knelt by the bed, placed her hands on Tam's chest, and closed her eyes in deep concentration. He felt a profound unease, knowing that the one power was about to be used in his presence, a concept that was both terrifying and far removed from the sensational flashes and thunder described in stories. As the room settled into a tense silence, Lan softly broke it by commenting on the fine quality of Rand's sword, specifically asking if a heron was marked on its blade. Rand, momentarily forgetting the weapon, confirmed that it was his father's, though he added that Tam had always called it useless until the previous night. The warder analysed this, explaining that the heron is a symbol of a master swordsman in other lands, implying a history for Tam that was far more complex than that of a simple sheepherder. Shifting the subject, Rand voiced a question that had been tormenting him, asking Lan if advanced knowledge of the strange, fear-inducing rider he had seen in the woods could have prevented the village's destruction. Moiraine herself answered, stating that even with a month's warning, she alone could not have stopped an entire fist of Trollocs and a Murdral. She admitted her own arrogance in underestimating the Dark One's reach and failing to heed the warning signs, such as the unnatural behaviour of a raven she had seen, which Lan explained are often used as spies by the forces of shadow. As they spoke, Rand noticed a visible improvement in his father. His breathing was calmer, and his colour had returned slightly. Moiraine explained that while she had eased his pain, the true healing was not yet complete. The Trolloc blade that had wounded Tam was forged on the slopes of Shaiol Ghul and carried a dark taint that caused wounds to fester and resist normal medicine. To combat this deep evil, Moiraine revealed a small, age-darkened ivory figurine, an angreal, which she explained was a rare and powerful artifact from the Age of Legends that could magnify her ability to channel the One Power. While she cautioned Rand not to have false hope, she turned back to Tam and, clutching the angreal, began the true healing. During this process, Lan elaborated on the creature Rand had seen, identifying it as a murdral, also known as a fade or halfman. He dispelled the myth of their immense size but affirmed their terrifying nature, explaining they are throwbacks to the human stock used to create Trollocs and serve as commanders for the Trolloc armies, possessing a fear-inducing gaze and the Dark One's own luck. Rand then confessed that a Trolloc had tried to speak with him, claiming the murdral wanted him, before he managed to kill it. Once the healing was complete, Moiraine, looking exhausted, confirmed that Tam would survive, though he would require weeks of rest to recover his strength. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Rand immediately promised to do anything to repay her, so long as it brought no harm to his village or friends. It was then that Moiraine revealed the true, terrifying purpose of the attack. She explained that it was not a random raid. The Trollocs had specific targets. They had struck Rand's farm, the Abera farm, the blacksmith's forge where Perrin worked, and the Cawthon household. The murdral, she stated with certainty, had come to Emond's Field to find and either kill or capture 3 specific young men who were all nearly the same age: Rand, Perrin Abera, and Mat Cawthon. She asserted that something about one or all of them was feared by the Dark One, a notion so incredible that Rand initially refused to believe it. Moiraine and Lan pressed the point, arguing that such a large force of Trollocs would not have been brought so far south for a simple raid. The most chilling part of her argument was the warning that they would be back. Rand realized with dawning horror that the only way to protect his home and everyone in it was for him to leave. His stubbornness crumbled under the weight of this responsibility, and he accepted that Mat and Perrin would have to leave as well. Moiraine offered them a destination, Tar Valon, the city of the Aes Sedai, which she called the only true place of safety. There, surrounded by the power of the White Tower, they might also discover why the Dark One was hunting them. She instructed Rand to prepare to leave under the cover of darkness that very night, leaving a note for his father, who would likely sleep for some time. Left alone, Rand felt a painful tearing sensation, as he understood that he was now irrevocably separated from his home. Later, Mayor Alvear and his wife brought food for Rand. In a quiet conversation, Rand asked the mayor about the specifics of the attack, and Master Alvear unknowingly corroborated Moiraine's story, confirming that the attacks were strangely focused on the blacksmith, the Cawthon's house, and the outlying farms, which solidified Rand's grim resolve. Exhausted, Rand decided to stay in the room with his father, determined to wait for him to wake so he could explain everything. Despite his best intentions to stay awake and speak with Tam one last time, his physical and emotional exhaustion overwhelmed him. Sitting in a chair by the bed, still grappling with the impossible truth and the future he now faced, Rand fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 9. Tellings of the Wheel. The chapter begins with Rand al'Thor trapped in a terrifying dreamscape, a barren and desolate land where spring would never arrive. He runs through hills of cold, lifeless soil under a swollen blood-red sun that offers no warmth against the wintry air. The sky is a churning cauldron of black and silver clouds, and jagged mountains in the distance belch plumes of dark smoke. Though he cannot see them, he hears the guttural howls of his pursuers, Trollocs, who are gleefully closing in for the kill. His strength is failing him as he scrambles to the top of a ridge, only to find himself at the edge of a massive canyon filled with thick, rolling mists. From the center of this canyon, a colossal black mountain pierces the sky, a spire of pure despair that fills him with a profound sense of desolation and helplessness. He recognizes this place on a primal level, and unseen forces try to pull him toward the mountain, calling him to serve. He resists, his will draining away until a spark of anger allows him to fight back. He defiantly shouts at the mountain, naming Shaitan, and is immediately confronted by a looming figure in a blood-red cloak whose face is too terrible to comprehend. Flinging himself away, Rand falls into a new dream. He now finds himself on a gentle plain near a single broken-peaked mountain and a wide river. On an island in the river sits a magnificent city of gleaming white and silver walls, with soaring towers and wondrous lacy bridges. This city represents safety and sanctuary, and he walks toward it with relief. However, the chilling presence of his pursuer returns, a light-devouring figure whose touch promises madness. As he runs, the city recedes, growing smaller and smaller no matter how fast he moves. Just as the cold hand of his enemy touches his collar, he falls and finds himself on one of the city's marvelous bridges, surrounded by smiling people. He enters the city, a wonderland of breathtaking architecture and joyous music. His goal is a great white tower at the city's center, but every time he turns down a side street, the tower appears at its end, trapping him. The friendly faces of the people become filled with pleading desperation, urging him toward the tower, which they need him to enter. He accepts his destiny, and the crowd celebrates, strewing flowers in his path as he dances toward the tower. He enters the grand doors at its top, only for them to crash shut behind him, revealing a hissing Myrddraal that declares they have been waiting for him. Rand awakens with a gasp in his room at the inn, shivering from the nightmare. He finds that his father, Tam, is also awake and recovering. Tam's voice is weak, but his mind is clear, and he expresses relief that Rand is safe. Rand recounts the events of the Trolloc attack, including Moiraine's arrival, and her story about why the Shadow is hunting them. Tam, cautious and wise, advises Rand to be wary of the Aes Sedai, explaining that while they do not lie outright, the truth they tell is often not the one a person thinks they are hearing. He also warns Rand about Lan, explaining the powerful bond between an Aes Sedai and her warder means that any secret told to Lan is as good as told to Moiraine. Tam reluctantly accepts that Rand must go to Tar Valon for his own safety, but expresses a desire to follow in a few days. Their emotional goodbye is cut short when Lan arrives, urgently telling Rand that there is trouble and they must leave at once. Downstairs in the common room, Rand and Mat find Lan peering out into the inn yard. A mob of about 36 villagers, led by the sour-faced Hari Copland and his brother, has gathered to confront Moiraine. They accuse her of bringing the Trollocs to Eamon's field and demand that she leave. The situation escalates when Hari threatens to burn her out. The mayor, Bran Alvira, and the blacksmith, Harul Luhan, step forward to defend their guest, shaming the crowd by reminding them how Moiraine had used her power to heal many of the injured, including several people in the mob. Unfazed, Moiraine silences everyone by making her staff burst into brilliant white flame at both ends. She then rebukes the villagers for their cowardice, telling them they have forgotten their heritage as the descendants of the people of Manetheren. She launches into a powerful story, a telling of the Wheel, about the ancient and heroic kingdom that once stood in their very lands. She speaks of their brave King Aemon and beautiful Queen Eldrine, and how the armies of Manetheren were a scourge to the Shadow during the Trolloc Wars. She recounts their final heroic stand against a massive Trolloc army, where the men of Manetheren, betrayed by allies who never came, fought to the last to protect their homeland. She describes how Queen Eldrine, in her grief, unleashed a devastating wave of the One Power that destroyed the enemy commanders and scattered their forces, but at the cost of her own life and the city itself. The villagers are left shamed and awestruck by the tale of their ancestors' sacrifice. The mob disperses, and as the last of them depart, Lan urges Rand and Mat to follow him out the back, their long journey beginning in the quiet darkness of the night. Chapter 10. Leave-taking. The narrative continues in the immediate aftermath of Moiraine's powerful display, where a jet of fire from her staff commands the absolute attention of the hostile villagers. She verbally chastises them for their cowardice, questioning if their lineage, the blood of the great Aemon, has dwindled to nothing more than frightened people arguing over the best way to hide from danger. She laments that they have forgotten their own history and the inherent strength of their heritage, a strength they will desperately need for the approaching darkness. The villagers, particularly the outspoken Coplins, are struck silent by her commanding presence and sharp rebuke. When Bran, the mayor, attempts to defend their identity as simple, honest folk, Moiraine begins a grand and spellbinding tale to reveal their true history. She explains that the river they know as the White River was once called Manetheren, the waters of the mountain home in the Old Tongue. This river flowed through the ancient and glorious land of Manetheren, whose capital city was a marvel of Ogier stonemasonry. The people of this entire region were the people of Manetheren, ruled by the fearless King Aemon and his beautiful Queen Eldraine. Moiraine paints a vivid picture of their legendary courage and love, urging the villagers to weep for the loss of their memory. She recounts how, during the Trolloc Wars, the armies of Manetheren were a constant scourge to the forces of the Dark One, known for their unbreakable spirit. When a Trolloc army threatened their homeland, while their own forces were fighting far away, the men of Manetheren marched relentlessly, day and night, to return and defend it. They made a heroic stand at the River Tarandrel against a massive horde led by dreadlords under the banner of Ba'alzamon. Despite being vastly outnumbered, they held the crossings for 10 days, waiting for promised aid that was ultimately betrayed and never arrived. Forced to retreat across the river, King Aemon organized a fighting withdrawal to buy time for his people to escape, a cause joined by farmers, shepherds, and even women, all knowing they were marching to their deaths. The final, desperate battle took place on the very ground they now call Aemon's Field, where the army of Manetheren was completely annihilated. Far away in the empty capital, Queen Eldraine felt her husband's death. Consumed by grief and a thirst for vengeance, she drew upon an immense amount of the One Power, far more than any person could safely wield, and unleashed it upon the victorious Trolloc army. In an instant, she incinerated the enemy dreadlords and generals, shattering the Trolloc host with terror and causing them to flee in a mindless panic. This act of ultimate sacrifice saved her people, but cost Eldraine her life, and the power she wielded consumed the city of Manetheren itself. The survivors, bound to their land by the blood and sacrifice of their ancestors, remained. Over centuries they forgot their epic history, but they held the land, passing it down until it came to the people of the Two Rivers today. Moiraine concludes her story, leaving the villagers stunned and ashamed. One by one, led by a remorseful Payet Alkar, they apologize and disperse, their hostility replaced by a newfound respect. With the immediate threat from the villagers neutralized, Lan quickly gathers Rand and Mat, urging them toward the back of the inn to begin their urgent departure into the night. Inside the stables, they meet Perrin, who is armed with a formidable, custom-made axe, featuring a broad blade and a wicked spike, a stark contrast to a simple woodsman's tool. After some nervous joking among the three friends about their new weapons, Lan delivers a grim warning, stressing that any object can be a weapon, and survival depends on their will to use it. This dose of reality silences them. The boys huddle together, expressing their doubts and fears, and reveal that only Rand spoke to his father, while Mat and Perrin left notes to avoid being stopped. Their clandestine conversation is interrupted by Moiraine, and then by the unexpected arrival of Egwene, who astutely deduced their plan and is determined to join them, dismissing their warnings of Trollocs as mere stories. Lan objects fiercely, citing the unnecessary danger, but Moiraine overrules him, stating that Egwene's involvement is now part of the pattern of destiny. Their company grows again when Tom Merrilin, the Gleeman, reveals he was hiding in the hayloft and insists on travelling with them for safety. After hastily saddling a mare named Bella for Egwene, the group slips out of the village. Lan guides them with expert stealth, navigating through the Winespring water to avoid the new patrols of watchful villagers. Once clear of the village and travelling along the North Road, Rand spots a terrifying man-sized creature with bat-like wings flying across the moon. Lan identifies it as a dragcar, a monstrous spy for the Shadow. Moiraine realizes with alarm that their enemy now knows their location, and that their only hope is to outrun the Trollocs to Tarren Ferry. The chapter ends with the group galloping into the darkness, their stealthy escape transformed into a desperate race for their lives. Chapter 11. The Road to Tarren Ferry. The chapter opens with the group engaged in a desperate, moonlit flight northward along the North Road. Lan sets a relentless pace on his black stallion, with Moiraine's white mare keeping stride for stride, creating the image of a shadow and a dart of light leading the way. Positioned at the rear of the tight formation, Rand al'Thor is burdened with the duty of watching for their pursuers, his mind filled with dread of the Trollocs, the Fade, and especially the terrifying flying creature known as the Dragcar. He simultaneously struggles to manage his own powerful grey horse, Cloud, who treats the frantic escape like a race and constantly fights for more rain. Rand's anxiety is also intensely focused on Egwene and her mare, Bella, as he fears the shaggy pony will not be able to maintain the punishing pace and might be abandoned by the pragmatic warder. As this worry consumes him, he feels a strange, freezing sensation run through his bones and silently wills the mare to keep running, which, to his relief, she miraculously does. Their frantic journey eventually brings them to the outskirts of the village of Watch Hill, where the distant sounds of an undisturbed Beltane celebration drift from the warmly lit houses. The party is deeply fatigued, and despite the clear and present danger, Mat and Perrin express their desire to stop for rest and a hot meal at the local inn. Lan, however, flatly insists they cannot stop for more than a few moments, stating they must press on until they have crossed the Tarren River. When Rand protests, arguing that the horses are on the verge of collapse, Moiraine demonstrates her Aes Sedai power by moving among the mounts and magically erasing their exhaustion in a display that leaves Rand astonished. Lan explains to a surprised Rand that this act drains Moiraine considerably, as she cannot use the one power to restore her own energy, hinting at the high cost of their flight. Their brief pause is shattered by the piercing shriek of a Dragcar, which swoops low over them, its shadow and the unnatural feel of its wings causing the horses to panic violently. Rand is nearly unseated and is dragged across the ground by his terrified horse before he can regain control. Only Lan's and Moiraine's mounts remain composed amidst the chaos. Lan quickly commands everyone to remount, explaining that the creature has now marked their exact position for the pursuing Myrddraal. In the confusion, Rand realizes with some embarrassment that he had instinctively drawn his father's heron-marked sword to face the aerial threat. He hastily sheathes it, hoping no one noticed. The party resumes its flight, now clustered tightly together for security as the Dragcar's cries hound them from above. Moiraine shouts over the pounding hooves that she cannot fight the creature while on the move. In response, she conjures a thick, unnaturally cold fog that completely envelops them, muffling sound and obscuring them from their hunter. She explains, this is a tactic to use the enemy's own cunning against it. They ride for what feels like an eternity through this disorienting, icy mist, guided only by the unseen confidence of Lan and Moiraine. Just as suddenly as the fog appeared, Lan calls a halt, and the group finds themselves within the village of Tarren Ferry, identifiable by its unique houses built on high stone foundations to protect against river floods. Lan proceeds directly to a specific house and pounds on the door until he rouses the ferryman, a sharp-featured man named Master Hightower. Initially resistant to operating his ferry in the dead of night and within the strange, magical fog, Hightower's resolve crumbles when Lan offers him a substantial payment in gold, with the promise of an equal amount upon their safe crossing. The ferryman reluctantly agrees to their immediate departure and goes to awaken his haulers. Chapter 12. Across the Tarren. The chapter commences with Lan leading the weary company on foot through the disorienting thick fog that blankets the village of Tarren Ferry. Rand al'Thor, stiff and sore from the long, unaccustomed ride, can barely discern his companions in the swirling grey mist that obscures everything beyond a few feet. The village is unnervingly silent, with only a few dim, hazy lights visible through windows, making the houses seem like isolated spectres floating in a sea of cloud. Rand reflects glumly on the difference between seeking adventure, as Egwene has, and having it thrust upon him. While stories might romanticize such a flight, his reality is one of cold, damp misery. He overhears a fragmented exchange between Moiraine and Lan, in which the Aes Sedai insists the warder handle a delicate matter, concerned that a certain individual will remember too much and that she must not stand out in his thoughts. This cryptic comment hangs in the air as the others, Mat, Perrin, and even Tom Merrilin, mutter their own discomforts, wishing for a warm meal and a fire. Only Egwene marches on with a painful but determined stoicism, her adventure having seemingly begun. Their journey through the silent town culminates at the ferry landing, a wooden structure extending out into the unseen river. As they halt, Lan signals a state of alert, prompting the Eamon's fielders to reveal their weapons. Rand copies the warder's pose by placing a hand on his sword, while Perrin adjusts his axe and Mat reaches for his quiver. Tom Merrilin, in a display of dramatic flair, produces a dagger with a flourish and begins nonchalantly trimming his nails, earning an amused laugh from Moiraine and impressed applause from Egwene. Their tense waiting is interrupted by the arrival of the ferryman, Master Hightower, accompanied by 6 grim-faced men carrying torches. Hightower, described with a weasel-like face, is openly suspicious and greedy, demanding the remainder of his payment. Lan coolly informs him that the rest of the gold will be paid only when they are safely on the opposite bank, a promise that convinces the reluctant ferryman to proceed. The crossing itself is fraught with tension. The party leads their horses onto a large wooden barge, and as the haulers begin the laborious process of pulling the ferry along guide ropes, the landing disappears into the oppressive fog. The environment magnifies the villagers' anxieties about the notoriously wide and treacherous Tarren River. During the passage, Rand quietly asks Lan if Hightower's crew might have tried to rob them. The warder offers a chilling piece of wisdom, explaining that in the anonymity of darkness and fog, men often act on their worst impulses, and those who are quickest to fear harm are often the first to inflict it. He dismisses the idea that Hightower would aid a Myrddraal, however, stating that fear of the shadow far outweighs greed. As if to prove Lan's point about paranoia, Hightower turns and stares at them with deep suspicion before hastily looking away. Upon reaching the far shore, Moiraine pays Hightower and adds a silver mark for each of his men. The transaction is immediately followed by a terrifying and unnatural event. The ferry, still moored to the landing, groans and shudders before breaking free. The torches left aboard begin to spin as a powerful whirlpool, something the ferryman declares has never existed on the Tarren, forms and violently tears the vessel apart. Moiraine's detached comment about an unfortunate occurrence and Lan's flat agreement leave no doubt that this was an act of the One Power. Lan gives the terrified Hightower more gold for his trouble, and the ferryman, snatching the coins, flees into the night with his men, their fear having utterly conquered their avarice. A short walk from the riverbank, the group abruptly steps out of the fog into a clear, moonlit night, the line between mist and clarity as sharp as if drawn with a pen. Moiraine explains her strategy to a questioning Tom Merrilin. She deliberately created the vast bank of fog as a massive deception. It forces the pursuing Myrddraal to consider that they may have escaped down the river by boat, compelling it to divide its forces and waste precious time, thus slowing the pursuit. The admission reveals the immense power she wields and her strategic mind. Lan then leads them to a hidden shelter he had prepared beforehand, a hollow space within a great tangle of fallen trees. As they settle, the distant piercing scream of a dragcar is heard searching over the fog-shrouded river, confirming that Moiraine's diversion is working. Inside the woody cavern, warmed by a small, smokeless fire, the chapter's final, pivotal revelation unfolds. Moiraine begins instructing Egwene on the nature of the One Power, explaining the true source and its two halves. The male Sidon, now tainted by the Dark One, and the female Sidar, which remains pure. She reveals that she knew from their first meeting that Egwene could channel, citing the strength of the old blood in Eamon's Field, and explaining that without proper training in Tar Valon, touching the power is incredibly dangerous, often fatal. To the shock and discomfort of Rand, Mat, and Perrin, Moiraine guides Egwene through her first controlled contact with the Source, using a small blue gemstone as a focus. Rand desperately wishes for her to fail, sensing a new, insurmountable distance forming between them. Egwene, however, succeeds in making the stone glow with a faint, pulsing light. Moiraine declares the feat a stunning success, predicting a great future for her. Overcome with joy, Egwene embraces the Aes Sedai and exclaims to Rand that she is going to become an Aes Sedai, solidifying her new path and irrevocably changing her destiny. Chapter 13. Choices. The chapter begins with Moiraine ministering to the exhausted group before they sleep. She moves to each individual, laying her hands upon their heads to channel a restorative energy that eases their fatigue and heals their aches. While Lan protests that she should conserve her strength, he accepts the aid. The others react with a mixture of eagerness and fear, with Tom Merrilin initially resisting until Moiraine's insistent gaze compels him to submit. Rand, attempting to hide, is found last. He is astonished as the feeling of complete exhaustion flows out of him, replaced by a profound sense of restfulness. This act serves as a powerful demonstration of Moiraine's abilities, but it also highlights her own vulnerability, as she is unable to perform the same service for herself and retires wearily without eating. After a short but deeply restorative sleep, Lan rouses them to begin their journey north to Baerlon. The pace is deliberately slow to preserve the horse's strength, a decision enforced by the warder, who himself covers vast distances scouting ahead and behind them. The initial days are marked by a palpable tension, with the young men from Eamon's Field frequently looking over their shoulders, expecting pursuit by Trollocs or Dragcar. As the days pass without incident, a tentative sense of security begins to settle in. The landscape they traverse is stark and unwelcoming, a winter-gripped forest of bare branches and patches of lingering snow, offering little concealment. At Lan's direction, they painstakingly circle around any sign of human habitation, reinforcing their isolation. To prepare them for potential conflict, Lan begins a regimen of weapons training in the evenings. After observing Mat and Perrin's proficiency with the bow, he focuses on close-quarters combat. He instructs Perrin on the proper use of his axe, and begins teaching Rand the fundamentals of swordplay. The instruction is not about wild aggression, but about controlled, flowing movements. Crucially, Lan explains that the core of the technique is emptying the mind of all emotion, a concept Rand astonishingly recognizes as the flame and the void, something his father, Tam, had taught him. This connection elicits an unreadable expression from Lan, suggesting a deeper significance to Rand's upbringing than he realizes. The fragile piece of the journey is punctuated by rising interpersonal tensions. A significant conflict erupts between Rand and Egwene when she begins to unbraid her hair, a symbolic rejection of Two Rivers tradition, and an embrace of her new path toward becoming an Aes Sedai. Rand's angry confrontation about her perceived foolishness and abandonment of her home escalates into a shouting match that is forcefully silenced by Lan, exposing the fraying of their old relationships. This tension is magnified immensely when Moiraine overhears Mat, Perrin and Rand casually discussing their future travels, as if the danger has passed. She confronts them with a chillingly calm demeanor, reminding them of the horrors of winter night. She delivers a terrifying ultimatum. The Dark One is hunting them specifically, and before she would ever allow him to capture them, she would destroy them herself. Her matter-of-fact tone leaves no doubt as to her conviction, instilling a profound fear in the young men. Driven by suspicion and concern over Moiraine's influence, Rand decides to eavesdrop on one of her private nightly conversations with Egwene. Hidden in the darkness, he overhears a discussion that reveals significant lore about the world. Egwene questions Moiraine about the Five Powers and the historical narrative that blames male Aes Sedai for the breaking of the world. Moiraine clarifies that the men were driven by insanity, not evil, and that the Aes Sedai of today are merely human, with the same capacity for both good and cruelty as anyone else. In a moment of startling revelation, Moiraine muses that the old blood is strong in the two rivers, noting the rarity of finding two women with the potential to channel in one village. Before Egwene can press for the identity of the second woman, Rand accidentally makes a noise. Moiraine's head snaps around, her gaze seeming to pierce the darkness directly at his hiding spot. Terrified, Rand scrambles away, his heart pounding with the realization of the immense danger of spying on an Aes Sedai. Finally, after 6 days of travel, the group arrives at a hill overlooking the city of Baerlon. The sight of the immense log-walled town, with its countless tile-roofed buildings, leaves the Emond's Fielders speechless with awe. Moiraine uses the moment to issue a stern warning. Within the city, they must guard their words, never mentioning Trollocs, Halfman, or the Dark One, as Baerlon contains both dark friends and those who harbour a deep hatred for Aes Sedai. She instructs them to use aliases. She will be Alice, and Lan will be Andra. They enter through a lesser-used gate, where they are greeted by a gatekeeper named Avin, who is acquainted with Moiraine and Lan. From him, they learn that the Children of the Light, a militant organisation fanatically opposed to Aes Sedai, have a presence in the city. More disturbingly, Avin shares news from the southern nation of Ghealdan, where a man proclaiming himself the Dragon Reborn has gathered a massive army called the People of the Dragon, leading to a great battle in which Aes Sedai were reportedly killed. This news prompts Rand to question Tom Merrilin, who explains a fragment of the prophecies of the dragon, specifically that the fall of the supposedly impregnable Stone of Tyr is a primary sign of the dragon's return. The chapter concludes as the group follows a secret passage into the stable yard of the Stag and Lion Inn, where they are welcomed by the innkeeper, Master Fitch. Chapter 14. The Stag and Lion. Upon entering the inn, the group from Emond's Field finds a chaotic but organised scene of bustling activity. The innkeeper, Master Fitch, guides them through a labyrinth of staff carrying food and drink, explaining that the inn, like all others in Baerlon, is filled to capacity. He attributes the crowding to an influx of miners and smelters who have come down from the mountains after an exceptionally harsh winter, all telling frightening stories of wolves and even worse things. Moiraine, using the alias Mistress Alice, inquires about the presence of the Children of the Light in the town. Master Fitch dismisses them as a minor nuisance, explaining that the White Cloaks are trying to stir up trouble by claiming an Aes Sedai is in Baerlon, hoping to gain entry into the city. He assures her that the governor does not believe their claims and that most of the townspeople are wise to their manipulations. Moiraine then asks if a person named Min is still in the city. The men are led to a large bath chamber by a quiet attendant named Ara. The room, filled with copper tubs and heated by large fireplaces, provides a welcome respite from the road. As they soak in the steaming water, the exhaustion and chill from their week-long journey begin to dissipate. Conversation eventually starts when Ara, noting their accents, asks if there is trouble in their part of the country as well, referencing the conflict in Ghealdan and rumours of Trollocs in the borderland nation of Saldea. At the mention of Trollocs, Mat impulsively prepares to boast about their own recent encounter. Rand and Perrin, realising the danger, quickly interrupt him, clumsily claiming that Mat tends to garble the Gleeman's stories. Their frantic efforts to silence Mat are interrupted by the arrival of Lan. The warder dismisses the attendant and then unleashes a cold fury upon Mat for his carelessness. He delivers a grim warning that the Dark One has spies everywhere, and that any mention of being pursued by Trollocs would be tantamount to a confession of being a dark friend in the eyes of the Children of the Light, making them targets for both the Shadow and the White Cloaks. After bathing, the group gathers in a private dining room where Rand intends to apologize to Egwene, but she deliberately turns her back on him, causing him to abandon the effort in sullen anger. Master Fitch provides them with a meal, apologizing for its simplicity due to the scarcity of food after the hard winter. Once the innkeeper leaves, Lan confirms that they are not being overheard and delivers his report from the common room. He learned that the false dragon, Loghain, was victorious in a battle in Gyaldan, though details about the fate of the Aes Sedai sent to capture him are unreliable. More importantly for their immediate safety, there are no signs of Myrddraal or other agents of the Shadow in Baerlon, and the White Cloaks are too preoccupied with the governor to notice them. With this news, Moiraine decides they will rest in the city for 2 nights before continuing their journey. Later, in the room he shares with Lan and Tom, Rand falls into a deep sleep and is plunged into a terrifyingly vivid nightmare. He finds himself in a strange, grey stone corridor that leads to a chamber with an impossible, storm-racked sky visible through a balcony. The room itself is unnerving, with a fireplace made of stones that appear to be the anguished faces of men and women. There, he is confronted by a handsome man in dark clothing who introduces himself as Ba'alzamon. The man's eyes and mouth periodically become portals to roaring fire as he speaks. Ba'alzamon taunts Rand, calling him a puppet of the White Tower and claiming his parents were merely part of an Aes Sedai breeding program. He boasts of his own immense power and influence throughout history, stating that he personally orchestrated the madness of Luz Theron Kinslayer and whispered in the ear of Arthur Hawkwing, leading to the downfall of his empire. When Rand defiantly states that the Dark One is bound in Shaiol Ghul, Ba'alzamon laughs, proclaiming he has never been bound. To prove his power within the dream, he telekinetically tortures and kills a rat. He then turns this horrifying power on Rand himself, causing Rand to scream as his body is forced to arch backwards in excruciating pain. Rand awakens violently in the dark, his body trembling. The dream was so real that he is left deeply shaken, grappling with the fear and the disturbing words of Ba'alzamon as he struggles to fall back asleep. Chapter 15. Strangers and Friends. Rand al'Thor was finally woken by the morning sun, long after his companions had risen, feeling the lingering aches from their journey and the profound unease from a series of disturbing dreams. Though only the first dream remained clear in his memory, its horrifying content was enough to leave him with a throbbing headache and a desire to avoid sleep altogether. Annoyed that the others had left to explore the city without him, he washed and dressed, making the significant decision to belt on his father's heron-marked sword, following the example of the ever-vigilant warder, Lan. He hurried down to the inn's kitchen seeking a quick meal, only to walk in on a heated but comical dispute between the innkeeper, Master Fitch, and his formidable cook, a woman named Sarah. The argument centered on complaints from guests about finding an unusual number of dead rats, a situation Sarah defended as her cat simply doing its job too well. Master Fitch, terrified at the prospect of his cook quitting, quickly capitulated, praising the cat's efficiency. Once the innkeeper departed, Sarah's demeanor softened, and as she served Rand bread and cheese, she casually mentioned a chilling detail. All of the dead rats had been discovered with their backs broken. This confirmation that a key event from his nightmare had physically manifested turned Rand's breakfast to ash in his mouth, filling him with a dreadful certainty. Seeking counsel, Rand first thought of Tom Merrilin, but upon reaching the common room, he found the Gleeman in the midst of a grand performance, captivating a packed audience with a story of the great hunt of the Horn, recited in what he called plain chant. Realizing he could not interrupt, Rand retreated, his need for advice growing more desperate. He next sought out his friends and found Perrin still in bed, claiming to be too unwell to go out. It did not take long for the two to discover they had shared the exact same terrifying nightmare. Perrin revealed that Matt had also been tossing and muttering in his sleep, suggesting he too had been visited by the dark figure. The shared experience provided a sliver of relief, but also amplified their fear, leading them to question whom they could possibly trust, whether it be Moiraine, with her mysterious power, or even the worldly Tom. Leaving the troubled Perrin to rest, Rand ventured out into Baerlon alone, but was immediately overwhelmed by the dense, impersonal crowds that thronged the streets. The sheer number of strangers and the chaotic energy of the city were jarring, and he quickly retreated to the relative quiet of the inn's stable yard. There, he was approached by a sharp-eyed young woman with close-cropped hair named Min, whom he recognized from the previous night. Min revealed that she possessed a strange ability to see images and auras around people, which she described as viewing pieces of the pattern. Moiraine was aware of her talent and had asked her to observe Rand and his friends. Min described seeing a great dark shadow attempting to swallow thousands of swirling sparks that surrounded their group. She then relayed a series of cryptic visions she saw for each of them. For Lan, 7 ruined towers and a baby in a cradle holding a sword. For Perrin, a wolf and a broken crown. For Mat, a red eagle and a ruby-hilted dagger. She told Rand she saw lightning striking at him and also emanating from him, along with a host of other confusing and ominous images, including his own funeral bier. Most unsettlingly, she bluntly stated that while he and Egwene loved one another, they were not fated to be together, and that Egwene was destined to follow a path similar to Moiraine's. Min's parting words, that he could not escape her, echoed the menacing promise from his dream, sending Rand fleeing into the city in a state of deep unease. Wandering through Baerlon's streets, Rand eventually spotted a familiar figure. Padan Fain, the peddler from Eamon's Field, whom everyone had presumed dead after the Trolloc attack. Fain, now ragged and deeply paranoid, fled from Rand, who cornered him in an alley. The peddler was terrified of both the white cloaks present in the city, and most especially of Moiraine, whom he identified as an Aes Sedai. He made Rand promise not to reveal his presence before vanishing back into the crowd. Immediately after, Rand literally ran into Mat, who had also just seen Fain. The two friends quickly shared their stories, with Rand revealing the detail about the dead rats in the inn. Mat, horrified, became convinced that they must not tell Moiraine about their shared dream, fearing the potential consequences. Their conversation was interrupted by the sight of 3 children of the light, or white cloaks, striding arrogantly through the street. In a characteristic act of mischief, Mat used his sling to trigger a cascade of barrels from a cart, splattering the white cloaks' pristine cloaks with mud. When the enraged white cloaks confronted Rand, who was laughing at their predicament, something strange occurred within him. Instead of fear, he felt a surge of exhilarating energy, a tingling warmth that made him feel powerful and defiant. He responded to the leader, a man named Bornhald, with bold sarcasm, refusing to be intimidated. His strange confidence only dissipated after the watch arrived, and the white cloaks departed, with Bornhald vowing they would meet again. Shaken by his own bizarre behavior, Rand and a bewildered Mat sought out Tom. In the seclusion of an alley, they recounted their dream. The Gleeman grew intensely serious, especially upon hearing the name Baalzamon, which he warned them never to speak where they could be overheard. He recognized the other names from the dream as those of men who had historically challenged the White Tower and been destroyed for it. Tom advised them to keep the dream a secret, particularly from Moiraine, reasoning that telling her would only bind them more tightly to her and her dangerous world. Convinced, they hurried back to the inn to ensure Perrin also kept silent, only to be met by him at the door with shocking news. Nynaeve Almiara, the wisdom of Eamon's Field, had arrived in Baerlon and was at that very moment inside with Moiraine. The boys stood frozen, realizing that their flight from home had not freed them from its authority, and now they faced a new and entirely different kind of confrontation. Chapter 16. The Wisdom. As Perrin guided the group through the inn, Rand was so preoccupied with how he would confront Nynaeve that he failed to notice Min until she grabbed his arm, pulling him aside. While the others paused impatiently down the hall, Min, after sharply dismissing a gruff Tom, urgently tried to convey a new warning to Rand. She spoke of a young woman with a long dark braid who had recently arrived, identifying her as being part of the dangerous pattern surrounding them. Rand, instantly recognizing the description as Nynaeve, dismissed it as impossible. Min insisted, explaining that her visions of dangerous sparks had grown significantly more intense and focused since Nynaeve's arrival, now igniting between just two people instead of requiring a larger group. She emphasized that the danger had escalated dramatically with the wisdom's presence. Rand, however, remained convinced of Nynaeve's harmlessness and, freeing himself from Min's grasp, rejoined his friends. When Matt questioned him, Rand carelessly let slip that Nynaeve was part of it, a phrase Matt seemed to understand on a deeper level. Matt cleverly deflected Tom's ensuing curiosity by framing Nynaeve's arrival as just another piece of their ongoing bad luck, an explanation Rand reinforced with a partial truth, stating that Min had simply seen her speaking with the innkeeper. Upon entering the designated room, the group was met with a palpable tension that seemed to chill the air despite a roaring fireplace. Moiraine and Nynaeve were seated at opposite ends of a long table, locked in a silent, unyielding stare-down. The atmosphere was so fraught that Lan stood by the fire for warmth, and Egwene huddled in her cloak against a wall. The boys, led by a reluctant Rand, strategically sat in the middle of the table, creating a physical buffer between the two women. The confrontation began when Lan offered Nynaeve wine, questioning how she had managed to track them. Moiraine echoed the question, but Nynaeve, after a defiant sip of wine, revealed her exceptional tracking skills, taught by her father. This admission genuinely surprised and impressed Lan, whose praise caused the ever-stoic wisdom to blush, a rare display of vulnerability. The truce was short-lived, as Nynaeve immediately reasserted her purpose, to take the Aemon's Fielders home, and openly decried Moiraine as an Aes Sedai. At this, Tom intervened with unexpected ferocity, looming over Nynaeve to deliver a grim warning about the White Cloaks in Baerlon. He explained that their mere association with Moiraine and Lan was enough to attract the lethal attention of White Cloak questioners, whose methods focused on extracting confessions with hot irons, rather than discovering truth. Rand, feeling the weight of responsibility, finally spoke for his friends, stating they could not return home. He explained that the Trollocs were specifically hunting them, and their only hope of understanding why and stopping the threat was to continue to Tar Valon. Nynaeve scoffed at this, revealing that Tamal Thor had tried and failed to convince the village council with the same story. She then gave them disheartening news from home. Matt's father worried about his antics, Perrin's master was displeased, and she chastised Egwene for leaving only a note. Moiraine then made her own appeal, arguing that while she could not protect them from all dangers, her connection to the True Source offered a unique and powerful defense against the Dark One's minions, a protection Nynaeve could not match. Unimpressed, Nynaeve retorted with a Two Rivers proverb, comparing them to a rabbit caught between a fighting bear and wolf, insisting they should take their conflict elsewhere. Realizing the stalemate, Moiraine dismissed everyone to speak with the wisdom alone. After a long wait in the hallway, Nynaeve emerged. She told Rand that she had come herself, because the village men were arguing endlessly, and the women's circle knew action had to be taken immediately. The crucial revelation came when she mentioned Moiraine had asked if any of the boys were born outside the Two Rivers. Rand pressed her on this, and Nynaeve's heartbeat of hesitation before denying it was all the confirmation he needed. His father's feverish ramblings about finding him as a baby were true. Nynaeve tried to comfort him with the story of how his parents, Tam and Carrie, had returned to Eamon's Field with a baby, emphasizing the love his mother had for him. Yet the story only served to underscore his outlander origins. The chapter concluded with Nynaeve deflecting further questions, stating her only immediate plan was to take a bath, leaving her ultimate intentions and allegiance entirely uncertain. Chapter 17. Watchers and Hunters. After leaving Nynaeve, Rand sought the lively atmosphere of the common room, hoping to distract himself from his worries. He found the room packed but silent, every patron utterly captivated by the gleeman, Tom Merrilin, who was performing atop a table. Tom was once again recounting the epic tale of the Great Hunt of the Horn, but the story was so vast and multifaceted that each telling offered new details about its legendary heroes, ensuring no one tired of it. The gleeman's voice, accompanied by his harp, filled the room, weaving a narrative of heroes like Rogosh Eagle-Eye and the golden-haired Blaise of Matuchin, figures of immense strength and resolve against the encroaching shadow. Rand found Perrin and Matt, and the three friends listened intently, the surrounding activity of the inn fading into the background. As the evening progressed, Tom transitioned from storytelling to music, putting away his harp for a flute. Joined by musicians on drum and dulcimer, he struck up lively tunes that prompted the patrons to clear a space for dancing. The first song, a familiar favourite from the Two Rivers called The Wind That Shakes the Willow, was followed by more energetic melodies. Eager to join the revelry, Rand and Perrin decided to dance, leaving a reluctant Matt to guard their belongings. The dance was a reel, with lines of men and women facing each other. During the dance, Rand noticed a man with a severe scar across his face staring at him from near a fireplace. Rand felt embarrassed, thinking he had stared and caused offence, and tried to ignore the man's persistent grimacing gaze. His sequence of dance partners proved to be a series of significant and increasingly awkward encounters. He first danced with Nynaeve, the wisdom from their village, and was so stunned by her presence on the dance floor, an activity she never participated in back home, that he stumbled through the steps. He then found himself dancing with Moiraine, whose Aes Sedai grace and presence made him feel even more clumsy and inept. His final partner in the set was Egwene, with whom the dance was a silent, sober affair. There was a palpable tension between them, and though she seemed on the verge of speaking, they parted without a single word. After the dancing concluded for the night and the crowd began to thin, the boys were gathered by Lan. Both Matt and Rand mentioned the scar-faced man who had been staring at them, and Lan identified him as a known spy for the Children of the Light, dismissing him as a direct threat, but looking troubled nonetheless. As the group headed upstairs, Rand, feeling unsettled, decided to get a mug of milk from the kitchen. In the quiet hall, he was suddenly confronted by a creature of profound terror. A Murdral, or Fade, emerged from the shadows, its form clad in black, its face a pale, eyeless mask of horror. Rand was frozen by fear, unable to scream or move as the creature advanced with a serpentine grace. It questioned him in a rasping whisper about the others, and just as it raised its black, light-devouring sword to strike, it made a cryptic and chilling pronouncement that Rand belonged to the great Lord of the Dark. The timely arrival of Lan, who came charging down the stairs, caused the Fade to dissolve back into the shadows and vanish. The encounter triggered an immediate and frantic departure. Lan announced they were leaving at once, as the Fade now knew their location. The entire party was roused, and they quickly gathered their belongings. Moiraine tried to impress upon the innkeeper, Master Fitch, the grave danger he was now in from dark friends. But the jovial man stubbornly refused to take her warnings seriously, promising to protect their secret. As they prepared the horses, Rand observed Much, the sour-faced stableman, watching them in a way that suggested he would betray their departure to the first person who asked. Their ride through the deserted, moonlit streets of Baerlon was fraught with tension. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, and the group huddled closely together. At the Camelin Gate, Lan bribed a sleepy watchman to open the gates for them, against the city's rules. Just as the massive gates began to crank open, they were interrupted by 5 white-cloaked children of the light. The leader was revealed to be Bornhold, the same officer they had encountered before. He accused them of being dark friends and declared his intention to take them for questioning. In response, Moiraine unleashed a terrifying display of Aes Sedai power. Stepping into the darkness, she seemed to grow to a colossal size, her form wreathed in shadows that made her appear as tall as the city walls. When Bornhold rashly attacked, His sword met her simple staff and exploded in a shower of sparks, the blade melting and bending as he and his men were thrown backward. With her enemies and the watchmen cowering in terror, Lan led the party in a desperate gallop through the partially opened gate. Once outside, Moiraine stepped over the wall as if it were a small fence, instantly returning to her normal size. From a distance down the Camlin Road, the group looked back to see flames erupting over Baerlin, confirming that the Stag and Lion Inn was burning. Nynaeve furiously confronted Moiraine for abandoning the people at the inn to such a fate. Lan countered harshly, stating that the price was necessary to protect the three boys from the Dark One. Moiraine calmly explained the impossible dilemma. Returning would endanger everyone, but she promised to secretly send gold to help Master Fitch rebuild and aid anyone who was hurt. After a brief and cold rest of only an hour, they were on the road again before dawn, riding east into uncertainty, the memory of the fire and the Fade haunting their thoughts. Chapter 18. The Camlin Road. The journey continued eastward on the Camlin Road, a path wider and more travelled than the roads of the two rivers, but otherwise similar in its earthen construction. The flat terrain soon gave way to low, rolling hills, through which the road sometimes cut directly, curving slowly southward to navigate around a feature Rand recalled from a map as the Hills of Abshur. Periodically, Lan would halt the group atop a hill to survey their path, both ahead and behind, while the others rested. The mood among the travellers was weary, exemplified by Egwene's lament over their repetitive diet of cheese, and her longing for the simple comfort of hot tea. Nynaeve, having shifted tactics from ignoring Moiraine to engaging her, persistently attempted to discuss the properties of various herbs for combating fatigue, a conversation the Aes Sedai met with polite but dismissive murmurs. The group's anxieties were given voice when Lan sharply forbade any thought of a fire, explaining that they were being tracked by at least one Fade and its Trollocs, who knew their general route. When Perrin questioned why they did not abandon the road for a more direct cross-country path, Moiraine explained that the road was far faster, especially through the difficult hills, and that leaving it would risk encountering their pursuers ahead of them. Tom Merrilin then raised the grim possibility that the enemy might have already set a trap at their destination of Whitebridge, the only crossing over the Arenelle River for a great distance. His question was chillingly answered by the distant wailing cry of a horn from the west, confirming that their pursuers were indeed closing in. In the face of the approaching threat, confirmed by a chorus of answering horns, Lan and Moiraine shared a silent, meaningful glance. In a moment of grave decision, Lan declared he would ride back to scout their enemies, instructing Moiraine to keep the others moving. As he vaulted onto his stallion and galloped west, back toward the danger, Moiraine whispered a farewell, calling him the last Lord of the Seven Towers, a title that Rand overheard and which piqued the curiosity of the observant Tom. The group pressed onward at a steady trot, the atmosphere thick with fear as the horns behind them sounded progressively closer. Rand found himself anxiously calculating the shrinking distance, a sentiment shared by his friends who frequently glanced over their shoulders. Nynaeve urged Moiraine to increase their pace, but the Aes Sedai cautioned that their enemies might be deliberately trying to panic them into a trap ahead. The tension broke when Lan reappeared, riding hard, with dire news. He had seen at least 3, perhaps as many as 5, fists of Trollocs, totaling up to 500, each led by a Myrddraal. They were closing the gap and would be upon them within an hour. Just as Moiraine pondered what could be waiting for them, horns sounded from the east, ahead of their position. They were caught in a pincer movement, trapped on the road. After a tense private debate with Lan, who had suggested a place the Trollocs would not go, Moiraine made a decision, and they abandoned the road, heading north into the treacherous hills. Their flight through the wilderness was a desperate scramble over steep inclines and through dense, leafless forest. The pace was punishing, but the horns and guttural shouts of their pursuers grew ever nearer. After Lan sensed scouts nearby, they crested a hill only to find their path blocked by a line of Trollocs, and a fearsome murderal. Without hesitation, Lan charged, shouting a war cry for the Seven Towers. His courage ignited the others. Rand and Perrin instinctively cried out for Manetheren, but Mat, in a startling display, roared a cry in the old tongue. A chaotic battle erupted. Lan engaged the murderal in a spectacular duel of flashing blades, while Moiraine unleashed torrents of fire from her staff, incinerating Trollocs. Rand fought with desperate, unpracticed swings, struggling to control his terrified horse and protect Egwene and Nynaeve. He witnessed Perrin being overwhelmed by 3 Trollocs and was himself nearly pulled from his saddle by a hook and a grasping hand. In a climactic moment, Lan beheaded the murderal. The creature's death sent a shockwave through the other shadow spawn. Every Trolloc in the vicinity collapsed, writhing and howling in uncontrollable agony, their psychic link to their leader severed. Knowing this was only a fraction of the enemy force, Lan spurred them into a renewed flight. Soon, they were spotted again, this time by the main army, an overwhelming horde of Trollocs commanded by 3 murderal, who began to boil down the slope toward them. Seeing they were cornered, Moiraine dismounted and calmly prepared for a final stand. Drawing forth her angreal to amplify her abilities, she slammed her staff into the earth, unleashing a powerful earthquake. The ground bucked and rolled, throwing the Trolloc charge into chaos, yet the 3 murderal advanced implacably through the mayhem. In a final spectacular display of the One Power, Moiraine raised her arms and summoned a colossal wall of fire that roared to life between the hills, halting the advance entirely. The immense effort left her utterly spent, and she collapsed into Lan's arms, needing to be lifted back onto her horse. As they rode on, with Nynaeve tending to the weakened Aes Sedai, Moiraine overheard the others discussing Mat's strange war cry. She translated it for them as the ancient war cry of Manetheren and its last king, for the honor of the Red Eagle, for the honor of the Rose of the Sun. She declared that the old blood of Manetheren's kings still ran strong in the 2 rivers, a revelation that caused Rand and Perrin to guiltily wonder if Mat, not them, was the true target of the Dark One. The Trolloc horns sounded once more, indicating that the enemy had found a way past the firewall. With Moiraine too weak for another confrontation, Lan insisted they retreat to a place of safety that even Trollocs and Mairdral would not enter. Moiraine, though reluctant, agreed. She performed one last act of magic, weaving a false trail of their scent to send their pursuers on a futile chase to the west. Lan then led them carefully northward through the woods until they came upon the astonishing sight of a colossal, ruined city, its massive walls and towers entirely overgrown with vines. Moiraine identified the ruin as Aridhol, once an ally of Manetheren that had long since fallen and been given a new, more sinister name. As the distant horns signaled that their pursuers had discovered the deception and were closing in once again, Lan guided them through a shattered gateway into the silent, dead city. As they passed into the shadows of the ruins, Mat asked again what the city was now called. Moiraine's reply hung in the air with chilling finality. Shadar Logoth. Vive, Chapter 18. The Caemlyn Road. The journey commenced on the Caemlyn Road, a path much wider and more travelled than the roads of the 2 rivers, though similarly constructed of hard-packed earth and bordered by familiar trees. The terrain soon shifted, leading the party into a series of low hills through which the road sometimes cut directly. It became apparent that their eastward path was gradually curving southward, a detail Rand recalled from studying Master Alvear's maps, which showed the road bending around the hills of Absher towards their destination of Whitebridge. Lan frequently paused their travel atop hills to survey the path behind and ahead, allowing the others moments of rest. During one such stop, the group's fatigue and anxiety became evident. Egwene lamented the monotonous diet of cheese and the absence of a warm fire for tea, while Nynaeve, in a persistent effort to establish her own expertise, attempted to lecture a reserved Moiraine on the herbal remedies for fatigue. Her counsel was sharply interrupted by Lan, who forbade any fire or tea, explaining that their pursuers, a Fade and its Trollocs, were certainly behind them, and a fire would pinpoint their exact location. When Perrin questioned why they did not simply travel cross-country to avoid the road, Moiraine explained that such a route would be slower, and that they might risk finding their enemies ahead of them instead of behind. Tom Merrilin voiced the group's shared fear, questioning what would prevent their enemies from already waiting at Whitebridge. His question was answered by the distant, keening wail of a horn from the west, a sound that Rand estimated was no more than 10 miles away. A chilling series of answering horns echoed the call, confirming the presence of a large, coordinated hunting party. In a moment of grave decision, Lan exchanged a long, silent look with Moiraine, before instructing her to keep the group moving. He promised to return if he could, vaulting onto his stallion Mandab and galloping west, directly back toward the approaching threat. Moiraine whispered a blessing to him, calling him the last Lord of the Seven Towers, a title that Rand overheard and which sparked the curiosity of Tom, the Gleeman. The remaining members of the party rode onward, their pace steady, but their nerves frayed as the horns behind them grew progressively closer. Lan suddenly reappeared, reporting a massive force of at least 3, perhaps 5, fists of Trollocs, each led by a halfman, who were rapidly closing the distance. As if to confirm his words, horns then sounded from ahead of them, revealing that the party was now trapped in a pincer movement. Moiraine weighed their grim options, and after a brief, quiet debate in which Lan suggested a place the Trollocs would not go, an idea she initially rejected, they were forced to abandon the road and flee north into the difficult hilly wilderness. Their flight through the woods was a desperate scramble over uneven terrain that slowed their progress considerably, even as the horns and guttural shouts of the Trollocs drew ever nearer. They soon crested a hill to find their path blocked by a line of Trollocs and a single Myrddraal. Without hesitation, Lan drew his sword and charged down the slope, shouting a war cry for the Seven Towers. The others, caught in the sudden fervour of battle, followed him. Rand and Perrin cried out for Manetheren, while Mat, to everyone's astonishment, shouted a battle cry in the old tongue. The ensuing fight was a chaotic whirlwind of violence. Lan engaged the Myrddraal in a spectacular duel, their blades clashing with peals of thunder and flashes of blue light. Moiraine wielded her staff to devastating effect, engulfing Trollocs in flame, while the others fought for their lives. Rand was nearly unhorsed by a catchpole and a Trolloc grabbing his leg when suddenly the tide turned. As Lan's blade finally beheaded the Myrddraal, every Trolloc in the vicinity collapsed, writhing and screaming in a shared, agonizing psychic feedback. Their respite was short-lived. They fled again, only to find themselves facing the main enemy force on a neighbouring hill, a terrifying sight of countless Trollocs commanded by 3 Myrddraal. With their escape cut off, Moiraine dismounted, took out her ivory angreal, and prepared for a final stand. She plunged her staff into the earth, unleashing a staggering display of the One Power. The ground itself heaved and rolled in waves toward the enemy, toppling trees and throwing Trollocs into disarray. When the 3 Fades advanced undeterred through the earthquake, Moiraine summoned a colossal wall of fire that separated them from their pursuers. The immense effort left her completely drained, and she nearly collapsed, needing Lan's aid to get back on her horse. As they retreated, Moiraine, weakened but resolute, used the last of her strength to weave a false trail with her staff, a deception to send their scent and tracks in a different direction to buy them precious time. Later, she explained the meaning of Mat's strange war cry, an ancient call of Manetheren's last king, revealing that the old blood of that lost nation still ran strong within them. This revelation left Mat deeply unsettled and prompted a flicker of guilty hope in Rand and Perrin that perhaps Mat was the sole target of the Dark One's hunt. Their path eventually led them to the edge of a colossal, vine-choked ruin. Moiraine identified the place as Aradol, once an ally of Manetheren, but now known by another name. With the horns of the hunt sounding once more in the distance, Lan led them through a broken gate into the silent dead city. As they passed into the oppressive shadow of the walls, Moiraine answered Matt's question, revealing the city's ominous name, Shadar Logoth. Chapter 20. Dust on the Wind. The group departed from the white stone edifice, mounted on horses that shifted and stamped with nervous energy. A frigid, gusting wind moaned across the rooftops of the dead city, snapping their cloaks and driving clouds across the faint light of a crescent moon. Lan issued a quiet command to remain close as he led them into the darkened streets. Rand, filled with unease, scanned the looming buildings whose empty windows resembled the hollow eye sockets of skulls. He felt a fleeting sense of relief that the disembodied eyes were no longer watching them. But this was immediately replaced by a more chilling question. Why had they vanished? He, along with Tom and the other Eamon's fielders, huddled together, their horses practically touching. Egwene rode with her shoulders hunched, as if trying to muffle the sound of her mare's hooves on the pavement. The silence was heavy with dread, and Rand found himself holding his breath, afraid that any sound might draw unwanted attention. He soon realized that a significant gap had formed between their cluster and the two figures leading them, Moiraine and Lan, who were now indistinct shapes some 30 paces ahead. Just as Rand urged his horse, Cloud, forward to close the distance, a thin, silver-grey tendril of fog drifted across the street before him. Moiraine's voice cut through the air, a strangled but urgent shout pitched low. "Stop!" The tendril of fog rapidly thickened, appearing to ooze from the buildings on either side until it was as thick as a man's arm, then a leg. The horses, including Lan's and Moiraine's own mounts, whinnied and shied away from the unnatural mist. As it grew, it emitted a faint, ghostly light. Nynaeve voiced the question on everyone's mind, and Moiraine's reply was chilling. She identified the phenomenon as Mashadar, the evil of Shadar Logoth itself, an unthinking, unseeing entity that moves through the city and brings death to anything it touches. When Egwene asked if Moiraine could destroy it to clear a path, the Aes Sedai's laugh was bitter. She explained that Mashadar was as vast as the city itself, an evil beyond the power of even the entire White Tower to destroy. Attempting to damage it enough for them to pass would require drawing so much of the one power that it would act as a beacon, summoning the Halfmen directly to them. Furthermore, Mashadar would simply rush to heal any injury she inflicted, potentially trapping them all. With no other choice, Moiraine instructed them to find another route. She pointed to a low-hanging red star in the eastern sky and told them to keep moving toward it, as it would guide them to the river. She warned them to move quickly but silently, reminding them of the lingering threat of Trollocs and the four Halfmen. Assuring them she would find them again, she warned that Mashadar could sense them as food before she and Lan disappeared into the night. The responsibility of leadership fell unexpectedly upon Rand when, after a moment of terrified inaction from the group, he was the first to turn his horse and move. The others followed, and he was consumed by the need to appear unafraid for their sake. Their flight through the labyrinthine ruins was a frantic ordeal. 3 times they were forced to backtrack from streets completely blocked by rubble. As they rounded another corner, they were confronted by a wall of the luminous fog, its streamers already reaching for them. Without a word, they wheeled their horses and galloped away, the clatter of hooves echoing loudly in the oppressive silence. Their noisy retreat led them directly into a patrol of Trollocs. For a heartbeat, both groups froze in mutual shock before the Trollocs let out guttural howls and charged. The small party of humans scattered in every direction. Rand spurred Cloud into a full gallop, shouting for the others to follow, but his cry was lost among identical shouts from his friends as they fled down different paths. 3 Trollocs pursued him, their catchpoles waving, their speed unnervingly matching that of his horse. The chase led him toward a narrowing street, where the silver glow of Mashadar began to fill the empty windows. Trapped between the encroaching fog and his pursuers, who now included a Fade, Rand made a desperate choice. He drove Cloud brutally forward, galloping directly between the wavering tendrils of Mashadar, which stiffened as he passed, but did not touch him. Looking back from the relative safety of the shadows beyond, he witnessed a horrifying spectacle. The tentacles of Mashadar, no longer uncertain, struck like vipers at the Trollocs and the Fade. The fog enveloped them, eating their silent screams, and the Fade's eyeless face was briefly bared as it was consumed. The creature's death emitted a silent, piercing whine that dug into Rand's mind with pure terror, causing his horse to bolt in a renewed frenzy. Eventually, the psychic shriek faded, and Rand reined his horse to a halt, the sound of his own gallop suddenly deafening. Alone, trembling, and covered in a cold sweat, he located the Red Star once more. He wrestled with the decision to search for the others, but the sheer vastness of the ruins and its many dangers made it an impossible task. His only hope was that any survivors would also be heading for the river. Just as he was about to set off, a small sound nearby caused him to freeze. Hidden in shadow, he saw a dark shape with a pole-like object, and assuming it was a Trolloc, he drew his sword and charged. He halted his blade just in time to avoid killing Matt, who tumbled backward off his horse in shock. After a shaken reunion where they confirmed they had seen no one else, they heard a Trolloc horn in the distance and cautiously continued their journey out of the city. As they finally cleared the vine-choked walls, feeling a surge of hope, Tom Merrilin galloped past them, shouting a warning to ride. The sounds of a new Trolloc hunt erupted from the forest behind them, and the three fled together toward the river. Meanwhile, Perrin, true to his cautious and methodical nature, had been observing an unguarded gate from the shadows. After carefully weighing the risks of crossing the open square before it, he decided to proceed. As he did, he was met by Egwene. They too confirmed they were alone before exiting the city and following the Red Star. Their relief was short-lived, as a Trolloc horn spurred a pack of shadow spawn onto their trail. As they galloped through the woods, Egwene's mare Bella began to fall behind. Refusing to abandon her, Perrin slowed his pace, shouting encouragement. Just as the huge shapes of the pursuing Trollocs became visible, his horse suddenly screamed and fell from under him. He was pitched headfirst over a high bluff and into the freezing waters of the river Arenelle. He fought his way to the surface, gasping from the icy shock, just as Egwene and her horse likely plunged in behind him. As Trolloc spears rained down around him, he gave up calling her name and began the arduous swim to the opposite bank. Weighed down by his sodden clothes and the heavy axe at his belt, which he refused to abandon, he struggled against the current and exhaustion. He finally reached the far shore, collapsing in the shallows, but could find no sign of Egwene, only the taunting shouts of Trollocs from the bank he had just left. Alone and shivering violently, he climbed the bank to seek shelter. Elsewhere, Rand, Matt, and Tom were also being pursued. After losing and refining their guiding star, they were ambushed by 3 more Trollocs. Tom skillfully dispatched 2 with his throwing knives and drove the 3rd away, but warned that more would soon arrive. They finally reached the riverbank and saw a welcome sight. A large trader's boat, the Spray, moored for the night with a lantern lit atop its mast. As they approached, a new pack of Trollocs burst from the trees, forcing them to abandon their horses and belongings and make a mad dash for the vessel. They scrambled aboard amidst chaos, with Rand landing directly on a sleeping watchman. As he regained his footing, a catchpole slammed into the railing where he had just been, and a wolf-muzzled Trolloc vaulted onto the deck. Rand, stunned and struggling for breath after being struck, was saved from certain death when the ship lurched, and an unsecured boom swung across the deck, crushing the Trolloc and sweeping it overboard. As the crew worked frantically to get the ship underway, a stocky, bearded man, Captain Bael Doman, confronted them. He first berated the watchman, Florin Gelb, who attempted to blame Rand for the attack, calling him a dark friend. Doman dismissed the accusation and turned his attention to his 3 unexpected passengers. In his cabin, Tom spun an elaborate and highly fictionalized tale of seeking a lost treasure in the ruins of Aridhol to explain their presence. Doman, though skeptical, was a practical man. Seeing they had no money, he offered them passage to the city of Whitebridge in exchange for Rand's heron-marked sword. Rand refused, unable to part with the gift from his father. Instead, He and Matt offered the silver coins Moiraine had given them. Domon accepted the payment, but flatly refused to turn back for the others, revealing that he had been plagued by Trollocs, all the way from the borderland nation of Saldea. Rand was left standing at the ship's rail, staring into the blackness of the river, consumed by guilt and fear for his friends, especially for Egwene, whom he felt he had failed to protect. Chapter 21. Listen to the Wind. The chapter commences as Nynaeve is jolted from an unplanned slumber in a riverside hollow, the morning sun revealing her failure to maintain a night-long vigil. Overcome with a mixture of anger at her own lapse and lingering terror from the previous night, she reflects on the chaotic escape from the malevolent entity Mashadar within Shadar Logoth. Her memories are fragmented, filled with the distant sounds of Trolloc horns and shouts, but one particular encounter stands out with chilling significance. She recalls a moment when a group of 10 Trollocs materialized before her, only to halt their charge, sniff the air, and then depart, completely ignoring her. This unnerving experience serves as a terrifying confirmation of Moiraine's assertion. The forces of the Shadow were not hunting indiscriminately, but were seeking specific individuals, and Nynaeve was not among their intended prey. Steeling her resolve, she decides to travel south along the river, meticulously searching for any trace of her fellow Eamon's fielders, determined to either find them or hold the Aes Sedai accountable for their fate. Her search leads her to the scent of wood smoke, and employing her considerable tracking skills, she stealthily approaches a small clearing. There, she discovers Moiraine and Lan by a campfire and conceals herself to eavesdrop on their conversation. She overhears Lan's grim report that the 1,000-strong Trolloc army has seemingly vanished without a trace, along with 4 Myrddraal, who were last tracked heading south. Lan expresses profound alarm at the strategic implications of such a large force being moved so secretly and swiftly so far from the Blight, questioning how the Borderlands could possibly defend against such tactics. Moiraine, however, dismisses this larger strategic nightmare, asserting that the immediate crisis of locating the young men takes precedence over all other threats, as the fate of the world hinges upon their survival. She reveals that her bond with them indicates one is alive across the river, but the trace for the others, who went downriver, has faded, suggesting a more perilous situation. As their conversation concludes, Moiraine suddenly senses Nynaeve's presence, calmly inviting the wisdom to emerge from her hiding place. To Nynaeve's brief satisfaction, Lan is visibly surprised, having failed to detect her. This small victory is short-lived, as Nynaeve immediately confronts Moiraine, her voice trembling with rage, accusing the Aes Sedai of entangling the 2 Rivers folk in her manipulative schemes. Moiraine calmly dismantles Nynaeve's fury with a staggering revelation. Nynaeve herself can channel the One power. The Aes Sedai explains that she suspected this back in Emond's Field, citing Nynaeve's uncanny success with healing, her unnaturally accurate weather predictions, and her remarkable skill at such a young age. Moiraine explains that what Nynaeve calls listening to the wind is in fact an unconscious manipulation of the elements of air and water, an inborn talent identical to Egwene's. Nynaeve vehemently denies the accusation, but her defiance crumbles as Moiraine provides disturbingly specific details. She describes the physical reactions that follow an untrained channeler's use of the power, sudden bouts of fever and chills, dizzy spells, or other strange ailments that appear a week or so after the event and vanish within hours. The Aes Sedai's words strike a chord of undeniable truth, forcing Nynaeve to recall a specific incident from her apprenticeship when she, desperate and weeping, willed Egwene to recover from a deadly bout of breakbone fever. Egwene's fever broke miraculously, and a week later, Nynaeve herself collapsed with the exact fever and chills Moiraine described. This memory shatters her denial, forcing a reluctant and horrified acceptance of the truth. Moiraine then lays out the grim reality of this ability, explaining that women who are born with the spark, if left untrained, almost invariably die. The initial reactions eventually cease, but a fatal illness follows within a few years. a slow and agonizing death that not even the entire White Tower can halt once it begins. She frames the Aes Sedai's search for such girls not as a recruitment drive, but as a life-saving mission. Despite this terrifying context, Nynaeve recoils when Moiraine suggests her potential might even exceed Egwene's. The conversation then shifts to the present crisis, with Moiraine explaining that their path lies south in pursuit of the two boys who are most in danger, as they have lost their protective tokens and are likely being hunted by the Murderal. This presents Nynaeve with an impossible choice: to follow Moiraine and help the boys, or to remain behind and search for Egwene, whose whereabouts are unknown. Moiraine argues coldly that the Shadow wants the boys, not Egwene, and her duty in the fight against the Dark One dictates her priorities. Heartbroken at having to choose between her people, Nynaeve tearfully agrees to accompany them. Her compliance is born not of trust, but of a grim determination, her mind now grappling with the terrifying knowledge that she herself possesses the very power she despises, a power she silently vows to turn against the Aes Sedai should any harm befall her people. Chapter 22. A Path Chosen. Perrin awakens long after sunrise within a makeshift shelter of cedar branches, his exhaustion briefly pierced by the pricking needles. He is disoriented, momentarily believing he is back at his master's forge before the grim memory of the previous night's frantic escape returns. Clutching his axe, he cautiously assesses his situation. He is alone, cold, and damp, with the wide Arenelle River serving as a formidable, though not guaranteed, barrier against the Shadow's forces. He begins to travel south along the riverbank, moving furtively between stands of trees, until a distinctive hoofprint bearing his master's unique blacksmithing mark leads him to a small hidden clearing. There he finds Egwene and her horse, Baela, huddled by a small fire. Their reunion sparks a crucial discussion about their next move, revealing a significant shift in their personal dynamic. While Egwene expresses faith that Moiraine will find them, or that they should head to Whitebridge, their presumed destination, Perrin pragmatically dismisses these options as too predictable, and therefore exceedingly dangerous. In a surprising display of leadership, he outlines a bold alternative: to travel east, directly overland to the great city of Caemlyn. He reasons this unexpected route offers their best chance of survival. Egwene, uncharacteristically subdued and deferential, accepts his judgment, marking a clear transition where Perrin takes charge. He solidifies this new role by creating a contingency plan, deciding they will continue all the way to Tar Valon if Moiraine does not appear in Caemlyn. Asserting his newfound authority, he extinguishes their fire to begin the arduous journey immediately. Chapter 23. Wolf Brother. The journey toward Caemlyn began for Perrin and Egwene with immediate difficulty and a clash of wills. Their first point of contention was Egwene's steadfast insistence that they share riding duties on the single horse, Baela. Perrin argued that his blacksmith's build was too heavy for the small mare and that he was accustomed to walking, but Egwene refused to be the only one to endure the discomfort of the saddle. Her determined stance left him little choice, and he found himself reluctantly bullied into taking his turns, feeling the shaggy mare gave him a look of reproach each time he mounted. This dynamic became a source of internal frustration for Perrin, who reflected that the leaders in epic stories never had to contend with such mundane arguments or the unyielding stubbornness of someone like Egwene. Their meager rations of bread and cheese were exhausted after the first day, forcing them to rely on the wilderness. Perrin managed to kill a scrawny rabbit with his sling, a surprising success that promised a hot meal. However, upon returning to their camp, he found Egwene attempting to light their fire, not with flint and steel, which she had lost in the river, but by trying to channel the One Power. Perrin was horrified, warning her against casually using such a dangerous force. But Egwene was resolute, arguing that giving up this newfound ability would be like him giving up his axe. Though she failed to produce more than a wisp of smoke, her nightly attempts became a silent challenge between them. Their sustenance dwindled to coarse roots and shoots, and a deep hunger settled over them, punctuated only by a brief moment of joy when they discovered a patch of delicious Queen's Crown mushrooms. The forest offered no other game, and their snares remained empty. As they travelled deeper into a landscape of forested hills and wide glades, they encountered unsettling remnants of a long-dead civilization, the stone ramparts of a forgotten hilltop fort, and a broken, moss-covered tower. These ruins, much like their memories of Shadar Logoth, filled them with unease and spurred them onward. Perrin's sleep was plagued by nightmares of Baalzamon hunting him, fears he kept to himself in an effort to project the strength of a leader for Egwene's sake. Their journey took a dramatic turn when the smell of wood smoke and roasting meat reached them. Wary of who they might find, Perrin left Egwene with Bela and crept forward, axe in hand. He discovered a strange, sun-weathered man named Elias Makera, dressed entirely in animal skins and furs, tending a fire over which 6 rabbits were roasting. Elias, who revealed he had been observing them for 2 days, possessed shockingly yellow eyes, like polished gold. After devouring the much-needed meal, their relief was shattered when Elias informed them they were hopelessly lost, heading 100 miles north of Camelin into a desolate wilderness. Before they could process this, Elias announced the arrival of his friends. 4 massive, shaggy wolves emerged from the twilight and calmly lay down by the fire, while the eyes of many more glinted from the surrounding darkness. Elias explained that these wolves were not pets, but companions with whom he communicated through a complex exchange of feelings and images, not words. He identified them as Dapple, Burn, Hopper, and Wind. In an effort to explain their presence, Egwene recited a carefully constructed cover story about being young travellers from Saldaea seeking adventure. Elias, however, bluntly declared their tale a complete lie. He revealed that the wolf Dapple had sensed the truth in their minds, detecting the lingering scent of their encounters with Trollocs and Halfmen. The wolves, who despise such creatures, rose menacingly, their animosity palpable. Under this threat, Perrin confessed their entire true story, from the attack on Winternight to their flight from Shadar Logoth. Elias, in turn, shared his own history, explaining that his ability to communicate with wolves was an ancient skill, separate from the One Power, and one that had earned him the dangerous attention of the Aes Sedai, particularly the Red Arja. He then delivered a staggering revelation. The wolves could sense the same latent ability within Perrin. He offered them the safety of his pack, but Egwene firmly refused, her ambition to reach Tar Valon unwavering. Respecting her decision, and guided by Dapple's wisdom, Elias agreed to lead them south. The chapter concludes as the wolf named Burn, driven by an intense hatred for Trollocs, splits from the pack with a dozen other young males to hunt them. Perrin felt their departure as a distinct sensation in his own mind, a wave of pure hatred and the taste of blood, confirming the terrifying and undeniable connection he now shared with the wolves. Chapter 24. Flight down the Arenelle. The chapter commences within the treacherous landscape of Rand al'Thor's recurring nightmare, a place of profound psychological torment, where he is relentlessly pursued by the dark figure of Baalzamon. This dreamscape is not static, but shifts through a series of horrifying locales, beginning with a murky, endless maze of polished stone spires and railless bridges. The environment itself is an illusion, permeated by the sickeningly sweet smell of an open grave, a detail that grounds the ethereal horror in a visceral, sensory experience. Here, Rand is acutely aware of the futility of hiding and the necessity of constant movement. He glimpses Baalzamon in the distance, a figure cloaked in blood red, whose searching eyes blaze like furnaces, and understands that direct confrontation is impossible. His mind struggles with the nature of this reality, questioning if Mat is trapped in a similar maze, and drawing a faint, unsettling comfort from the fact that Baalzamon has not yet caught him. The narrative powerfully illustrates the danger of rational thought within the dream. The moment Rand consciously identifies the experience as a dream, the fabric of that reality shimmers and tries to ensnare him, transforming into a new, equally perilous setting. This transformation plunges him into a sweltering maze constructed from dead, thorny hedges under a furiously boiling sky. The ground is paved with smooth, pale stones that are revealed to be human skulls, a gruesome discovery that underscores the mortal danger of this place. After a thorn pricks his finger, drawing blood and causing a burning pain, he attempts to use a logical method of escape, always turning right, only to find himself face to face with Baalzamon. In this direct confrontation, Baalzamon taunts him, declaring Rand's fate is to be his creature. In a moment of desperate inspiration, born from a half-remembered awareness of how to control the dream, Rand screams that it is all a dream. The world dissolves again, this time into an infinite hall of mirrors, where 10,000 reflections of himself are haunted by Baalzamon's image, which eventually merges with his own. He awakens with a jolt on the deck of the riverboat, the spray, but the horror follows him into the waking world as he tastes blood and discovers a real, physical wound on his fingertip, a terrifying confirmation that the nightmare can inflict tangible harm. The narrative then shifts to the slow, tense journey down the Aranel River. Captain Bael Domon drives his crew relentlessly, battling contrary winds and navigating treacherous shoals by night. The crew, their initial fear of the Trolloc attack fading, grows mutinous, grumbling about the hard pace and the danger of nighttime travel. Domon quells their dissent by periodically displaying the grotesque Trolloc weapons recovered after the battle, a grim reminder of the threat they are fleeing. A disgruntled sailor named Florin Gelb attempts to turn the crew against Rand, Mat, and Tom, blaming them for their troubles, but his own untrustworthiness and laziness ensure his efforts are met with contempt. Tom Merrilin, ever watchful, perceives the genuine risk of mutiny should the crew's discontent fester, noting that passengers would not be left alive to report such a crime. To counteract this, Tom uses his skills as a gleeman, entertaining the crew with stories and songs, and conducting daily lessons in juggling and tumbling for Rand and Mat, a spectacle that provides a much-needed diversion. During the journey, the boat passes incredible remnants of past ages, evoking a sense of deep history and wonder. They sail between enormous river-worn statues of ancient kings and queens carved into the bluffs, figures so old that their features have been smoothed away by time and water. Later, they spot a seamless, 200-foot-tall tower of shining, rust-proof metal, an artifact from the Age of Legends. This prompts a monologue from Captain Domon about the true nature of exploration, which he argues is not the pursuit of treasure, but the experience of seeing the world's strangeness. His words starkly contrast with Mat's immediate, greedy speculation about hidden riches and Rand's own sudden, powerful surge of homesickness for the simple life he left behind. The chapter culminates in a sequence that highlights Rand's increasingly erratic and dangerous behavior. In a moment of inexplicable exhilaration, he climbs the 50-foot mast of the ship and balances precariously at its peak, laughing into the wind. His recklessness alarms the entire crew and forces Tom to climb up and coax him down. Rand descends with a foolhardy slide down the forestay, landing in front of Mat. The celebratory mood shatters when Rand discovers what Mat is hiding: a curved, ornate dagger with a ruby pommel and a golden sheath, taken from the cursed city of Shadar Logoth. Mat's demeanor is paranoid and secretive. He rationalizes his theft by claiming Moiraine's warnings about cursed gifts do not apply since he took it himself. He insists on absolute secrecy, revealing a deepening mistrust of everyone except Rand. Later, as Rand reflects on his own actions, the memory of balancing high above the deck fills him with terror. He does not understand the impulse that drove him, and this profound fear of his own changing nature solidifies his desperate need to reach Tar Valon, seeking not just safety, but answers for what he fears is a descent into madness. Chapter 25. The Travelling People. The journey continues under a faint sun, with Perrin, Egwene, and Elias accompanied by a trio of wolves named Dapple, Hopper, and Wind. While the mare, Bella, and her rider, Egwene, exhibit clear signs of unease and fear toward their lupine escorts, Perrin experiences something entirely different. He possesses an uncanny, intuitive awareness of the wolves, knowing their positions and movements even when they are far out of sight, a connection he shares with Elias but refuses to consciously examine. This unsettling knowledge grows alongside his changing dreams. Visions of Baalzamon have ceased, replaced by mundane dreams of his life in Emmons Field, each now featuring the constant, silent presence of a wolf standing guard. The group dynamic is established over 3 days of travel, with the gruff and self-sufficient Elias asserting a quiet dominance, notably when he wordlessly quells Egwene's attempt to make him ride the mare with nothing more than a piercing, wolf-like stare. He provides for them with his skill as a hunter, a stark contrast to their previous struggles for food, yet Perrin feels a deep-seated discomfort with their new company, particularly the wolves. Their journey leads them to a large grove of trees, where they are abruptly confronted by 3 enormous mastiffs. Perrin instinctively prepares his sling, but Elias calmly intervenes, subduing the ferocious dogs with a strange, high-pitched whistle that transforms their aggression into docile friendliness. Elias reveals that the dogs belong to the Tuatha'an, also known as the Travelling People, or Tinkers, who are camped within the woods. While Perrin is filled with curiosity, having heard stories of the Tinkers but never met them, Egwene voices common prejudices about their supposed thievery. Elias, though showing a distinct reluctance to engage with the group, dismisses these fears and leads them into the camp, instructing them on the proper formalities. They enter a vibrant, colourful world of painted wagons and brightly dressed people, filled with music and dance. They are met by a grey-haired man named Rayen, the band's leader or Mahdi, who performs a ritualistic greeting, asking if they know the song. Following Elias's lead, they give the formal negative reply. They are welcomed to the fire of Rain and his wife, Illa, who greets Perrin and Egwene with motherly warmth but shows a cold distance toward Elias, hinting at a complicated history. Their grandson, a handsome and confident young man named Aram, immediately begins to court Egwene, sparking irritation in Perrin. This interaction leads to a discussion of the Tinker philosophy, the way of the leaf, which Aram explains is a path of absolute non-violence. Perrin challenges this belief with pragmatic questions about self-defense, prompting Rain to explain that violence spiritually harms the aggressor as much as the victim, and that it is better to flee or even perish than to cause harm. The conversation becomes tense when Ila accuses Elias of teaching a contrary way of killing and dying, revealing a deep ideological chasm between them. The friction escalates as Aram condescendingly dismisses Perrin's views, and Egwene, charmed by Aram, sides with him before leaving to dance. Later that evening, after a meal, Rain shares a disturbing and perplexing story with Elias. 2 years prior, another group of Tinkers crossing the Isle Waste discovered the aftermath of a battle and found a single dying alewoman, a maiden of the spear. Elias is stunned, noting that Trollocs, who had ambushed the ale, would never venture so deep into the waste. The alewoman, despite her people's profound loathing for the Tinkers, whom she called Lost Ones, used her final breath to deliver a cryptic message she believed was of world-altering importance. She warned that Leaf Blighter, an ale name for the Dark One, intended to blind the eye of the world and slay the great serpent. She urged them to warn the people and prepare for the arrival of he who comes with the dawn. Neither Rayen nor Elias can make sense of the prophecy. The chapter concludes with Egwene's return from her evening with Aram. She suddenly breaks down, clinging to Perrin and begging him for reassurance that Rand and Matt are still alive. After he tells her what she wants to hear, she gives him a quick, confusing kiss and retreats for the night, leaving Perrin to ponder her behavior as the distant howls of wolves signal their inevitable return in his dreams. Chapter 26. Whitebridge. The chapter opens aboard the vessel named the Spray, where Matt's agonizingly poor attempt to play Tom Merrilin's flute finally ceases, bringing relief to Rand and a nearby sailor. The gleeman, Tom, retrieves his fine instrument and wryly remarks that the old saying about a pig never learning to play the flute has been proven true, expressing his mistaken assumption that all shepherds were musically inclined. Matt defensively points out that Rand is the shepherd and the one with some musical aptitude, leading Tom to suggest they focus on juggling instead. Rand questions the intensity of Tom's efforts, reminding him that their gleeman act is merely a disguise until they can reunite with Moiraine and their friends. This prompts a somber turn in the conversation as Tom raises the grim possibility that the others might not have survived. Rand firmly rejects this idea, but is shaken when Matt, still brooding over the flute incident, softly voices his agreement with Tom, suggesting they must face the possibility that their friends are dead. Their tense exchange is interrupted by the lookout's cry announcing their arrival at Whitebridge. The sight of the legendary White Bridge captivates Rand, momentarily distracting him from his worries. The structure is described as a magnificent milky white arch that soars high above the Aranelle River, appearing as if crafted from a single seamless piece of glowing stone or glass. Captain Doman notes its incredible durability, impervious to weather and tools, while Tom speculates it is a creation from the Age of Legends, a product of Aes Sedai power, which causes the captain to grunt with unease. As the spray docks, the crew prepares for unloading, and Captain Dumont publicly and furiously fires a sailor named Floran Gelb for sleeping on watch. Gelb, who harbours a grudge against Rand from a previous confrontation, directs a venomous glare at the boys before being forced off the ship. With the boat secured, Captain Doman approaches Tom, returning his fare and offering him double the payment to continue the voyage all the way to Ilion, tempting him with the lucrative competitions at the Feast of Sifan. Tom hesitates, weighing the purse, but Rand speaks for the group, insisting they must meet their friends in Whitebridge to continue to Kemlin. As they prepare to disembark, Doman sourly speculates that the Trollocs that attacked his ship may have been pursuing the three of them. On the docks, Rand anxiously scans the small crowd for any sign of their friends, but finds no familiar faces. Tom warns the boys to be wary of Gelb and stresses the need to pass through the town without drawing attention, a plan immediately complicated by the interest Tom's colourful gleeman's cloak draws from the locals. They make their way into the town, which, while large, feels grim and subdued due to the harsh winter and scarce provisions. They arrive at a large square at the foot of the bridge and enter an inn called the Wayfarer's Rest. Inside the shabby common room, Tom arranges for a semi-private area to talk and learns from the innkeeper, a man named Bartim, that the town would pay well for a gleeman's performance to distract them from their troubles. Once settled, Tom skillfully prods the innkeeper for news. Bartim eagerly shares two major developments. The false dragon, Loghain, has been captured and is being paraded north toward Caemlyn and Tar Valon by Aes Sedai, and Ilion has sent out a proclamation for the Great Hunt of the Horn, calling for heroes to search for the legendary Horn of Valere before the last battle. When Tom finally asks about their friends, Bartim's demeanour shifts from gossipy to fearful. He reveals that two different individuals have been asking after a similar group. The first was a strange, weaselly man who seemed both frantic and crazed, desperate to find three country boys. The second, however, is a figure of pure terror. A man cloaked entirely in black, who appears and disappears without a trace, whose voice is like a crawling snake, and whose unseen gaze feels like an icicle in the spine. This figure, a Murdral, has been relentlessly asking about the same group, but specifically includes a girl and, most chillingly for Tom, a white-haired gleeman. A terrified Bartim gives Tom his money back and begs them to leave his inn and the town immediately. In the ensuing panicked discussion, Tom argues they must immediately return to the Spray and accept Captain Doman's offer to sail to Ilion, seeing it as their only chance to escape the Fade, who will surely be watching the road to Kemlyn. Rand stubbornly refuses, driven by a desperate need for answers from Moiraine about what is happening to him, and determined to reach Tar Valon. Matt, influenced by his growing paranoia and the dark dagger from Shadar Logoth, angrily tells Tom to leave if he wishes, asserting that he and Rand can manage alone. Their argument is cut short when they overhear a loud voice from the other side of the room. It is Floran Gelb, drunkenly telling other patrons that Rand, Matt and Tom are dark friends, and that Trollocs were chasing them, not just randomly attacking the ship. This revelation destroys their option of returning to the boat, as Gelb's story, true or not, will spread quickly and bring unwanted scrutiny. Realizing they must flee on foot immediately, Tom divides their money, instructs them that, should they be separated, they are to go to an inn in Camelin called the Queen's Blessing, and quickly disguises himself by purchasing a plain, dark cloak. After exiting the inn through a window into an alley, Tom explains his motivation for helping them, revealing a painful story about his nephew, Owen, who was destroyed by Aes Sedai years ago. He hopes that by keeping Rand and Matt safe from Tar Valon, he can atone for his past failure. As they prepare to leave the alley, a Myrddraal materializes in the square, its presence draining the area of life and freezing them in place with supernatural terror. Paralyzed by fear, Rand and Matt can only watch as it glides toward them. In a moment of supreme courage born from his past regrets, Tom shoves his bundled instruments into Rand's arms, repeats his instruction to run to Camelin, and with a final roar, launches himself at the Myrddraal, his hands flashing as he produces daggers for the attack. As Man and Fade crash together, a blinding flash of blue light erupts, and Tom begins to scream. His final agonized word is a command. Run! Rand and Matt flee, carried on a wave of panic that spreads from the square throughout Whitebridge. In the ensuing chaos, they escape through the city gates unnoticed among a stream of terrified townsfolk. They run until the town is far behind them, and they collapse from exhaustion on the empty road. Grief-stricken, Rand clutches Tom's belongings, while Matt grimly insists that the Gleeman is dead. After a brief, bleak exchange, they rise to their feet, and now utterly alone, begin the long, daunting walk down the road toward Camelin. Chapter 27. Shelter from the Storm. Perrin's agitation grew with each passing day spent among the Tuathan, whose leisurely journey southward and eastward grated on his sense of urgency. The travelling people operated on a timeline dictated by congeniality and the comfort of their horses, never rushing their morning departures or hesitating to make camp early in the afternoon. This relaxed pace was a source of profound frustration for Perrin, a feeling not shared by Elias Makera. While Elias preferred walking to riding in the wagons, he mysteriously resisted any suggestion of pressing onward, offering vague reassurances about the need for rest. Elias remained a stark anomaly among the Tinkers. His wolf-like grace and the palpable aura of danger that clung to him stood in sharp contrast to the joyful, dance-like movements of the people. The Tuathan, in turn, treated him with a friendly but deeply wary caution that never faded, their smiles hiding a constant assessment of the threat he might represent. Perrin perceived that this same, albeit lesser wariness was directed at him and Egwene, a subtle barrier beneath the surface of their welcoming nature. Whenever Perrin pressed the issue of leaving, citing the ever-present danger of being discovered by Trollocs and Fades, Elias would deflect, insisting that some unspoken intuition, a gut feeling that had saved his life before, told him they needed to wait a few more days. This enigmatic guidance left Perrin to stew in his anxiety, wandering the colourful camp at night, feeling the weight of the danger their presence brought upon their kind hosts. He felt isolated in his worry, as the Tinkers and even Egwene seemed to have fallen under the spell of the camp's peaceful rhythm. Egwene, in particular, fully embraced the Tuathan lifestyle. She was either deep in conversation with Illa, learning the ways of women, or joyfully dancing with Aram, a handsome young tinker, who was clearly infatuated with her. Perrin's attempts to remind her of their goal of reaching Tar Valon were met with her assertion that they deserved a chance at happiness before facing whatever future awaited them. The cultural immersion of the camp was a source of both attraction and irritation for Perrin. While the vibrant music often compelled him to dance, He was deeply embarrassed by a slow, sensual dance performed by the young women specifically for him, a spectacle that became a nightly event much to Elias's amusement. Perrin's unease with the Tuathaan's core philosophy, the way of the leaf, manifested in his stubborn refusal to hide the axe at his belt, wearing it as a constant, visible symbol of his rejection of their pacifism in a world that contained monsters. Simultaneously, his connection with the wolves deepened. He could feel their individual personalities and shared impatience with the delay. The dream that finally broke the stalemate was terrifyingly vivid. In it, Baalzamon appeared in the Luhan's kitchen, contemptuously incinerating a wolf from within before marking Perrin by sending a raven to gouge out his eye. The agony of the dream was a shared psychic trauma, felt by both Perrin and the wolves. Jolted awake by the experience, he found Elias already there, confirming that the waiting was over. The preternatural dread of the morning was felt even by Rain, the Seeker, who spoke of a wickedness loose in the world. After a hurried but formal farewell, during which Elias surprisingly participated in a tinker ritual and Aram failed to persuade Egwene to stay, they departed, leaving the shelter of the storm behind. Chapter 28. Footprints in Air. Nynaeve finds herself struck with awe as she, Moiraine and Lan approach the legendary White Bridge, a structure that appears as delicate as a milky spiderweb, yet gleams with an ethereal glow in the sunlight. She makes a conscious effort to conceal her amazement from her companions, fearing they would see her as a simple country girl and mock her. This internal thought process reflects her broader journey, which has been marked by a silent and simmering frustration, particularly with Moiraine Sedai. Nynaeve recalls numerous failed attempts to get substantive answers from the Aes Sedai regarding their plan to find the missing Emmons Fielders. Moiraine consistently deflects her questions, offering only vague assurances that she can track the two who lost their coins when she is near them, and can follow the one who still possesses his token across great distances. The Aes Sedai's calm demeanor and her suggestion that Nynaeve must learn to control her temper to access the One Power only serve to infuriate the wisdom further. Nynaeve's anger extends to the warder, Lan, whose quiet, watchful presence makes her feel as though she is a participant in a duel she is constantly losing. The journey itself has been conducted in an unnerving quiet, a palpable tension that seems to affect even the stoic Moiraine and Lan. The warder advises Nynaeve to return home, acknowledging the danger, while Moiraine explains the oppressive atmosphere as the growing gaze of the Dark One upon the world. Following this, Moiraine begins to lead them with an unnerving certainty, as if she is following invisible tracks or footprints in the air. Upon finally crossing the magnificent yet terrifying bridge, they enter the town of Whitebridge to find a scene of recent violence. Blackened timbers from burned buildings litter a central square, and the few townspeople and militiamen present are skittish and fearful. Moiraine uses her empathetic nature to gently question the locals, who provide a myriad of conflicting and fearful stories to explain the destruction. Some deny any trouble occurred, while others whisper of a man channeling the One Power, an attack by dark friends, or a violent confrontation with people from a boat that came downriver. The mention of a gleeman being on the boat that fled makes Nynaeve consider that Egwene and the boys might have been on it, a theory Moiraine seems to doubt. At a local inn, the tense atmosphere is suffocating. There, Moiraine senses a strong, lingering trace of emotion, confirming that two of the youths were in that very room within the last 2 days, and they left in a state of profound fear. Lan provides a chilling reason for their terror, revealing that he can smell the lingering scent of a halfman throughout the town. Moiraine then outlines her strategy. She will first travel north to find the one she can track by his coin, trusting the other two will eventually head toward Caemlyn. Nynaeve, however, confronts the Aes Sedai about her seeming lack of concern for Egwene. Moiraine's calm facade momentarily cracks with a flash of anger before she coldly states that she does not easily give up on young women with such potential, but their fate is ultimately up to the wheel. This pragmatic and possessive answer solidifies Nynaeve's deep distrust and strengthens her resolve to defy the Aes Sedai as they ride out of the smoke-stained town, following Moiraine toward the northeast. Chapter 29. Eyes Without Pity. The journey south resumed with a new, frantic urgency as Elias set a punishing pace across the brown grasslands, seemingly trying to compensate for the time they had spent among the travelling people. His haste, however, was now matched by an intense and meticulous caution that was previously absent. He insisted on extreme measures to hide their presence, allowing fires only when deadwood was readily available and constructing them in small pits covered by sod. Once their meal was cooked, he would extinguish and bury the embers, carefully replacing the plug of earth and grass. Before departing in the pre-dawn light, he would meticulously survey their campsite, ensuring no trace of their passage remained, going so far as to right overturned stones and straighten bent foliage. Perrin understood these precautions were not for the dreams they had been suffering, but for a more tangible, though unidentified, threat. While Egwene worried about Trollocs, Elias dismissed the idea, and Perrin knew from the wolves' senses that no shadow spawn were near. The wolves, picking up on Elias's palpable wariness, began to scout their path with heightened alertness, as if expecting an imminent ambush. The terrain shifted into long, rolling crests of land covered in tough, dry grass. Elias's new strategy involved navigating the contours of the land, stubbornly refusing to cross over the top of a ridge where they might be silhouetted against the sky. This circuitous route frustrated him, and he often grumbled about the delay, directing his irritation at Perrin and Egwene, who silently endured his lectures on the carrying capacity of sound and the dangers of being exposed. His eyes constantly scanned the horizon, searching for something that neither Perrin nor the wolves could detect. Whenever a ridge was too long to bypass, Elias would halt the group and crawl on his belly to the crest, peering over with immense care. During these tense waits, Egwene would nervously finger the beads Aram had given her, while Perrin struggled to contain a growing knot of sickness and dread in his stomach, relying on the wolves for a warning that never came. At one such ridge, Perrin's anxiety became unbearable, and he insisted on joining Elias in his surveillance. Lying flat on the ground beside the older man, he scanned the landscape ahead. It appeared empty, identical to the land they had just crossed, save for a small grove of trees in a hollow about a half-mile distant. Just as Perrin was about to dismiss their caution as a waste of time, a massive flock of ravens, numbering in the hundreds, erupted from the trees. The birds swirled into the sky before abruptly changing direction as one and heading south. Perrin froze, realizing these were the Dark One's spies. More black clouds of ravens rose from other thickets to the east and west, all converging on the same southern path. Elias, shaken, confirmed this was the hunt he had feared, though he admitted he had not known its specific form. He reached out mentally to the distant wolves, urging them to abandon their forward scouting and double back to check their rear. Their journey devolved into a desperate, stuttering race. They would run across the open ground between ridges, take cover, and wait for Elias to scout ahead. The moment he gave the all-clear, they would run again. The brutal pace quickly exhausted everyone but Elias. Their fear was amplified when they witnessed the raven's cruelty firsthand. A massive flock descended upon a fleeing fox, enveloping it in a black whirlwind of pecking beaks until nothing was left but a bloody, misshapen lump of fur. The sight sickened Perrin and drove home the horrifying fate that awaited them if they were caught. In one close call, a lone raven spotted them, but Egwene, with surprising speed and accuracy, brought it down with her sling before it could alert the others. Elias, acknowledging their resourcefulness, urged them to keep their slings ready as they altered their course westward, seemingly chasing one of the raven flocks. The situation grew more dire when Perrin felt the wolves report from far behind them. The pack had encountered ravens to the north and had engaged in a vicious fight. Though they had survived, injured and bloodied, the wolves confirmed that a pursuit was now coming from behind them as well as ahead. They were trapped in a pincer movement, Egwene, seeing Perrin's distress, finally understood that he could truly communicate with the wolves, a realization that filled Perrin with a sense of shame and horror, as if he were tainted. Exhaustion became debilitating. Perrin and Egwene were forced to take turns riding Bella, with Elias relentlessly pushing them onward, taunting them with the graphic memory of the dismembered fox to fuel their flagging resolve. Perrin, calculating the speed of the approaching northern flock against the setting sun, realized they had perhaps an hour before being overrun. In a moment of absolute despair, he looked at Egwene and considered a terrible act of mercy. Whether he would have the courage to kill her quickly with his axe to spare her the agonizing death the fox had endured. Just as all hope seemed lost, a strange, clean chill passed through the group, a sensation that momentarily washed away their fatigue. Elias broke into a cackle of relief, announcing that they had reached safety. They had crossed the border into a steading, a legendary place where the One Power could not be touched, and where servants of the Dark One, including the Ravens, could not enter. The land within the steading, though still scarred, showed signs of life with green shoots pushing through the grass. They travelled deeper into this haven, eventually reaching a small clear pool of water at the base of a hill, dotted with massive, ancient boulders. After they had quenched their thirst and began to prepare a meagre meal, Elias, for the first time, built a fire openly against a large, soot-stained rock. Egwene observed that a portion of the rock was eroded into the shape of a giant eye. Elias confirmed her observation, explaining the tragic history of the location. This rock was all that remained of a colossal statue of Arthur Hawkwing, the High King who had once united the lands. He had intended to build his new grand capital on this very spot, within the steading, far from the influence of the Aes Sedai, whom he hated. The monument was completed on the very day of his death, and in the ensuing chaos of the War of the 100 Years, his empire crumbled, his bloodline vanished, and the statue itself was pulled down and destroyed, leaving nothing but stories and this single, fragmented piece. As dusk fell, Perrin stared at the stone eye, its soot-blackened grooves now appearing in the dim light, like the hard, merciless eye of a raven, a chilling reminder of the pitiless forces they had only just escaped. Chapter 30, Children of Shadow. The chapter opens with Perrin seeking solitude by a pool, distancing himself from Egwene as he contemplates the heavy axe in his hands. He is consumed by a deep sense of shame and hatred for the weapon, a feeling born from the recent realization of what he might be capable of doing with it, particularly the thought he had entertained of killing Egwene to spare her a worse fate. Elias Mechera interrupts his brooding, correctly intuiting the source of his turmoil, not through any supernatural ability, but by simply observing the torment on Perrin's face. Elias probes Perrin, suggesting he must despise Egwene, which prompts Perrin to vehemently deny it, declaring his love for her and his profound confusion over his violent thoughts. Elias offers a grim perspective, arguing that a quick death from Perrin's axe would be a mercy compared to capture by their enemies. He advises Perrin to keep the axe, positing that as long as Perrin hates using it, he will wield it with more wisdom and restraint than most men. The true danger, Elias warns, will come if he ever ceases to hate it. Their conversation is abruptly cut short by a powerful, urgent mental sending from the wolves. The communication is so overwhelming that both men are momentarily stunned, their faces going slack. Recovering instantly, Elias sprints back to their camp, shouting for Egwene to extinguish the fire. He impatiently snatches their hot tea kettle and douses the flames himself, with Perrin quickly joining in to bury the remaining coals. Elias explains that their presence is now too obvious to hide, and their only hope is to flee quickly. He vanishes into the growing twilight to rejoin the wolves, instructing Perrin to take Egwene and find a hiding place. As Perrin and Egwene retreat westward, he explains that a large group of horsemen, who smell fundamentally wrong to the wolves, are approaching the pool. He describes the scent as being akin to the wrongness of a rabid animal. Perrin's enhanced senses allow him to navigate the deepening gloom, and he leads them to a hillside where a massive, flat slab of rock juts out, creating a deep shadow. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes the weathered stone as the fingers of the colossal, shattered statue of Arthur Hawkwing, and they take shelter in the symbolic safety of the ancient king's hand. Shortly after, the night is filled with shouts from the direction of the pool. Perrin understands through the wolves that the men carrying torches have spotted one of the pack and have begun a systematic search. He tries to reassure Egwene, and in a moment of shared fear and hope for a future they might not see, he promises to dance with her at the next village festival. Perrin experiences the ensuing hunt from two perspectives simultaneously. He physically crouches beside Egwene, watching the distant, menacing dance of torchlight, while in his mind, he runs with Dapple, Wind, and Hopper. He feels the injured wolves' desperation as they employ guerrilla tactics, hamstringing horses and tearing at the throats of the riders who get too close. He also senses Elias among them, a two-legged predator with a steel tooth. The searchers, however, are relentlessly persistent, and Perrin realizes with dawning horror that they are not randomly searching, but are closing in on their position. Just as he considers running, a group of a dozen riders rounds the hill. Their white cloaks identify them as Children of the Light. One of the white cloaks, speaking with a voice laced with fear, calls for anyone hiding to surrender, promising no harm if they walk in the light. Realizing they cannot escape, Perrin wearily stands and descends the hill to surrender, with Egwene following reluctantly. As a white cloak levels a lance at him, Perrin feels the wolf hopper rush to his defense. In a shared moment of consciousness, Perrin experiences Hopper's glorious soaring leap as the wolf's jaws close on the soldier's throat. The dying white cloak and the wolf tumble from the horse. Mortally wounded from a previous fight, Hopper shares a final thought with Perrin. "Run, brother," before another lance pins him to the ground. The agony of Hopper's death floods Perrin, and he screams a sound that is both human and wolf. All thought vanishes as he lunges forward in a blind rage, his axe feeling weightless as he attacks the stunned white cloaks, before a blow to the head sends him into darkness. Perrin awakens in a large, well-appointed tent, his head throbbing. He and Egwene are bound tightly with an excessive amount of rope. He is confronted by two figures, a grey-haired grandfatherly man in command named Lord Captain Geoffram Bornhold, and a gaunt, severe-looking man called Child Bayer, whose sunken eyes burn with a cold, zealous hatred. Bayer reports their losses, 9 men dead and dozens of horses lost, blaming the incident on a coordinated ambush by dark friends and a large wolf pack. Bornhold gently dismisses Bayer's assessment as inexperienced exaggeration, which only serves to deepen Bayer's palpable hatred for the prisoners. When Bayer mentions he has had Hopper skinned for a rug, Perrin instinctively growls and struggles against his bonds. Bornhold proceeds to interrogate them, laying out a damning case. Perrin's association with wolves, their admitted acquaintance with a warder, the Tarvalon coin in Perrin's pocket, and his master-crafted axe, which Bayer deems no farmer's tool. To avoid being caught in a lie, Perrin tells a partial truth about their journey from the two rivers, their escape from Trollocs at Shadar Logoth, and their attempt to hide from the riders. Egwene cleverly adds that they only spoke to the warder briefly at an inn. Bornhold seems to accept part of their story, but finds their knowledge of the name Shadar Logoth highly suspicious. In a chilling conclusion, Bornhold declares they will be taken as prisoners to the fortress city of Amador. He explains that while Egwene will be given a chance to renounce the shadow before being handed to the torturous questioners, Perrin's fate is sealed. For killing 2 of the Children of the Light, a gibbet awaits him in Amador. Chapter 31. Play for your supper. The chapter begins with Rand al'Thor and Mat Cawthon travelling along a dusty road, when Rand spies an approaching dust cloud in the distance. Recognizing it as a sign of riders, Mat quickly moves to find cover in a dense, evergreen hedgerow that provides far better concealment than the barren fields on the opposite side of the road. As Rand joins him, adjusting the scarf a kind but worried farmer had given him to ward off the road dust, he reflects on the scarcity of kindness they have encountered since fleeing Whitebridge. They slip through a partially overgrown opening in the hedge, just as a group of 7 armed men on horseback ride past. The men, equipped with swords, spears, and some leather armor, appear to be mercenaries or guards between jobs. One rider glances toward their hiding spot, prompting Rand to partially unsheath his heron-marked sword and Matt to grip the ruby-hilted dagger from Shadar Logoth, his expression one of feral defensiveness. After the riders pass, Rand and Matt emerge, cautiously concluding that the men were not specifically searching for them. The narrative then shifts to a broader summary of their journey down the Kemlin Road. Initially, Rand had held on to a sliver of hope that the gleeman, Tom Merrilin, might have survived their escape from the Murdral in Whitebridge, but this hope has since faded with time. Their travel has been a mixture of walking and occasionally catching rides on wagons, all while maintaining a state of high alert, especially for lone horsemen who could be a fade in disguise. A painful memory surfaces from their first village after Whitebridge, a place so similar to Eamon's Field that it triggered a profound homesickness in Rand. This nostalgia was accompanied by a taunting inner voice that tormented him about his unknown origins and the fact that he was marked by the Dark One. The experience left Matt deeply unsettled, and he urged Rand onward, away from the painful reminder of a home they could not return to. Their journey is characterized by hardship and hunger. They often sleep in the cold, without a fire, to avoid being seen. This desperation leads to a tense argument when Rand suggests selling Matt's valuable dagger to fund their travel in comfort. Matt reacts with surprising anger, possessively claiming the dagger and suggesting Rand sell his father's sword instead. Matt then raises the practical issue that they have no way to sell such a treasure without attracting suspicion and accusations of theft, a point Rand reluctantly concedes. Their attempts to find sustenance at farms have yielded mixed results. While some farmers offer a meal and a barn to sleep in exchange for chores, the time spent working is time their pursuers could be gaining on them. Furthermore, Matt's growing paranoia and suspicious nature often make people uneasy. This wariness is shown to be justified in some cases, such as when one farm couple reneges on the offer of a bed and sends them away with a bundle of food, or when another farmer and his sons chase them off with cudgels, shouting about their shifty eyes. Their fortunes change dramatically at the Grinwell farm. The large, welcoming family offers them work, and the eldest daughter, Elsa, takes an immediate and obvious liking to Rand, making him extremely uncomfortable. To entertain the family after supper, and to deflect the awkward attention, Matt begins to juggle with Tom's coloured balls, and Rand, taking out Tom's flute, plays several tunes. His performance, initially a simple act of gratitude, becomes a desperate attempt to distract Mistress Grinwell, who is giving him a long, appraising stare, clearly concerned about his effect on her daughter. The Grinwells are impressed, and Master Grinwell notes that their performance is better than entertainment he has paid for at inns. Seizing on this and eager to remove Rand from her daughter's proximity, Mistress Grinwell suggests they could earn their keep by performing at inns along the road, even pointing them toward the next village. Taking her advice, Rand and Matt discover a new way of life. At the inn in the village of Aryan, their combined juggling and flute-playing act earns them a hot meal and a bed for the night. This success becomes their new pattern. They travel by day, often getting rides from merchants or farmers who enjoyed their show the previous night, and perform in the evenings for food, lodging, and occasionally a few coins. The constant presence of other strangers in inns provides cover for Matt's suspicious demeanour. For the first time, Rand feels a sense of optimism, believing their problems of survival are solved until they reach Camelin. The chapter concludes as they arrive at their next destination, a town ominously named Four Kings. Chapter 32. Four Kings in Shadow. The town named Four Kings was a significant settlement, larger than a typical village, yet it possessed a scruffy and unkempt character that belied its regal name. It served as a vital junction, with the Kemlin Road cutting through its centre and another major trade route arriving from the south. Unlike most villages that catered to local farmers, Four Kings was almost entirely dependent on commerce, acting as a crucial stopover for merchant caravans travelling to Caemlyn, the mining communities in the Mountains of Mist, and the towns in between. Its economy was fueled by the trade from Lugard and the western mines, creating a town centred not on agriculture, but on wagons, drivers, and labourers. The landscape of the village was marked by large, dusty plots of land used as parking lots for countless wagons, guarded by board sentries. The streets were wide to accommodate the traffic, but were deeply scarred with ruts from the constant passage of wheels. There was no communal green space. Instead, children played amidst the dangerous traffic, dodging wagons and the curses of their drivers. The local women moved with a distinct caution, their heads covered and their eyes downcast, hurrying through the streets and ignoring the lewd comments from wagoneers that caused even Matt to startle and Rand to blush. The houses were drab, wooden structures packed tightly together, their whitewash faded and their heavy shutters rusted shut, suggesting they had not been opened in a very long time. An overwhelming din of noise from blacksmiths, shouting drivers, and raucous inns permeated the entire town. Upon arriving on a merchant's wagon as dusk settled, Rand and Matt were immediately struck by the town's oppressive atmosphere. Rand felt a deep sense of unease and suggested they continue on, but Matt, pointing to the darkening, storm-laden sky, insisted on finding a bed for the night. Their search for lodging proved discouraging. The first 3 inns they investigated were garishly painted and deafeningly loud, filled with boorish, drunken men who stumbled about, accosting serving maids. Disgusted by the cacophony and the stench of stale wine and unwashed bodies, they finally came upon the 4th inn, the Dancing Cartman. While its paint was just as gaudy, it was cracked and peeling, and a comparative silence emanated from within. Inside, they found the common room nearly empty, occupied by only a few glum patrons hunched over their drinks. The innkeeper, a bony and uniquely skinny man named Samuel Hake, confronted them with immediate hostility. Rand delivered his practice speech, offering their services as a flutist and a juggler in exchange for a room and a meal. Hake was dismissive, but his attitude revealed its true cruelty when a plump serving maid contradicted him about the inn's regular musician. Without a second thought, Hake casually backhanded her across the face, knocking her to the floor. Unfazed, he made a begrudging deal with Rand and Matt. They could have pallets in a storeroom and eat leftovers, but only if they filled his common room with paying customers. Throughout the negotiation, Hake's gaze kept drifting to Rand's heron-marked sword with avaricious interest. He also gestured to 2 massive, hard-faced men, Jack and Strom, who served as his enforcers, making the underlying threat clear. Despite their misgivings, Rand and Matt began their performance. The music and juggling quickly drew a crowd, and soon the Dancing Cartman was as packed and chaotic as the other inns. The night became a blur of noise, shouted song requests, and occasional fights that Jack and Strom quelled with brutal efficiency. The serving maids endured constant harassment, with Hake always blaming them for any trouble. Sometime after dark, a man who was starkly out of place entered the inn. He was fleshy and well-fed, dressed in an expensive velvet coat and a silk-lined cloak, his soft hands adorned with rings. He looked around with distaste, but then, spotting Rand and Matt, his expression changed to one of satisfied recognition. He took a table and watched them intently, unsettling both boys, who felt a disturbing, unplaceable sense of familiarity with him. Rand soon realized Hake was not just watching them, but was specifically eyeing his sword and silver-chased flute, clearly planning to rob them. He warned Matt, and they took their meal in the kitchen, where they overheard the serving maids gossiping about the wealthy stranger. They learned he had arrived late after pushing his horses hard, had inspected several inns before settling on theirs, and travelled with 2 black-lacquered carriages. Alarmed, Rand slipped out into the torrential rain and found the carriages, confirming his fears when he read the name on the door. Howell Goad. He instantly connected the name and the elegant carriages to Whitebridge, realizing they were being hunted. His return was blocked by Jack, who made veiled threats before letting him pass. Inside, Rand explained everything to Matt, who concluded Goad must be a dark friend. Their meal ended when Hake, flanked by his thugs, curtly ordered them back to perform. The rest of the night was an exercise in tension. Goad watched their every move, his confident smile faltering only when he noticed the heron mark on Rand's sword. Matt, less subtle, openly glared at Hake, his bullies and Goad, his hand often resting on the hilt of his hidden dagger. Finally, as the patrons began to leave in the small hours, Goad, the last customer, arranged for a room upstairs before giving the boys a final, knowing smile. Hack and his enforcers then escorted Rand and Matt down a pitch-black hallway to a filthy old storeroom. The room was a clear trap. The window was barred, and the door had no lock. As soon as Hake left, posting a guard in the hall, they knew they had to escape. They managed to jam the door shut with a pair of rusty splitting wedges, but their attempts to pry the iron bars from the window with a crowbar proved noisy and futile. Their struggle was interrupted by Goad's sleek voice from the hall. He informed them that Hackett and his men had been dealt with and that their running was over. He tried to persuade them to embrace their destiny as servants of the great Lord of the Dark, promising them immense power and eternal life. He revealed he had men surrounding them, both in the hall and outside the window. As his men began to batter the door, which was slowly giving way, Matt considered surrender. At that precise moment, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck the inn. The explosion of power blew a gaping hole in the wall, vaporizing the window and its bars, and flung Rand and Matt across the room. Dazed and staggering to their feet amidst the smouldering wreckage, they found the hallway silent and empty. Peering outside, Rand saw the bodies of Goad's men lying in the rain, killed by the blast. Seizing the opportunity, he guided the half-blinded Matt through the hole and into the stormy night. As they fled, Rand looked back one last time to see a lone figure, either Goad or Hack, standing in the ruins, shaking a fist at the sky as the rain washed everything away. Chapter 33. The Dark Waits. The narrative resumes with Rand al'Thor and Matrim Cawthon journeying eastward in a high-wheeled cart belonging to a taciturn farmer named Hyam Kinch. Rand, slowly recovering from a debilitating sickness, pulls himself up to observe the passing landscape, which has grown tamer and more populated since they left the town of Four Kings. The countryside is now characterized by well-tended fields, coppiced woods, and frequent red brick villages, where people go about their lives with a sense of normalcy that feels alien to the two fugitives. Master Kinch, a man of few words, exchanges gruff but familiar greetings with villagers, but no one pays any particular attention to his passengers, a fact for which Rand is grateful. As they pass through one such village, Rand observes the bustling life around the local inn, noting the colourful striped clothing of the people and the deep sense of community, which only serves to heighten his own sense of isolation and danger. The fragile peace of their journey is interrupted by two encounters that sharpen their paranoia. First, a long train of merchants' wagons rumbles past, escorted by hard-faced guards. Rand instinctively grips his sword hilt, his body taut with suspicion until they are gone. Matt, sharing this anxiety, quietly asks if Rand saw anything amiss. A short while later, a contingent of 32 Queen's Guards passes them. Their red uniforms, shining helmets, and precise formations, a stark display of military order. Master Kinch identifies them, explaining their role in maintaining the Queen's peace, though he laments that their presence is not as widespread as it once was. When Rand lets slip that they are from the Two Rivers, Kinch notes how far away that is, expressing surprise that anyone from within the realm would not recognize the Queen's Guard. This offhand comment sparks a moment of internal reflection for Rand, who had never considered his home to be part of any Queen's domain, revealing the insular nature of the Two Rivers. When Kinch reaches his turn-off, he offers the boys a place to rest on his farm for a few days, correctly intuiting that they are running from serious trouble. He judges them not to be dark friends and expresses a gruff sympathy born from his own youthful misadventures. However, Matt's intense paranoia, fueled by their recent experiences, flares up. He aggressively questions how Kinch would know what a dark friend looks like, his hand moving toward his hidden weapon. This hostile suspicion immediately sours the farmer's offer, and Kinch departs without another word, leaving the boys once again on their own. Rand feels a pang of regret, recognizing the lost opportunity for safe harbor and acknowledging that not everyone is an enemy, but accepts that they cannot afford to stop. The narrative then flashes back to the night they fled Four Kings, revealing the source of their current weakness. They staggered away from the dancing cartman into a ferocious thunderstorm, the rain soaking them to the bone. Matt was rendered nearly blind by the darkness, only able to navigate by the disorienting flashes of lightning. In a moment of terror, he made Rand promise not to leave him, his voice quavering with fear. That night, huddled under some bushes for meager shelter, Rand experienced a powerful and terrifying dream. He found himself in an empty Four Kings, where he confronted the horribly burned spectre of Gode. Baalzamon appeared, claiming Gode had served his purpose in finding Rand, and then contemptuously reducing the man's charred remains to dust. He warned Rand that he could not hide forever, stating that the very power protecting him also acted as a beacon. Baalzamon proclaimed ownership over Rand, alive or dead, and marked him as his own by striking him in the face with a ball of fire. Rand awoke with a start, his face feeling tender as if sunburned, and found Matt moaning in his sleep, crying out that his eyes had been taken. Their journey continues on foot, with Rand leading a still weakened Matt. They detour around another village, determined to remain unseen. They are given a brief ride by another farmer, Alpert Mull, a worried man who speaks of hard times and his struggling farm. Though fearful of strangers and their troubles, Mull shows a moment of profound kindness by giving them 2 thick, woolen scarves before parting ways, extracting a promise that they never met. Later that day, as the wind grows colder and their damp clothes offer no protection, Rand realizes they cannot survive another night in the open. Despite their fear, they enter the village of Market Sharon, seeking shelter at its inn. The innkeeper, Rulon Allwine, is a stout, honest man who demands payment in advance due to the influx of travelers, but the price for a room and meal is shockingly high, nearly exhausting their meager funds. While eating, Matt, still sensitive to light, wraps one of the new scarves around his head, drawing unwanted attention. The next morning, they are approached by a nervous young man named Paita, who, after some stammering, is identified by Matt as a dark friend. Paita does not deny the accusation but insists he is alone and only wants to talk, revealing that word of what happened in Four Kings has spread among his associates. When Rand and Matt refuse to listen and try to leave, Paita grabs Rand's shoulder. Reacting instinctively from a wellspring of accumulated fear and anger, Rand punches the young man in the face. As Paita sits bleeding on the floor, he shouts a threat that the shadow will swallow them. An old man sweeping the common room overhears the outburst, and Paita, realizing he has been exposed, flees in a panic. Fearing the alarm will be raised, Rand and Matt hasten out of the village. They later hear conflicting rumors about the incident. One man laughs about a crazy old man claiming to have seen dark friends, while another tells a horrifying tale of a large, monstrous gathering, demonstrating how fear and rumor twist the truth. By evening, they reach another village and another inn, the Queen's Man. Utterly broke, their only option is to perform for their keep. The common room is packed with strangers, many drawn by the news of a false dragon named Logain. The tense atmosphere and the sheer number of unknown faces unnerve Rand, and just as they are about to perform, his body finally gives out. He is overcome by violent, alternating chills and fever. Matt manages to get him out of the inn and into the stable, bargaining with the innkeeper to let them stay there out of sight. Throughout the night, Matt tends to Rand, who is delirious and tormented by fever dreams. He is visited by visions of Egwene, who blames him for her death, Moiraine, who insists he has no choice but to go to Tar Valon, Tom, who warns him against trusting any Aes Sedai, and Lan, who questions his worthiness to carry a heron-marked blade. The most painful vision is of his father, Tam, who stands over him in silent disapproval as Rand begs to know his true identity. Finally, the fever breaks, and Matt's simple affirmation that he is Rand al'Thor from the Two Rivers brings him a moment of peaceful sleep. In the faint light of dawn, Rand is awakened by the arrival of a woman dressed in fine silk. She is elegant and self-assured, completely out of place in the stable. Feigning concern for Rand's health, she kneels beside him. But her examination is a ruse. In a sudden, swift movement, she lunges toward Matt with a dagger. Matt reacts with incredible speed, throwing himself aside as the blade sinks into the stable wall, instantly charring the wood around it. He counters by pressing the blade of his own dagger from Shadar Logoth to her throat. The woman freezes, her eyes wide with terror at the sight of his weapon. After disarming her, Matt forces her into the tack room. Before he locks the door, she coldly informs them that their struggles are useless and that a murderal is on its way. Realizing they are in immediate danger, Matt helps the weakened Rand to his feet. They flee the village, Rand barely able to walk. A mile down the road, Rand's strength fails completely, and he collapses. Just as their situation seems hopeless, a cart pulls up beside them. It is Hyam Kinch, the very farmer whose help they had previously spurned. Seemingly holding no grudge, he offers them a ride to Camelin, and they climb aboard, granted a temporary and ironic reprieve. Chapter 34. The Last Village. After nightfall, Rand al'Thor and Matrim Cawthon finally arrived in the village of Carrisford, feeling as though their perception of time had become warped and stretched. The few days since their flight from Four Kings felt like a lifetime of harrowing encounters. On the surface, Carrisford appeared serene, with its tidy brick homes and quiet lanes, but Rand was deeply suspicious of what lurked beneath such peaceful facades, recalling the recent deceptions and dangers they had faced. The two friends moved with stealth through the nearly empty streets, hiding in shadows and flinching at every sound. They crossed a worn, centuries-old bridge over the River Carry, the loose planks clattering loudly under their boots, making them fear discovery with every step. Once clear of the village, they found themselves in a settled countryside, filled with farmhouses, fields, and fences, offering no woods for cover. Exhausted, Matt declared he could walk no further, prompting Rand to find them shelter for the night in a cluster of haystacks. Before sleeping, Matt voiced his profound fear, suggesting that he and Rand were the last survivors of their original group, now alone in whatever terrible affair they were caught up in. Though Rand dismissed the notion, the thought lingered with him long after Matt fell asleep. They awoke before dawn to a startling sight. The road was filled with a steady stream of people, mostly young men, all trudging toward Camelin with the expressed purpose of seeing the dragon. This throng of travellers, however, did not offer safety. Local farmers watched them with suspicion, and merchants' wagon trains were openly hostile. One wagon driver cracked his whip with malevolent intent, narrowly missing Rand's head, and a mounted guard violently shoved Matt, accusing him of being a dark friend. Later, another driver's whip caught Rand, leaving a shallow gash just above his eye. Rand stopped Matt from retaliating, realizing they were helpless against the armed guards. They also overheard a captain of the Queen's Guards telling a complaining farmer that while the travellers were a nuisance, they broke no laws simply by walking the road, though the captain's tone revealed his own dwindling patience. As evening approached, their journey continued through more unwelcoming villages. The weariness in Rand's legs became a burning pain, but he forced himself and a complaining Matt onward, desperate to put more distance behind them. Late in the night, they reached another village and paused in the shadows near a brightly lit inn. There, Rand observed a nervous innkeeper, Ryman Holdwyn, conversing with a cloaked figure at the edge of the light. Rand's skin crawled as he noticed the figure's cloak remained unnaturally still despite the wind, and he whispered the terrifying realization to Matt. It was a fade. After the murderer departed into the darkness, an old farmer named Alman Bunt, who had been tending to his cart nearby, confronted the innkeeper about his strange associate. Holdwyn, flustered, revealed that his friend was a wealthy man from Four Kings searching for two young thieves who had stolen a heron-marked sword. He described the fugitives as dangerous dark friends and followers of the false dragon, Loghain, and mentioned a reward of 100 gold crowns for their capture. Bunt remained unimpressed and openly skeptical, announcing his plan to drive his cart to Camelin through the night to avoid the crowds. After the innkeeper retreated inside, Rand, seeing an opportunity for escape, approached the old farmer and asked for a ride, convincing a terrified Mat that a cart was better than being hunted on foot by a Fade. Bunt agreed, and as they travelled, he spoke at length about Camelin, Queen Morgus, the political influence of the Aes Sedai Elida, and the troubled history of Andor. The rhythmic creaking of the cart and Bunt's droning voice eventually lulled Rand into a deep sleep, where he was tormented by a horrific nightmare. In his dream, he saw Tom the Gleeman speaking prophetically as a Myrddraal appeared with the severed heads of Lan and Moiraine, leading Mat, Perrin, and a despairing Egwene in chains. When the Fade incinerated Egwene before his eyes, Rand's dream shifted to a final, visceral horror of a raven landing on his chest and plucking out his eye. He awoke with a scream to the early morning light, finding himself safe but shaken. Bunt, unperturbed by the outburst, simply gestured ahead and announced their arrival at Camelin, the grandest city in the world. Chapter 35. Camelin. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Camelin, Rand al'Thor is struck with overwhelming awe at the sheer magnitude of the city. Kneeling in the back of Bunt's cart, he finds that his prior experiences in Baerlon and Shadar Logoth did nothing to prepare him for the spectacle before him. A vast cluster of buildings, a chaotic jumble of red brick, grey stone, and white plaster spreads as far as he can see, making previous towns seem utterly insignificant in comparison. The city wall itself is a monumental structure of pale grey stone, 50 feet high and stretching in a massive curve, punctuated by tall towers flying the red and white banners of Andor. From within, even taller, more slender towers and gleaming domes hint at an even grander interior. Rand feels that this city perfectly embodies the legendary cities from the stories of his youth. As they draw nearer, the noise becomes a deafening wall of sound from the bustling markets lining the road, filled with livestock and people bargaining at the top of their lungs. Bunt, the farmer who gave them a ride, proudly proclaims Camelin the grandest city in the world, built by Ogier and ruled by the good Queen Morgas. While Rand is captivated, Mat Carthan is terrified by the scale and the noise, covering his ears and questioning how they could possibly hide or find anyone trustworthy in such a massive, overwhelming crowd. Rand, conversely, sees their salvation in this anonymity, believing the sheer number of people makes them safer from their pursuers. As they pass through the colossal gates, flanked by the Queen's guards in their immaculate red and white tabards, Rand observes the worn and weary state of many fellow travellers, all seemingly drawn to the city as a last hope. Inside, the Camelin Road transforms into a grand boulevard, but Rand notices a strange dissonance. The citizens hurry about their lives, pointedly ignoring the dead, brown grass and the leafless trees, a clear sign of the unnatural lack of spring. He realizes they are engaged in a collective act of denial, refusing to acknowledge the wrongness of the world. Their journey with Bunt soon ends when the farmer pulls into a side street. He cautiously questions Rand about the sword hidden beneath his cloak, alluding to the dark friend of Holdwyn who seemed unnaturally interested in them. Bunt makes it clear he wants no part of their trouble and advises Rand to get rid of the sword, as it will only draw unwanted attention, before driving off and disappearing into the crowd. Left alone, Mat's despair intensifies, and he questions what they are to do now. Rand, struggling to maintain his composure and find the void, decides their first step is to locate the Queen's Blessing, an inn recommended by the gleeman, Tom Merrilin. Mat, however, is paralyzed by fear, convinced that Fades are waiting for them and that there is no escape. This prompts Rand to grab him, desperately insisting they cannot give up, revealing his own fear of being alone. Mat confesses his deep homesickness and terror, feeling lost and certain they will die far from home. Steeling himself, Rand begins asking for directions, encountering a mix of indifference, scorn, and strange encounters, including a man in a white cockade who laughs at their quest. They witness the city's chaos, including a street brawl, and are accosted by men selling fraudulent relics of the false dragon, Loghain, whose presence hangs heavy over the city. Noticing that local men have their swords wrapped in strips of red and white cloth, Rand decides to follow suit to hide the conspicuous heron mark on his own blade and better blend in. After purchasing red cloth and white cord from a surly shopkeeper, he wraps his sword and hilt in an alley. They finally locate the Queen's Blessing and enter its warm, clean common room. The innkeeper, a portly and sharp-eyed man named Basil Gill, initially greets them with a pleasant smile, but his expression hardens the moment Rand mentions Tom Merrilin. Gill swiftly ushers them through the kitchen and into the stable yard for a private conversation. He immediately questions Rand about Tom's flute, which he recognizes, and demands to know how they acquired it. Rand explains that Tom gave it to them before he was killed by a fade. Gill expresses skepticism about Tom's death, noting the Gleeman is a difficult man to kill, but believes their story. He correctly deduces they are in trouble with Aes Sedai, a situation he knows Tom would involve himself in. After cautiously confirming they cannot channel the One Power, Gill offers them food and lodging out of his long-standing friendship with Tom. He then provides a series of critical warnings. They are not to speak of Aes Sedai, as tensions in the city are high between Queen's Guards and White Cloaks, nor should they mention Tom's name. Gill reveals that Tom Merrilin was once the court bard of Caemlyn and a favourite of Queen Morgus. However, he fell from grace after meddling in Aes Sedai business concerning his nephew and speaking unforgivable words to the Queen. An arrest warrant for him still stands, and powerful figures like the Captain General Gareth Bryne and the Queen herself have long memories, making any association with Tom extremely dangerous in Caemlyn. Chapter 36. Web of the Pattern. At the Queen's Blessing, Master Gill leads Rand and Matt to a secluded corner table in the common room, providing them with a meal that starkly reflects the city's strained resources. The plates hold only a few meagre slices of beef, a small portion of greens, and a couple of potatoes, a sight that prompts a resigned and worried shake of the head from Rand. He contemplates the grim possibility of a future where even this small amount of food is unavailable, a thought that makes his simple meal feel like a banquet and sends a shiver through him. With his back to the corner, the innkeeper positions himself to watch the entire room, ensuring no one can approach their table unheard. Once the serving maid departs, he invites the young men to explain the trouble they are in. Rand, noticing Matt is lost in his own sullen thoughts, takes the lead. He constructs a careful, partial version of their story, omitting the fantastical elements of Trollocs and Fades, knowing that such tales would likely be dismissed as fables. However, he is careful not to understate the very real and deadly peril they face, feeling it would be unfair to involve Master Gill under false pretenses. He describes relentless, dangerous men who are hunting him and his friends, some of whom Moiraine identified as dark friends. He recounts their separation from their friends, their flight to Whitebridge, and the heroic sacrifice of Tom Merrilin, who died saving them from an attack. He concludes by explaining their original plan was to reach Caemlyn and then proceed to Tar Valon, a route they must maintain in the hope that their scattered friends might find them. Master Gill, unfazed by the mention of dark friends, dismisses Rand's warning about potential trouble with a wave of his hand, declaring that no dark friend will make him abandon friends of Tom. He promises to use his network of contacts to listen for any news of Moiraine's arrival in the city. When Rand cautiously asks about seeking help from Elida, an Aes Sedai in the city, the innkeeper strongly advises against it. He warns that Elida has a reputation for uncovering secrets and seeing things others cannot, and her discovery of their connection to Tom could lead to imprisonment or worse. He describes the political situation as a treacherous mire, suggesting that even the Queen's Guards would be a risk, as any mention of dark friends would inevitably reach Elida's ears. Their conversation is interrupted when the inn's cook summons Master Gill to deal with a maintenance issue. and he departs with a weary sigh, complaining about a sudden plague of rats in Camelin. After the innkeeper leaves, Matt's carefully contained despair finally breaks through. He bitterly mocks their journey, noting how Camelin was supposed to be their sanctuary, but has proven to be just another stop on a desperate flight, with Tar Valon now serving as the new, distant promise of safety. He voices deep suspicion of Master Gil, finding his quick offer of help and his casual dismissal of Aes Sedai and Dark Friends to be unnatural. Rand tries to offer encouragement, insisting that they are alive and that he will not give up, but he too is consumed by fear. The innkeeper's comment about rats triggers a memory of Lan's warning that the Dark One uses such creatures as his eyes, and the seemingly mundane problem suddenly feels like a sinister omen. Later, a serving maid shows them to a small attic room. While Rand feels an awkward shyness around the pretty giggling girl, Matt immediately throws himself onto a bed and turns to the wall, his hand clutching the dagger from Shadar Logoth beneath his coat. He flatly declares that their friends are dead and retreats into a sullen silence. Unable to stay in the room with Matt's oppressive gloom, Rand returns to the common room, but finds it an unsettling environment. Every cloaked stranger entering the inn becomes a potential threat in his mind, and the sight of a Queen's Guard on patrol does little to ease his growing paranoia. Seeking solitude, he asks a maid for a quiet place to sit and is directed to the inn's library. The room, filled with hundreds of leather-bound books, initially brings him a sense of wonder, which quickly turns to a pang of profound homesickness, as he spots a volume his father had always wished to read. Lost in a memory of Tam, he is startled by a clearing throat and turns to find he is not alone. His eyes travel up to a figure nearly 10 feet tall, with a snout-like nose, tufted ears, and eyes as large as teacups. In a moment of pure terror, he mistakes the being for a Trolloc and stumbles backward, falling to the floor. The massive creature speaks in a rumbling, sad voice, introducing himself as Loyal, son of Arendt, son of Harlan. He is an Ogier, not a Trolloc, and he explains that this misunderstanding has plagued him since his arrival in Camelin, where a terrified mob chased him across the city. As a result, Master Gil has confined him to the inn for his own safety. Rand learns that Loyal is 90 years old, though by Ogier standards, he is still considered very young and hot-headed. In fact, Loyal confesses he left his home, the steading, without permission, because he grew impatient, waiting for the Ogier elders to conclude a debate on the matter that had already lasted for a year. His purpose in venturing into the human world is to see the great groves of trees that Ogier planted alongside the cities they built for humans after the breaking of the world. However, his journey has been one of deep disappointment. The groves he has sought out in places like Cairhien, Tyr, and Ilion have been cut down, neglected, or repurposed, with humanity having forgotten their significance. He explains that for Ogier, working with stone is a lesser skill, learned out of necessity, whereas the living art of shaping groves comes from their heart. Feeling an unexpected sense of trust and relief, Rand abandons his cautious, edited story and tells Loyal everything. He recounts the entire terrifying ordeal, from the Trolloc attack on his home to the sinister events in Shadar Logoth, the pursuit by Fades, and the unsettling, intrusive dreams. After listening intently, Loyal identifies Rand as Tavaren. He explains the Ogier understanding of the pattern. The wheel of time weaves the lives of all beings as threads, and a Tavaren is a person whose life thread becomes a focal point, forcing all surrounding threads to bend and swirl around it, shaping the pattern on a small or even global scale. Rand, a simple shepherd, scoffs at the idea that he could be someone of such consequence, like the historical figure Arthur Hawkwing. Intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the pattern shaping itself around a living Tavaren, Loyal asks to travel with Rand to Tar Valon. Rand hesitates, acutely aware of the danger he is in and the practical difficulty of travelling with a 10-foot-tall companion. The chapter closes without a firm agreement, but with the foundation of a new alliance. Rand agrees to spend time with Loyal in the inn, promising that when they reach Tar Valon, the Ogier can show him the grove there, a statement that solidifies their budding friendship and reaffirms Rand's fragile hope for the future. Chapter 37. The Long Chase. The chapter opens with Nynaeve in the dark woods, impatiently holding the reins of 3 horses while Moiraine and Lan have disappeared to scout ahead. She feels slighted, left behind like a mere stable boy, and reflects on the intimidating nature of Lan's war stallion, Mandarb. Her thoughts drift back to their journey after leaving Whitebridge, where Moiraine abruptly abandoned the Camelin Road, sensing a different path was required. Nynaeve recalls a tense evening when Moiraine suddenly lost her magical connection to the boy they were tracking, causing a brief panic before the Aes Sedai determined he had only lost the token she gave him, not his life. Later that same night, Moiraine calmly announced the connection was restored, a display of power that left Nynaeve deeply unsettled. Her memories are shattered when Lan materializes out of the darkness, his stealth so profound that she is startled despite being on watch. He leads her to a rise overlooking a large darkened encampment of approximately 200 white cloaks. There, Moiraine is already waiting, and Lan reveals that the boy they seek is being held prisoner in the center of the camp. He outlines a dangerous plan. He will infiltrate the camp to retrieve the boy, but to prevent a pursuit, they need a significant diversion. Nynaeve's task is to sneak to the White Cloaks' horse lines and partially cut the picket ropes, weakening them so they will snap during the chaos Moiraine intends to create. Bolstered by Lan's expressed confidence in her woodcraft and a cryptic warning from Moiraine about her own importance to the pattern, Nynaeve agrees. She skillfully moves through the woods, observing the guards on the horse lines and noting their rigid, unobservant patrol, which allows her to approach undetected. As she begins cutting the thick ropes, she considers stopping after freeing most of the horses, but her pride and a desire to prove herself to the warder push her to finish the job. On the final picket line, she makes a startling discovery: Bella, Egwene's shaggy mare. The realization that Egwene must also be a prisoner strikes her with a powerful, intuitive certainty that they will all be caught and killed unless every horse is freed for their escape. This moment of profound insight, a hint of her own latent abilities, steels her nerves. Just as she finishes her task, Moiraine unleashes her diversion. A series of impossibly powerful lightning bolts crash down from a clear sky, striking the earth and throwing the camp into chaos. The terrified horses scream and bolt, snapping the weakened ropes. Nynaeve is nearly torn apart between 2 panicking animals before she manages to haul herself onto Bella's back. As the stampede begins, grey wolves appear, adding to the pandemonium and driving the horses away from the camp, sweeping Nynaeve along in a terrifying, uncontrolled flight. Chapter 38. Rescue. Perrin finds himself in a state of profound misery, bound by the White Cloaks and forced to endure the cold, hard ground each night. Lying next to him for warmth is an exhausted Egwene, both of them having spent another day walking with halters around their necks, a constant reminder of their precarious and humiliating situation. Perrin's mind races, unable to find sleep, haunted by the chillingly dispassionate promises made by the White Cloak named Baya regarding their fate in Amador. Baya's descriptions of torture, delivered without emotional malice, have convinced Perrin of their terrible reality, a truth he believes Egwene has not yet fully accepted. The White Cloaks view them with undisguised disgust, treating them as foul dark friends, and Perrin feels a sickening despair, wondering how he can ever prove their innocence to men so utterly convinced of their guilt. His bleak thoughts are interrupted by the arrival of Baya, who carries a lantern and Perrin's own axe, which the man has claimed for himself. Baya wakes Perrin with a vicious kick to his already bruised ribs, a routine act of casual cruelty. He then proceeds to check their bonds with rough, painful jerks. When Egwene denies being a dark friend, Baya, for once, ignores the comment. Instead, he presents a strange proposition, explaining that Lord Captain Bornhald is caught in a dilemma. He is ordered to take the prisoners to Amador, but their slow pace on foot will make the White Cloaks late for an important appointment in Camelin. Baya then tosses a sharp-edged rock near Perrin, speculating aloud that if the prisoners were to fray their ropes and escape, the Lord Captain's problem would be conveniently solved. Perrin's mind works feverishly to unravel the true meaning of this offer. He quickly deduces it is a trap. Baya, who harbours a deep-seated hatred for him and all supposed dark friends, would never permit a genuine escape. The plan is clearly a pretext to murder them while they are attempting to flee, thus resolving Bornhold's dilemma and satisfying Baya's personal vendetta. Just as this horrifying realization settles in, and as Baya seems poised to act, an unexpected thought bursts into Perrin's mind, a clear message from the wolf Dapple. Help comes. In that same instant, he also senses that Elias is alive, wounded but safe. This sudden, foolish grin of relief on Perrin's face makes Baya suspicious, and the tension heightens to a breaking point. Before Baya can act, the night erupts into silent, swift violence. Lan appears as if from the shadows themselves, a blur of motion in the faint light. He non-lethally and efficiently disables the two guards, and then Baya, who collapses like a puppet before the warder's precise strikes. Lan extinguishes the lantern, plunging them into darkness, and quickly cuts Perrin and Egwene free. As a diversion, Moiraine unleashes a terrifying, localized lightning storm upon the White Cloak camp. The sky splits open with constant strikes, and thunder rolls continuously, throwing the camp into absolute chaos. Using the panic and confusion as cover, and disguised in the white cloaks of their defeated guards, Lan leads Perrin and Egwene directly through the pandemonium and out of the camp, completely undetected. They rendezvous with Moiraine, who is waiting with horses. They are soon joined by Nynaeve, who has bravely retrieved her own horse, Bella. A tense exchange occurs between Moiraine and Lan, where she reminds him of his oaths as a warder and a Malkieri lord, reasserting her authority. They learn that Rand and Mat are not with them, but are believed to be heading to Camelin. The group makes camp, and after burying the incriminating white cloaks, Nynaeve tends to Perrin's horrifically bruised chest. While treating him, she is startled to discover that his eyes have turned a strange wolfish yellow. Moiraine, who had approached silently, examines Perrin's eyes and speaks cryptically, suggesting this transformation is not an illness, but a profound change woven into the pattern of his life, something that even her healing cannot touch. She muses on whether it is an ordained event or a change influenced by an outside hand, not ruling out the Dark One. This confirms for Perrin that she knows about his connection to the wolves. Later, he speaks with Lan, who reveals much more. The warder confirms he knows of the wolf connection, and that Elias was once a warder himself before being forced out by the Red Arger. Lan explains that while the ability is ancient and not inherently evil, its re-emergence now is deeply troubling. He ends with a grim warning. The barriers of the Dark One's prison are weakening, allowing the shadow to subtly influence events. Without Moiraine's protection, Rand and Mat are in terrible danger, and they must be found in Camelin before time runs out. Chapter 39. Weaving of the Web. From a high window in the Queen's Blessing Inn, Rand al'Thor observed the streets of Camelin, which were teeming with a jubilant and unified crowd. People of all backgrounds ran together in a single direction, waving banners that displayed the White Lion of Andor, all celebrating the impending arrival of the captured false dragon, Loghain. The usual factional tensions seemed momentarily forgotten. This was a day Rand had eagerly awaited, second only to the recent reunion with his friends Perrin and Egwene. He turned from the spectacle to once again urge his friend Matrim Cawthon, who remained curled in a tight ball on his bed, to join him. Mat, however, glowered and dismissively suggested Rand take his Ogier friend, Loial, whom Mat stubbornly and irrationally insisted resembled a Trolloc. Despite Rand's frustration and logical arguments, Mat refused to engage, burying his face in his pillow. Rand, exasperated by his friend's strange and persistent malaise, threatened to stop bringing him meals, but Mat remained unresponsive. After a final, unheeded offer, Rand departed alone, feeling a deep concern for Matt's condition. He considered seeking help from a local herbalist named Mother Grub, but hesitated due to the volatile atmosphere in the city. A sentiment against any form of healing or fortune-telling was growing, fueled by suspicion and fear, with the dragon's fang being marked on doors as an accusation of being a dark friend. As Rand descended the stairs, he was stopped by the innkeeper, Master Gill, who warned him that a peculiar beggar had been inquiring about Rand and his friends by name. This news immediately extinguished Rand's hope and filled him with anxiety, making him suspect the involvement of dark friends. Master Gill, however, dismissed the notion, attributing the city's paranoia to the White Cloaks. The innkeeper chuckled at the latest rumours of strange shapes lurking outside the city at night, unaware that Rand had first-hand experience confirming these were not mere rumours. On Master Gill's advice to avoid trouble, Rand exited through a rear alleyway. There, a burly guard named Lamgwin offered a gruff warning, implicitly acknowledging Rand's skill with the sword that he tried to keep concealed. Joining the massive crowd, Rand was immediately immersed in the city's political friction. Supporters of Queen Morgus, identified by red cockades or sword wrappings, were vastly outnumbered by those wearing white, who opposed the Queen's alliance with the Aes Sedai. Though the day was meant for celebration, the undercurrent of hostility was palpable. Rand witnessed a telling incident where several men wearing white deliberately jostled a group of white cloaks, an act of defiance that would have been unthinkable just days before. This small event revealed a significant shift in public boldness, and made Rand acutely aware of his own vulnerability as a lone individual showing the Queen's colour. While searching for a good vantage point, the crowd near him suddenly parted, recoiling in disgust from a filthy, stooped beggar who shuffled into the street. To Rand's horror, the ragged figure looked around, then pointed a claw-like hand directly at him and began scuttling across the street toward him. Certain this was the dark friend messenger Master Gill had described, Rand panicked. He forced his way back through the dense throng, breaking free into a frantic run. He fled through the curving streets of the inner city, acutely aware that his flight, combined with his red-wrapped sword, could easily incite the white cockaded mob to pursue him. Determined not to be chased into hiding and miss the historic event, Rand sought an alternative viewing spot. He found the streets all but empty, as most citizens were gathered along the procession route. He spotted a high stone wall atop a barren slope, and driven by a new resolve, decided to climb it. Racing against the growing sound of drums and trumpets, he scrambled up the rough wall, tearing his hands in his haste, and pulled himself onto its narrow top. From this perch, he had a clear, unobstructed view of the palace gates. The procession soon arrived, a grand display of military might with trumpeters, drummers, and endless ranks of soldiers. The centerpiece was a massive wagon pulling a large iron cage. Inside was Loghain. Aes Sedai sat at each corner of the wagon, their gazes fixed intently on the prisoner, while their warders scanned the crowd. Rand was profoundly struck by the false dragon's appearance. Loghain was a tall, broad-shouldered man who, despite being caged, carried himself with an unbroken, regal dignity. He looked upon the jeering crowds not as a defeated captive, but as a king surveying his subjects. A strange phenomenon occurred wherever his gaze swept. The people would fall into an awed silence, only to resume their screaming with renewed fury once he looked away. As the wagon passed through the palace gates, Loghain threw his head back and let out a powerful mocking laugh at the hateful mob. The image of this seemingly undefeated man deeply unsettled Rand. Lost in thought and leaning out to catch a final glimpse, he wondered aloud why the Aes Sedai watched him so closely. A girl's voice answered from directly above him, explaining they were preventing him from accessing the true source. Startled by the unexpected voice, Rand jerked his head up, lost his precarious balance, and toppled backward from the wall, striking his head and falling into darkness. Chapter 40. The Web Titans. The chapter begins with Rand al'Thor awakening abruptly from a disturbing dream that featured Moiraine, the false dragon Loghain, and ultimately Balsamon. He finds himself disoriented and on the ground, his head injured and bleeding. He quickly ascertains that he has fallen over a high stone wall into what appears to be a private and impeccably maintained garden, a space of lush greenery and vibrant flowers that stands in stark contrast to the struggling lands outside the city. It is here that he properly encounters the two figures he was trying to observe from the wall, a young woman and a young man, both dressed in extraordinarily fine clothing of silk, velvet, and intricate silver embroidery that speaks to immense privilege and high birth. The young woman, despite her regal appearance, displays a remarkable and unexpected self-possession, approaching the injured and armed stranger not with fear, but with a calm, commanding presence that reminds Rand of Nynaeve or Moiraine. She introduces herself as Elaine and, with the practical skill of a village wisdom, proceeds to clean and bandage Rand's head wound, using a collection of remedies she produces from hidden pockets in her cloak. While Elaine tends to him, her brother Gawain watches with a detached but not unfriendly curiosity. Their conversation, which largely ignores Rand's presence at first, is filled with casual references to powerful individuals they call Mother, Elida, and Gareth, further increasing Rand's dawning horror that he has trespassed somewhere of great importance. The truth of his situation crashes down upon him when he finally musters the courage to ask who their mother is, and Gawain reveals her to be Morgus, the Queen of Andor. The realization that he has stumbled into the private garden of the royal palace and is being cared for by the daughter heir herself throws Rand into a state of panic, his primary goal of remaining unnoticed in Caemlyn now shattered in the most spectacular way imaginable. His frantic desire to escape and climb back over the wall is thwarted first by Elaine's firm but gentle insistence that he not injure himself further, and then by the arrival of a third young noble. This newcomer is Galad, Elaine and Gawain's half-brother, a man of striking, almost severe handsomeness. Galad immediately voices his disapproval of the situation, viewing Rand as an armed and disreputable commoner who poses a potential threat. His entire demeanor is one of rigid propriety, and he believes it is his duty to intervene for Elaine's own good. Elaine reacts to his interference with open hostility and scorn, declaring that Rand is her guest and under her protection. Unswayed by her anger, Galad departs, and Gawain astutely remarks that he has undoubtedly gone to summon the Queen's guards, not out of malice, but because it is the procedurally right thing to do. Sure enough, minutes later, the garden is swarmed by red-uniformed soldiers, led by an officer named Talonvor. In a protective and instinctual act, both Elaine and Gawain position themselves as human shields between Rand and the archer's arrows. Elaine then masterfully de-escalates the armed standoff by leveraging her royal authority, forcing Talonvor into a position where he must either escort all three of them to the Queen or imprison all three of them together. Forced to comply, Talonvor leads them as a guarded party through the palace. During the walk, Rand is struck by the unnatural vitality of the gardens, which Gawain explains is the work of the Aes Sedai, Elida. He also learns that Elida's influence extends to eliminating all rats from the palace, a small detail that adds to her mystique and unsettling power. They are eventually brought into an audience chamber before Queen Morgus herself. The Queen is a figure of immense beauty and authority, her presence easily commanding the room, which also contains the steadfast Captain General, Gareth Brine, and Elida, who sits knitting with an unnerving and focused intensity. Morgus begins by sternly reprimanding her children for disobeying her order to stay away from Loghain's procession. Elaine, in a politically savvy defense, reframes the situation, arguing that her encounter with Rand, a loyal subject from the isolated Two Rivers, has been a valuable lesson in understanding the people she is destined to rule. The Queen remains skeptical, but the focus shifts dramatically when Elida rises and approaches Rand for a closer inspection. The Aes Sedai observes him with piercing eyes, remarking that his tall stature, red gold hair, and grey eyes are entirely inconsistent with the known physical traits of people from the Two Rivers. The tension in the room explodes when Elida touches the hilt of his sword and announces to the court that it is a heron mark blade. This revelation sends a shockwave through the chamber. Guards instinctively retreat to create fighting room, and Gareth Brine moves to physically shield the Queen. Brine adds to the mystery, however, by stating his belief that despite Rand's youth, the sword undeniably belongs with him. Under the Queen's questioning, Rand maintains that the sword was a gift from his father, a simple shepherd. Elida scoffs at this, weaving Rand's arrival into a tapestry of suspicion, linking it to the timing of Logain's presence in the city and Elaine's impending journey to Tar Valon. She declares him to be dangerous. When Morgause commands her to give a clear foretelling, Elida delivers a chilling, two-part prophecy. Publicly, she foretells that the nation of Andor is on a path to immense pain and division. Then, in a soft whisper meant only for Rand, she adds a second, more terrifying prediction. That he, Rand al'Thor, stands at the very center of the agony and chaos that is to come to the entire world. Faced with this dire warning, Gareth Brine advises that Rand be imprisoned as a precaution, a suggestion Elida eagerly supports. However, Queen Morgause makes a critical decision to champion justice over fear. She personally questions Rand and concludes that his story, particularly the detail about a Two Rivers farmer possessing a heron-mark blade, is so profoundly absurd that it must be true. She grants him his freedom, but warns him sternly against trespassing again. As a reluctant Talonvor escorts him from the palace, Elaine and Garwin walk with him to the gates. Elaine offers a surprising and flirtatious compliment, while Garwin stays behind for a final crucial word. He explains the real source of his initial shock upon hearing where Rand was from. With his distinctive appearance, Rand is the very image of an Ailman. This last piece of unsettling information, coupled with the weight of Elida's prophecy, leaves Rand reeling. Overwhelmed and terrified, he flees from the palace gates, running headlong into the streets of Caemlyn. Chapter 41. Old Friends and New Threats. The chapter begins with Rand al'Thor arriving in a state of breathless panic at the Queen's Blessing Inn. Having fled from a startling encounter within the palace grounds, he bursts past the inn's guard, Lamgwin, who is calmly stroking a cat, and remarks on the recent attempts by thieves to steal felines, a strange new commodity in the city. Inside, Rand finds the common room filled with men in red armbands, discussing the false dragon Logain, their conversations reflecting a fierce loyalty to the daughter heir, Elaine, rather than any concern for Logain himself. Rand proceeds to the library, where he interrupts a game of stones between the innkeeper, Master Gil, and the Ogier, Loyal. Initially, Master Gil dismisses Rand's frantic claims of having seen the Queen as a joke, but his skepticism slowly transforms into deep alarm as Rand recounts the entire improbable sequence of events. Climbing a garden wall to see Logain, falling inside, and his subsequent encounters with Elaine Trakand, her brother Gawain, and most critically, the Queen's Aes Sedai advisor, Elida. Rand pointedly omits the specifics of Elida's chilling whisper and his own internal turmoil about his parentage, which was triggered by Garwin's words. Recognizing the grave danger Rand is in, Master Gil declares that he must flee Caemlyn within 2 days, as that is how long it will take for the Queen's guards, spurred by Elida, to search every inn. He generously offers horses and money to aid their escape. Loyal then reaffirms his decision to accompany them, explaining that Rand is clearly a Ta'veren, a focal point around whom the pattern of the ages weaves itself, a notion that visibly disturbs and angers Rand, who harshly denies any such significance. Their tense planning is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of 5 white cloaks in the common room. The atmosphere becomes instantly hostile. The underofficer leading the group arrogantly declares he is searching for dark friends from the Two Rivers and proceeds to insult Queen Morgause and her Tar Valon witch, Elida. This remark galvanizes the inn's patrons, who all rise to their feet in a silent, grim show of solidarity. Master Gil, displaying unexpected courage, confronts the White Cloak, threatening him and beginning a countdown that forces the intruders into a hasty and undignified retreat. Shaken but resolute, Master Gill tells Rand that the White Cloaks will now surely target the inn, making it imperative for Rand to remain hidden. Moments later, a new visitor arrives, a lady asking for Rand and Matt by name. After a brief moment of panic, where Gill fears it is the daughter heir herself, Rand realizes who it must be and rushes to the kitchens. There, he is met with an overwhelmingly joyous reunion with Moiraine, Lan, Perrin, Nynaeve, and Egwene. The relief is palpable, though Rand notes subtle but worrying changes in his friends, especially Perrin's downcast gaze and bruised face. The group moves to the room Rand shares with Matt, where the joyful mood evaporates. They find Matt in a terrible state, curled into a ball, consumed by a feverish paranoia. He lashes out with venomous, unnervingly insightful accusations, exposing Nynaeve's vanity and hinting at a shared dream world between her and Egwene. When Moiraine enters, she immediately senses a profound evil. Matt lunges at her with a ruby-hilted dagger, but Lan intercepts the blow with supernatural speed. Moiraine reveals the horrifying truth. The dagger is from the cursed city of Shadar Logoth, and Matt has become infected with its ancient, malevolent power. This evil, a contagion of pure suspicion and hatred called Mashadar, has been slowly consuming him and acts as a beacon for the Dark One's forces. This explains their constant pursuit by Dark Friends and Fades. The stakes are raised even further when Lan reveals that his scouting has uncovered a massive force of Trollocs and Fades gathering outside Caemlyn, preparing to launch an unprecedented attack on the city itself to capture them. Overwhelmed by the destruction they seem to cause, Perrin, whose eyes now have a strange yellow hue, despairs that it would be better if they were all dead. Moiraine sharply rebukes him, stating that their deaths would solve nothing, and prepares to confront the evil in Matt. Dismissing the others, she unveils her angreal, indicating the immense power that will be needed for the dangerous task of saving Matt's soul. Chapter 42. Remembrance of Dreams. The group that followed Rand back down from Matt's room was silent and somber, each person lost in their own thoughts. Rand himself felt no desire to speak. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the back stairwell, creating a striped pattern of light and dark. While his friends all wore expressions of worry, Perrin's face was a mask of resignation, a detail that puzzled Rand. He felt a chill when he noticed that in the deeper shadows, Perrin's eyes seemed to collect the faint light, glowing with a soft, amber luminescence. To ground himself, Rand focused on the solid, ordinary objects around him, like the walnut paneling and the sturdy oak railing of the stairs, trying to wipe the persistent sweat from his palms. He took them through a back route to the library, a quiet room Master Gill maintained mostly for his own pleasure, wishing to avoid any unwanted attention in the common room after Moiraine's instructions and his own unsettling memories of the White Cloak officer and the piercing gaze of the Aes Sedai, Elida. Upon entering the library, his friends stopped dead in the doorway, their mouths agape. Sprawled comfortably on a couch before a crackling fire was Loyal, the Ogier, who was so immense that he made the large piece of furniture seem small. Rand had grown so accustomed to the Ogier that he momentarily forgot how astonishing his appearance would be to others. The group's shock was a mixture of meeting a creature of legend and the sheer scale of him. Perrin, surprisingly, was the first to recover, his voice intense as he immediately asked Loyal about the Ogier steading, questioning if they were truly the havens described in stories. As Loyal began to recount his travels, Rand's thoughts drifted to Matt and the cursed dagger that was slowly killing him. The library door opened to reveal Matt, looking completely restored to health, with Moiraine and Lan standing behind him. Matt offered a hesitant smile, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of Loyal before he addressed his friends. He explained that his memory was foggy, particularly everything after their separation at Whitebridge, and he had no recollection of arriving in Caemlyn at all. With a flash of his old self, he grinned and asked if he could be blamed for his actions while he was not in his right mind. As his friends welcomed him back with relief and light-hearted banter, Rand's breath caught when he saw Matt unconsciously touch his coat, checking for something tucked in his belt. Moiraine, noticing Rand's reaction, moved closer and confirmed quietly that Matt still carried the dagger. She explained that the corrupting bond had grown too strong for her to sever without killing him. The healing would have to be done by the full power of the Aes Sedai in Tar Valon. She had managed to cleanse him of the immediate taint and shield the dagger's presence from the Shadow servants, but its influence would inevitably return. After a formal but brief exchange with Loial, Moiraine took command of the room. She explained that they could not remain in Caemlyn, as the Dark One's agents were already searching the city, and the Children of the Light were also present, looking for Perrin and Egwene. This confused Rand, who revealed that he had been accosted by Elaida Sedai in the Queen's Palace garden, which explained the Aes Sedai's interest, but shocked everyone else. The conversation then took a critical turn when Loial asked Moiraine about a tale he had heard 20 years ago from a dying man who had sought refuge in his steading. The man claimed the Dark One intended to blind the eye of the world and kill time itself. The story struck a chord with Perrin and Egwene, who revealed they had heard the exact same prophecy from a band of tinkers only 3 years prior, a tale they had learned from a dying Aiel warrior. The convergence of these stories from 3 separate sources convinced Moiraine of the imminent danger. This prompted Perrin to finally speak of the nightmares he, Rand, and Matt had been sharing. He uttered the name Baalzamon and pushed a reluctant Rand and Matt to confess. They admitted to Moiraine that the Dark One had been invading their dreams, threatening them and claiming that the eye of the world would never serve them. A frustrated Moiraine explained the grave danger of this connection, how each touch made the next easier, and how the Dark One was sowing doubt by telling them the Aes Sedai meant to use them, just as they had used false dragons in the past. Rand, recalling the names Baalzamon had mentioned, realized with a jolt of fear that one of them was Loghain, the false dragon he had seen caged, and a seed of suspicion toward Moiraine was planted in his mind. Moiraine concluded that the pattern itself was forcing their path. Trapped in Caemlyn, but needing to reach the eye of the world with utmost speed, they had only one option. She turned to Loial and asked if he knew the location of the old waygate in Caemlyn, and if he could guide them through the ways to the fortress city of Fal Dara in the Borderlands. Loial confirmed that he knew the ways, but his response was a horrified and emphatic refusal. He declared that if they were to enter the ways, they would all die, or, worse, be swallowed by the ever-present shadow within them. Chapter 43. Decisions and Apparitions. The chapter commences with the Ogier, Loial, reluctantly explaining the nature of the ways after being prompted by Moiraine. He details their origin as a gift given to the Ogier by male Aes Sedai during the breaking of the world. These male channelers, seeking refuge from the madness induced by the Dark One's taint on their power, were offered sanctuary within the Ogier steading. Inside a steading, they were safe from the taint, but also completely cut off from the one power, an isolation none could bear for long. Before leaving the steading to face their inevitable madness and death, they created the ways as a gift of gratitude. Loial describes them as a separate realm where time and distance behave erratically, allowing for travel over hundreds of miles in a single day. This network was grown over centuries, connecting Ogier steading and the groves they planted near human cities. However, Loial explains the grave danger that now infests this network, which is the very reason the Ogier have an edict forbidding their use. Because the ways were created with the tainted male half of the true source, a darkness began to fester within them about 1,000 years ago. They grew dim and dangerous, and travelers began to disappear or emerge driven mad, raving about a malevolent force known as Mashin Shin, the Black Wind. Nynaeve voices her outrage at the suggestion of using such a perilous path, but Moiraine counters by presenting their dire circumstances. They are trapped in Camelin between the oppressive White Cloaks and the Dark One's forces outside the city. She argues that the convergence of warnings about the Eye of the World is no coincidence but the work of the Pattern, and that Rand, Mat, and Perrin, as Tarvarin, are central to this weaving and have a choice to confront the danger or potentially doom the world. Faced with this grim reality, Rand is the first to agree to the journey, with Mat and Perrin reluctantly following suit. Egwene and Nynaeve refuse to be left behind, insisting they are also part of the Pattern and will not hide in safety. Loyal, despite his deep reservations about breaking the Edict of the Elders, is swayed by the mention of the Green Man and the Eye of the World and agrees to guide them. The remainder of the evening is spent in intense planning, during which the internal struggles of the Eamon's fielders are highlighted. Rand is consumed by restless energy. Mat seems to draw grim comfort from his cursed dagger, and Perrin displays a weary resignation, punctuated by a disturbing flash of predatory eagerness at the thought of the Blight. Rand's attempt to convince Egwene to leave for her own safety fails. She affirms her place in the Pattern, and the conversation ends poorly when his terse, factual answer about Princess Elaine is taken as dismissiveness. Later, in their shared room, both Rand and Mat are plunged into the same terrifying dream. Rand finds himself once again in Baalzamon's presence, in a chamber carved from rock. On a table are three crude, human-like figures made of clay, one accompanied by a wolf, one clutching a tiny dagger, and the last holding a heron-mark sword. Baalzamon appears and speaks of their conflict as an eternal struggle, recurring across ages, and tempts Rand with power. He makes the shocking claim that for 2,000 years, a Black Ager of Darkfriend Aes Sedai has existed hidden within the White Tower. Enraged, Rand denies Baalzamon and smashes the clay figures, only to be caught in a terrifying vortex of the endlessly repeating word, die. He awakens on the floor of his room to find Mat also waking from the same nightmare, clutching his dagger and terrified that the Dark One knows his face. Rand realizes that Baalzamon does not seem to know which of the three young men is his true target. The dream has a horrifying physical component, as Rand discovers a splinter from the dream table embedded in his palm, which vanishes the moment he pulls it free, though the wound remains. Moiraine then enters, seemingly aware of their distress. Upon seeing the bleeding wound, she grasps his hand, and an intense cold flows through him, healing it instantly. The chapter concludes with her soft but urgent command to hurry, her tone implying that time is running short, not just for their departure, but for the world itself. Chapter 44. The Dark Along the Ways. In the final moments of darkness before the dawn, Rand and his companions prepare to depart from the Queen's Blessing Inn. Following Moiraine through the back halls, they find the others waiting with a mixture of anxiety and resolve. Mat remains unnervingly close to Rand, a clear sign of his lingering trauma and fear of being alone. The group moves silently through the inn's kitchen, where the staff, already at work, are momentarily startled by their early departure until Master Gil offers a placating explanation. Once outside in the pitch-black stable-yard, their movement is clumsy and uncertain, with Loyal in particular grumbling about the lack of light, stating that Ogier are not accustomed to navigating in such complete darkness. The stable itself offers a sudden pocket of light, revealing that their horses are saddled and prepared. The party is a collection of distinct animals and riders. Lan's proud warhorse Mandab, Moiraine's Aldib, a massive, hairy, fetlocked beast for Loyal that still looks small in comparison to the Ogier, and a pack horse laden with supplies. The innkeeper provides Rand with a new mount, a tall bay named Red. Mat expresses his concern about Perrin's strange, quiet demeanour, a worry Rand shares but attempts to downplay for Mat's sake. Master Gil confirms with his head groom, Raimi, that their escape route is clear. A secret door, ingeniously hidden behind tool racks in the stable's rear wall, is revealed. This passage leads to a narrow alleyway, ensuring their departure will go unseen by any potential watchers, be they White Cloaks or Queen's Guards. Moiraine offers Master Gil a way to seek aid from Tar Valon should he face trouble for helping them. But the innkeeper cheerfully dismisses the concern, joking that the rat-free establishment she has provided is reward enough and reaffirming his loyalty to the Queen and her alliance with the Aes Sedai. With well wishes exchanged, Loial leads the way into the alley, his Ogier senses seemingly guiding him. The group forms a column, with Loial at the front and Lan guarding the rear, as the secret door closes behind them with a loud, final-sounding click. Their journey through the pre-dawn streets of Caemlyn is fraught with tension. The narrow alleyways amplify every sound. The clinking of the lanterns lashed to the pack horse, and the ring of hooves on cobblestones seem loud enough to wake the entire city. Loial navigates with an unexplainable certainty, claiming he can feel the location of the waygate. As they move from broad avenues to tight, smelly alleys, the sky begins to lighten, and the first few citizens appear. The group's presence goes largely unnoticed, until one man gets a clear look at Loial, whose immense size is undeniable next to his human companions. The man cries out in shock and flees, a stark reminder that they are running out of time and darkness. Loial finally stops before a shuttered shop, declaring the waygate is located underneath it. Crowding into an adjacent alley, Moiraine uses a magical, glowing sphere of light to locate a cellar door. After she effortlessly opens a large, rusted lock with a simple tap of her staff, they lead the horses down a ramp into the building's cellar. The cellar is a vast, dusty, and long-abandoned space filled with brick columns. Here, Loial is overcome with a deep, sorrowful anger. He reveals that the site was once a beautiful Ogier grove, filled with great trees, and he strikes a column in grief for its destruction, which he calls murder. M. Chapter 45. What follows in shadow. The group's journey through the ways confronts them with their first impassable obstacle, a bridge that has crumbled away into a seemingly bottomless abyss. The sheer, light-swallowing darkness of the chasm induces a sense of vertigo in Rand, and prompts a frustrated accusation from Nynaeve, who questions whether Moiraine has led them to a dead end. Moiraine, however, remains composed, explaining that they do not need to return all the way to Caemlyn, but only backtrack to a previous junction, or island, where Loial can find an alternate route to Faldara. The Ogier is deeply shaken, expressing his profound fear that the decay of the ways is accelerating, and that bridges may be collapsing behind them as they travel, potentially trapping them forever. Perrin, his eyes glowing with a golden light that reminds Rand of a cornered wolf, states with grim determination that there must be a way forward. After a moment of analysis, Loial confirms that the break in the bridge is at least a decade old, which slightly alleviates his immediate fears. He wistfully suggests easier paths to places like Tar Valon or his home, Steading Shangtai, but Moiraine firmly redirects him toward their goal, the Eye of the World, which lies beyond Faldara. After backtracking, Loial finds a new path, and the journey continues through the oppressive and unnatural darkness. The sight of white lines branching off from the guidings, each one leading to a waygate, and the real world of sun and wind, fills the Eamon's fielders with a sense of longing. Later, the party makes camp for the night on one of the stone islands. Loial mournfully recalls that these islands were once covered in soft grass and fruit trees. The atmosphere is tense and glum, a feeling exacerbated when Moiraine explains that she will not set protective wards because using the one power in this place is too dangerous. The pervasive taint would corrupt any weaving she attempted. To lift their spirits, she reveals her belief that Tom Merrilin is not dead, citing reports from Whitebridge and, more significantly, Min's visions, which indicated Tom was an important part of the pattern woven around the three young men. This revelation sparks a brief period of light-hearted teasing among the Eamon's fielders. Mat jests about Min's focus on Rand, which piques Egwene's interest, while Perrin playfully mocks Egwene about her friendship with Aram, one of the travelling people. This camaraderie provides a temporary reprieve from their fears, but the oppressive darkness soon reasserts its hold as they try to sleep on the hard, pitted stone. Seeing their fear, Moiraine moves among them, whispering words of comfort. She assures Rand that his destiny protects him and that his dreams are safe for now, which allows him to finally find a dreamless sleep. The following day, their journey is interrupted when Lan quietly announces that they are being followed. Mat impulsively fires an arrow into the darkness behind them, but the warder explains that whatever is tracking them is deliberately keeping its distance. Deciding they cannot afford to waste time, Moiraine orders them to press on. Their unease escalates dramatically when they arrive at the next island and discover that the guiding stone has been defaced with sharply angled, chiseled runes. Moiraine identifies them as Trolloc markings and deduces the terrible truth. Trollocs have learned to use the ways. This explains how they managed to reach the two rivers and amass forces near Caemlyn without being detected. Nearby, they discover a horrifying tableau of Trollocs frozen and partially melted into the stone, victims of one of the way's ancient built-in traps. The sight sickens the group, but it confirms they are on a path now tread by servants of the Dark One. As they flee deeper into the ways, a new and far more terrifying sound begins to manifest, a distant, unnatural wind. Loyal, his face pale with dread, identifies it as Machin Shin, the Black Wind. A frantic gallop ensues as they race for the final waygate. When they arrive, they discover the key to opening it, the Avendasora leaf carving, is missing. In a desperate act, Moiraine uses her staff to project a sickly, tainted flame that melts a line through the stone gate. Before they can figure out how to move the massive, weakened sections, Lan charges forward on his warhorse, Mandarb, shattering a piece of the gate with a powerful, trained shoulder check and plunging through to the other side. The others scramble through the opening as the roar of the Black Wind grows, its whispers filled with vile promises of pain and madness. Moiraine holds it back with a final blast of corrupted light before following them out. They emerge into the welcome natural cold of winter, safe from the entity. Moiraine speculates that Machin Shin may be an ancient being trapped within the ways, a parasite, or perhaps a creature born from the very corruption that now plagues them. As the group recovers, she points to the north, where the distant towers of Faldara are finally visible. Chapter 46. Faldara. The group emerges from the waygate into the borderland nation of Shienar, finding themselves in a bleak and dying forest of rolling hills. The landscape is stark, with many trees appearing as grey skeletons, their sap having frozen and burst during the harsh winter. Loyal expresses his sorrow at the state of the land, which Nynaeve compares to the blasted lands themselves. Lan, the warder, identifies their location and notes that this weather, cold as it is, constitutes a fine spring in this northern region. As they ride towards the distant towers of Faldara, they pass numerous abandoned farmhouses. The farms appear to have been deserted recently and in a hurry, with tools left in yards and wagons left partially loaded. The party deduces the recent nature of the flight through keen observation. Egwene notes the light summer curtains in the windows, while Perrin observes that a scythe left in a barnyard has only a week's worth of rust. Mat, however, is consumed only by the cold and his desire for a warm fire. The sight of these empty homes prompts Rand to make a final plea for the safety of his companions. He suggests that Nynaeve, Egwene, and Loyal could remain in the safety of Faldara instead of continuing into the Blight and to the Eye of the World. His suggestion is rebuffed by each of them in turn. Loyal explains that as an Ogier, the chance to meet the legendary Green Man is a profound opportunity, and he also accepts that his fate has been woven together with Rand and his friends, due to their nature as Ta'veren. Nynaeve delivers a sharp but heartfelt response, affirming her own role in the pattern as described by Moiraine. She expresses her deep dislike for the Aes Sedai and her fear of the Blight, but states that her hatred for the Dark One is greater. She declares that if the men can face their duty, she and Egwene will not do any less. Following this exchange, Egwene has a quiet, private moment with Rand, seeking his reassurance that he does not hold it against her for dancing with Aram, the tinker she will never see again. Their destination is the city of Faldara, built upon high hills and encircled by a grim, functional wall that contrasts sharply with the beauty of Kemlin's. At Lan's instruction, the party uncovers their faces, a law in the borderlands to prevent Murdral from hiding in plain sight. At the gates, Lan is greeted with joyous shouts of Daishan, and Loyal is honored as a builder. Despite the warm welcome from the soldiers, Lan's expression remains grim. Inside the walls, the city is overflowing with refugees from the surrounding countryside, their silent, haunted expressions creating a tense and somber atmosphere. Lan leads them to the central fortress, a massive keep surrounded by a dry moat filled with steel spikes. The fortress courtyard is a scene of frantic military preparation, with smiths, farriers, and fletchers working tirelessly. They are met by a Shienaran officer named Ingtar, who formally welcomes Moiraine and Lan, expressing his hope that the warder will once again raise the Golden Crane banner of Malkia. They are escorted to the study of Lord Agelmar, the ruler of Faldara. The room is as Spartan and purpose-built as the rest of the keep, decorated with weapons, armor, and a large tapestry depicting a battle against Trollocs. Lord Agelmar, a man whose peaceful demeanor belies his hardened warrior's visage, greets Moiraine and Lan as old friends. After initial pleasantries, Moiraine states their intention to stay only one night before journeying into the Blight. This prompts a desperate plea from Agelmar, who reveals the dire situation facing Shinar. Trolloc armies are massing on their border, and the other borderland nations, fearing their own attacks, have refused to send aid. Shinar is preparing to face an army at least 10 times its size at Tarwin's Gap, alone. He begs Lan to raise his banner to rally support, and for Moiraine to lend the aid of an Aes Sedai in the coming battle. Lan, in a moment of visible anguish that causes him to crush a silver goblet in his hand, refuses, stating that he is a warder and is bound for the Blight. Moiraine explains that their mission is of even greater importance. The true battle against the Dark One will be fought at the Eye of the World, not at Tarwin's Gap. She reveals that she has been to the Eye before, and that need is the key to finding it, subtly indicating that Loyal's presence as an Ogier is part of their plan. Accepting their decision with reluctance, Agelmar invites them to dine. During the meal, a conversation about the long-lost Ogier Grove that once stood where Faldara now does leads to a poignant philosophical exchange between Agelmar and Lan about finding beauty in simplicity and harshness. The dinner is interrupted by Ingtar, who reports the capture of a strange man who was trying to scale the city walls. Moiraine, sensing the man's significance to the pattern, insists on seeing him. The prisoner is brought forth, a filthy and ragged man who the Eamon's fielders immediately recognize as Padan Fine, the peddler from their home village. Fane's demeanor shifts erratically. He first whines that he was made into Balzamon's hound to hunt them, then transforms into an arrogant and oily figure, attempting to convince Agelmar that he possesses the secret to defeating the Dark One. As Moiraine approaches, his arrogance crumbles, and he dissolves back into a whimpering wreck. Moiraine, recognizing the profound danger he represents, declares that he is far more than a simple peddler, and that she must interrogate him alone at once. Chapter 47. More Tales of the Wheel. An overpowering restlessness consumes Rand as he paces the length of a dining table, his friends scattered around him in various states of anxious waiting. While Moiraine and Lan interrogate the captured peddler, Padan Fane, the group is left to their own devices. Rand finds himself agitatedly counting his steps, while Perrin stares blankly at breadcrumbs he is pushing across the table. Matt, though feigning a relaxed slouch, reveals his nervousness by repeatedly touching the cursed dagger hidden in his coat. Only Loyal seems unconcerned, meticulously examining the fortress's stonework with an Ogier's deep appreciation for masonry. At the far end of the room, Lord Agelmar entertains Nynaeve and Egwene, managing to elicit rare loud laughter from the wisdom. Egwene, growing comfortable with courtly address, seizes the opportunity to ask Agelmar about Lan, prompting a detailed history that captures the attention of the entire room. Lord Agelmar reveals that Lan, is Al-Lan Mandragoran, the crownless king of Malkia, a fallen borderland nation that once served as the primary shield against the Blight. He recounts the tragic tale of Malkia's downfall, beginning with the jealousy of Brian, the wife of the king's brother, Laon. Goaded by her, Laon led a doomed charge into the blasted lands. Brian then blamed King Alakir for her husband's death and conspired with a celebrated but envious lord named Cowin Fairheart, who was secretly a dark friend. Their plot to seize the throne involved pulling soldiers back from the border forts, which left Malkia fatally vulnerable. A massive Trolloc invasion poured through the weakened defences, breaking the spirit of the nation. In the ensuing chaos, King Alakir was forced to slay his treacherous friend Cowin in single combat. With no hope of victory, Alakir and his queen, Eliana, performed a final ceremony over their infant son, Lan. They placed the sword of Malkieri kings in his hands, anointed him Daishan, and swore the ancient oath in his name, to fight the shadow, defend the people, and avenge what could not be defended. The infant was then sent to safety with an elite guard, while his parents led the last of the Malkieri to their deaths. Raised by the few surviving guards, Lan became a master of combat and the Blight, dedicating his life to vengeance as the greatest of the Warders. Moiraine finally returns from her interrogation, her demeanour revealing the profound spiritual revulsion she feels after interacting with Fane. She describes him as utterly debased, a soul so foul and degraded that she feels soiled merely by touching his mind. She confirms that it was Fane who led the Trollocs to Emond's Field. The Aes Sedai then explains the full extent of Fane's corruption, which began 3 years prior when he was summoned to Shaiol Ghul by a being calling himself Ba'alzamon. There, the Dark One twisted and reshaped Fane, turning him into a human hound to hunt the 3 young men. Over the next 2 years, Fane's mind was further refined and focused at Shaiol Ghul, allowing him to zero in on Rand, Mat, and Perrin with supernatural certainty. Once he had identified them, he was commanded to mark them for awaiting Myrddraal and its Trolloc band. The narrative of Fane's pursuit is a harrowing one. After the boys escaped, the Myrddraal treated Fane with extreme cruelty, forcing him to run with the Trollocs, who openly discussed how they would cook and eat him. Moiraine's illusion at Shadar Logoth fooled the Fade, but not Fane. However, the Myrddraal did not believe him until they repeatedly failed to catch their quarry. She reveals it was a projection of Ba'alzamon himself, who drove the 4 pursuing Fades into the Cursed City, a place they feared immensely. In the chaos of the battle between the Shadow's forces and the evil of Shadar Logoth, Fane escaped. Yet, he discovered the compulsion to hunt was now a part of him, an internal torment driving him mad with relentless, exhausting purpose. A truly horrifying revelation follows. When Fane entered the ways, the Black Wind caught him, but instead of consuming him, its voices either greeted him as a kindred spirit or recoiled in fear, and the wind itself fled from him. Moiraine concludes that there is no time to waste, citing the Dark One's escalating power, from needing physical contact with a dark friend, to invading dreams, to projecting his presence into the world. The seals on his prison are critically weakening. Lord Agelmar, alarmed, begs her to leave the untried boys behind and take seasoned warriors into the Blight. Moiraine refuses, explaining that Rand, Mat, and Perrin are Ta'veren, central threads in the pattern, and their presence at the Eye of the World is essential. To convince the skeptical Lord, she speaks of the pure, strong blood of ancient Manetheren that runs in them. Rand internally notes her phrasing of almost all, wondering what she knows of his own origins. The chapter ends with Moiraine's grave declaration that they must ride at sunrise, for time is terrifyingly short. Chapter 48, The Blight. The journey north commences under the escort of Ingtar and 100 Sheenaran lances. Their red pennants a stark contrast to the grim landscape. Rand observes the border towers, formidable stone structures designed for defense with spiraling ramps and crenellated tops, yet they are now sparsely manned. The majority of Shianar's strength, including Lord Agelmar himself, is riding east to confront the main threat at Tarwin's Gap, leaving these defences symbolic at best. The moment they ride between two of these towers, Rand feels a palpable shift, as if passing through a wall of cold air, marking their official entry into the Borderlands. At a stone border post that once marked the edge of the fallen kingdom of Malkia, Ingtar halts his column, expressing deep frustration at being denied a place in the great battle and being kept ignorant of Moiraine's true purpose. When Nynaeve questions his eagerness to fight Trollocs, Ingtar explains with solemn gravity that it is the fundamental purpose of his existence. After a formal farewell to Lan, wishing that peace would favour his sword, Ingtar and his lances depart, leaving the small group to proceed alone into the corrupted lands. As they venture further, the environment begins a perverse transformation. An unnatural, oppressive heat and humidity descend, feeling like a summer swamp despite the northern latitude. The foliage becomes a grotesque parody of life. Leaves are bloated and discoloured with sickly yellow and black blotches, while flowers appear waxy and rotten even as they bloom. The air itself becomes a foul assault on the senses, thick with the sweet stench of decay that tastes like spoiled meat. The sickening atmosphere causes Matt to vomit repeatedly, while Egwene and Nynaeve struggle to contain their own nausea. Loyal, an Ogier who reveres nature, is visibly horrified by the defilement of the trees. In stark contrast, Perrin seems less affected by the physical discomfort and more by a cold rage, his golden eyes glowing as he glares at the corrupted forest. Lan warns them that this is merely the fringe of the blight and that they must remain silent, as many creatures hunt by sound. As evening approaches, Moiraine directs them toward a specific location for their camp, a place she considers a good omen. They halt on a hill overlooking a network of dark lakes, and for a fleeting moment at sunset, Rand glimpses the broken ruins of what appear to be 7 great towers in the distance. Any thought of seeking relief in the nearby water is instantly extinguished when a monstrous, man-thick creature with countless writhing tentacles briefly surfaces in the nearest lake. To protect them, Moiraine weaves a subtle ward that does not create a barrier, but rather bends light and perception around their camp, rendering them invisible to any watching eyes. Inside this hidden sanctuary, a conversation about the future unfolds. Egwene, excited by her growing potential with the One Power, enthusiastically plans for their life in Tar Valon, asking Rand to one day be her warder. He agrees, though the promise is shadowed by his memory of Min's contrary vision. The chapter concludes with a profoundly emotional and private exchange between Nynaeve and Lan, which Rand accidentally overhears. Nynaeve confesses her feelings for the warder, suggesting she would even abandon her path as a wisdom for him. Lan, his voice uncharacteristically gentle, acknowledges her strength and beauty, but explains that his life is an unending war he cannot win, and he will not curse her with the certain fate of becoming a widow. He tragically states that he will hate the man she chooses for not being him, but love him if he makes her happy, before rising to check on the horses, leaving a heartbroken Nynaeve kneeling in the darkness. Chapter 49. The Dark One Stirs. The chapter begins as Rand awakens at dawn within the oppressive heat of the blight, surprised that he managed to sleep at all. He observes the tense atmosphere in the camp. Nynaeve is visibly exhausted and upset after a sleepless night, and Lan has retreated behind a stoic, hardened mask. Rand watches as Egwene attempts to comfort the wisdom, a quiet and intense conversation that ends with Nynaeve forcing a reassuring smile, though Egwene directs a glare at Lan, who seems oblivious. As the group prepares to leave, Moiraine performs a final, unseen act of the One Power to erase any lingering traces of their presence, an act that causes a shiver to run through Nynaeve and Egwene, who share a knowing glance that Rand cannot decipher. As they ride north toward the ominous Mountains of Doom, the corruption of the blight intensifies dramatically. The land becomes a nightmare of tortured, dying nature, with trees that are gnarled and crippled, oozing foul substances and seeming to tremble with a malevolent life of their own. Matt voices his fear that the trees want to grab them, a notion Moiraine chillingly confirms, stating that only her presence as an Aes Sedai offers them protection. Their journey is violently interrupted when the blight itself rises against them. A tree brutally snatches and kills an unseen creature, and a roar signals another threat that Lan rides off to confront, returning with a sword stained by black steaming blood. A monstrous, multi-limbed creature with a single eye lunges for them, only to be felled by a precise arrow from Matt's bow. This is merely the prelude to an all-out assault. The forest erupts in a chaotic attack, with writhing trees and grotesque creatures of all shapes attempting to overwhelm them. The companions are forced into a desperate battle for survival. Rand, losing himself to the void, channels the stubbornness of his homeland, screaming the name of Manetheren as his heron-mark blade slices through corrupted branches. Matt, similarly lost in a past life, shouts ancient war cries in the old tongue while loosing arrow after arrow. Perrin, silent and grim with his golden eyes glowing, uses his axe to hew a path through the onslaught. Moiraine hurls fireballs that incinerate their attackers, while Lan repeatedly charges into the fray, returning wounded only to be healed by the Aes Sedai, who laments that her use of the power acts as a beacon for their enemies. The relentless attack ceases in an instant at the sound of a distant, fluting cry. Lan identifies the sound as belonging to worms, terrifying creatures of the blight that even other shadow spawn fear. This gives them a brief respite, and they flee on horseback as the piping of the pursuing worm pack grows closer. As they near the mountain pass, Lan declares that they will not make it and prepares to sacrifice himself to delay the pack, but Moiraine forbids it. Overwhelmed by a terror greater than the one behind him, Rand feels an almost irresistible urge to turn back rather than face the unknown horrors of the high passes. Just as his will is about to break, the party crosses an invisible threshold. The blight vanishes completely, replaced by a beautiful, serene landscape of green grass, healthy trees, and vibrant wildflowers. They have found the sanctuary of the Green Man. A massive figure woven from living vines and leaves emerges, identifying himself as their host. He greets Loyal as a brother, recognizes Perrin as a wolf brother, and startles Rand by calling him Child of the Dragon, commenting on his sword and a forgotten covenant. The Green Man, whose memories are fragmented as shown by a withered scar across his head, confirms that the Dark One is stirring, which is why the blight has been pressing so hard against his domain. Moiraine states their purpose. They have come, driven by the world's desperate need, to find the Eye of the World. The Green Man understands the gravity of their quest and agrees to lead them. Chapter 50. Meetings at the Eye. Following the Green Man's lead into the bay, Rand and his companions from Eamon's Field found themselves in a state of profound wonder, their attention divided between their legendary guide and the miraculous forest that surrounded them. The Green Man was a figure of folklore, a story told to children and adults alike in the two rivers. But the verdant splendor of his domain, a stark contrast to the winter-gripped world and the encroaching blight, was a marvel in its own right. Perrin seemed hesitant, lagging behind as if unwilling to hear more from their guide, a sentiment Rand could understand. The Green Man's earlier words, calling him Child of the Dragon, echoed in Rand's mind. But despite the churning anxiety this caused, a sense of peace settled over him. The thousands of painful, burning sensations that had pierced his being vanished the moment he entered this sanctuary, a relief he attributed to the Green Man and the inherent power of the place. He observed a similar tranquility on Egwene and Nynaeve, who wore serene smiles as they interacted with the vibrant flora. The Green Man, while conversing with Moiraine, noticed their appreciation and began to craft garlands for them from the surrounding blossoms, even bestowing one upon the Aes Sedai. As he moved, he effortlessly tended to his garden, straightening a crooked branch with a gentle touch and coaxing a seedling to life from a barren patch of pebbles, explaining his role as a humble assistant to the pattern. A quiet moment passed between Rand and Egwene, her beauty adorned with flowers stirring a deep, protective instinct within him. The green man led them to a tall, white stone archway set into a hillside, the keystone marked with the ancient, bisected circle symbol of the Aes Sedai. He explained that this was their destination, not Avendesora, the legendary tree of life, which he had not seen in 2,000 years. He refused to enter the archway with them, expressing a profound unease and a sense that his own end was intrinsically linked to what lay within. He recounted its creation during the breaking of the world by 100 Aes Sedai, men and women working together with both Saidin and Saidar, who sacrificed their lives to make the object pure. They charged him with its protection, a duty he had kept faithfully until this moment. He then departed, leaving the group to face what was to come. They proceeded down a long, gently sloping corridor, its seamless white walls faintly illuminated by countless glittering flecks of color. The passage opened into an immense, domed cavern dominated by a vast, oval-shaped pool that gave off a dull, fierce glow. Moiraine identified it as the Eye of the World. The cavern showed signs of long neglect, with dust and debris scattered about, and many of the glowing crystals in the ceiling having dimmed or gone dark. Matt, unnerved by the pool's glassy, rippleless surface, tossed a stone into it. The stone sank without a splash, grotesquely swelling and stretching until it became a translucent, attenuated blur before disappearing entirely, a sight that horrified them all. Moiraine then revealed the true nature of the pool, explaining that it was the pure essence of Saidin, the male half of the true source, untainted by the Dark One. It held the power to either reinforce the Dark One's prison or shatter it completely. This revelation caused Rand, Mat, and Perrin to recoil in terror, backing away to the cavern wall. Moiraine elaborated that only a man could channel this immense power, and that it had been created by the combined efforts of male and female Aes Sedai in the Age of Legends, a feat no living Aes Sedai could replicate. She stated that she had brought them there because they were Ta'veren, and the Dark One was about to strike at this place, a confrontation that was necessary to prevent the world from being consumed by shadow. Upon returning to the surface, they were confronted by two cowled figures who had been guided there by the Green Man. They revealed themselves to be Agenor and Balthamel, two of the Forsaken. Agenor was a withered, ancient husk of a man, while Balthamel's face was concealed by a black leather mask fixed in a terrifying, insane laugh. Agenor announced that the seals on the Dark One's prison were weakening and that some of the Forsaken were now free, with more to follow. Lan attacked instantly, but Agenor contemptuously swatted him aside with a flick of his fingers, sending the warder crashing into the stone arch. Enraged, Nynaeve charged with her knife, but Balthamel intercepted her, his grip causing her to convulse in agony. As Perrin and Mat rushed to her aid, Agenor effortlessly knocked them to the ground with an invisible force. Just then, the Green Man returned, declaring that the Forsaken would harm nothing in his domain. He grappled with Balthamel, crushing the Forsaken in his powerful grip. Balthamel retaliated, and flames erupted where his hands touched the Green Man. In a final, desperate act, the Green Man's own life-giving nature turned against the Forsaken. Fungi, vines, and rot burst from Balthamel's body, consuming him in a tide of verdant decay until only an inert mound remained. Mortally wounded, the Green Man collapsed, and from his dying form, a colossal oak tree grew with supernatural speed, its roots forming a cradle for the unconscious Nynaeve. Stunned but undeterred, Agenor prepared to finish the others, but Moiraine unleashed her power, opening a fiery chasm beneath him. The attack only slowed the Forsaken, who began to walk through the flames as if they were a minor inconvenience. Moiraine screamed for everyone to flee. Rand saw Egwene frozen, attempting to challenge Agenor with her own untrained abilities. He roughly grabbed her and forced her to run into the trees. To draw the Forsaken's attention away from her, Rand shouted and threw a rock at Agenor, which disintegrated in mid-air. Assured of Egwene's safety, Rand turned and ran for his life, Moiraine's continuing screams echoing behind him.